Hi everyone and welcome to Software Architecture Conference. I'm your host Simon and we are back after about 2 years. I still remember some of the very earlier conference that we did at CSharpCorner after the public speaking conference for Software Architecture Conference. Last edition of the conference received somewhere around 35,000 viewers, and I see there's a lot of registrations and excitement in the comments. I see people are joining from across the world. We have from Kazakhstan, Pakistan, Israel, Brazil, Mumbai, Saudi Arabia, Iran. Thank you, everyone who has joined us. And let us know from where you're joining in the comment section. And two important things that I want you all to know before we actually get started. The first one is actually the giveaways. So we have a lot of giveaways going on. So the first giveaway is that whenever you go ahead and drop a comment in the chat box, and if you want to ask a question to the guest, use the hashtag software architecture conf23. I've dropped that in the comments, and every once in a while, after 2 or 3 sessions, we're going to do a raffle, and we'll just pick a random winner. That is giveaway one. And the other giveaway is through the social media. If you're enjoying the conference, if you like the sessions, just take a screenshot, post it on Twitter, tag us at csharp.tv along with that hashtag, or maybe perhaps you also want to tag the speakers, and we'll pick some of the winners towards the end. So we have a power pack 8 hours of learning coming up. And if you have not checked the agenda yet, you can always go ahead and check it on the website, or you can also check in the description wherever you're watching. If you're watching it on YouTube, LinkedIn, wherever you're watching, Twitter, Facebook, you can always find the entire agenda over there. I see there's so many comments coming up. I just don't want to miss it. People are saying they're joining from England, Ireland, Turkey, Portugal, Virginia Beach. Oh, we have Monica. All right, she's one of our speakers. Hi, Monica. We have folks joining us from Greece. All right, so you can always go ahead and check the agenda in the description, or you can visit the softwarearchitecture.live and you can see. My boss is not here, so I'm going to do the welcome note. I know, no tough deal. The very first session that we have is by the Magnus Mårtensson, a very good friend and an expert in the SQL system. He's going to do the keynote session, followed by we'll have a session on Power BI and Azure OpenAI by Aroh Shukla, who works at Microsoft now. He used to be the MVP, but now he works at Microsoft. Then we'll have sessions around Microsoft 365. Nanddeep and Smita are very well-known community leaders in this part of the world. Amira is going to again talk about Power BI. Then we have Monica from the chat joining us. We'll talk about the serverless. It's always interesting and how we have moved away from traditional way of deploying applications to the serverless. And then we have Alan won't be able to join us. He's got COVID, so that's really sad. I hope he gets well soon. John, Peter, Varun, Damodar, Ruchi, Vikranath, and finally it's me. So I'm really excited. And you all are free to go ahead and share your experience in the chats and how you're feeling. And having said that, I think it's time we go ahead and invite our very first speaker of the day. He is none other than, as I said, Magnus Mårtensson, smart, dashing, and fine guy. And apart from that, he is a CEO of Azure MPP and Microsoft Regional Directors. He's coming us here in India in a couple of months. I'm really excited. And without any further ado, let's bring the gentleman to the Software Architecture Conference. Magnus, welcome to Software Architecture Conference.
It is a pleasure to be here. Hi.
Thanks, Magnus, for accepting the invitation. I'm really excited to have you back once again in this virtual event. It's been a while. We have done this virtual conference, but thank you so much. I'm not going to take a lot of your time, Magnus, and I'll let you go ahead and start with your keynote. I have shared your screen. Everybody else can see it now, and next 25 minutes is all yours.
Fantastic. Thank you, Simon. Okay, it is brilliant. Brilliant to be back and talking at the Software Architecture Conference. And as you saw, that I had to add that to my slide just now. That wonderful hashtag Software Architecture Conf 23. So if you use that on X, you're not going to be able to send a message at all because the tag itself takes up all the space of your message. So use that to ask questions to the speakers and see if you can snag some swag. Brilliant. So here we are, Software Architecture Conference. And who am I? Well, I'm the guy that likes to run Global Azure. I love doing community things, and I had to call that out to give a shout out now that we have a global audience to anyone who was attending any of these events or any who maybe even organizing one of them somewhere around the world. It is absolutely brilliant to see all of these people organizing Global Azure every year. And I urge you to join in if you are part of a community or near a community that likes to learn about cloud and Azure in specific, then please join the Global Azure Initiative. So I'm going to talk about architecture. And the disclaimer is that I talk a lot about cloud. It's just the way that I work. If somebody wakes me up in the middle of the night, I randomly start talking about cloud. I kid you not. And I've been told that that's a little weird. But that's who I am and that's how I operate. But I will say that most of what I am saying about architecture maybe pulls in the word cloud, but it just works in general anyway, so no worries. I like to talk about cloud so much that I have my own show on the CSharpCorner live streams. So Simon is my tech person for those, and he takes care of me and sets everything up so that I can run the cloud show and talk to important people like Scott Hunter. This show is targeted, and share the word, spread the word. This show is targeted to be bite-sized segments that are directed to the leaders of cloud projects. Maybe you don't know enough about technology yet, or maybe it's not your job to know technology. We're going to talk about all kinds of topics on the cloud show. So I'm also a Microsoft Regional Director, which is so funky. It means that I'm a friend of Microsoft. It means that I'm hanging out with Microsoft all the time, which many of us do. But please bear in mind that I am not employed at Microsoft. I'm not a Microsoft person. I don't also have a region, by the way, and I don't direct anything. But a Microsoft Regional Director is a close confidant of Microsoft who works with Microsoft at the highest level. So I'm kind of all over the place and doing all kinds of things. I also like to get up and talk on stage. And here you see from Tech Ed. I don't know how many of the audience are of that age in this industry that you know or remember what Tech Ed was. If you go to find Tech Ed on Wikipedia these days, it'll redirect you to Ignite. They will explain that Tech Ed, Ignite used to be named Tech Ed, but Microsoft rebranded it. So back in 2009, I gave this presentation, The Role of the Software Architect, Caring and Communicating, at Tech Ed in Berlin. So as you notice, I have been talking about cloud for a long time, and I have been talking about software architecture for a long time. This was even, cloud was announced, but not really, all the way to production yet. So I also write papers sometimes, and this is one that I wrote for the MSDN library. So there's another indication of just how old I am, because the MSDN library could be construed today as sort of a predecessor of Microsoft Learn. So 2008, I wrote the architect in the architect blog about capabilities. It's not even a blog. This was a page in their official documentation that I wrote about the role of the software architect. And that's what I want to talk to you people about today. Before we dive into all the wonderful topics that you saw Simon scrolling there just before, I'm excited about all these, topics about queues and about serverless and various things. I'm going to try to watch as much as possible of this. And yes, absolutely, technology and wonderful architecture is so important. I want to talk about the responsibility that we have as software architects. So the software architect is the keeper of the flame. He is the owner, or he or she, the person is the owner of the principles that the project follows. So what does that mean? What is that about? Well, I'd like to dive into that given 3 quick topics, one after another here as fast as possible. One, the example of things that you are responsible for as an architect is to not choose the cool path. And I will explain to you what that means. Also, you have to realize that architecture will change, difference from actual building houses architecture there or bridges. When you do software architecture, you know for sure that it's going to change. And then your behavior as the architect will reflect on the rest of the team. So you set the example. So if we talk about the not choosing the cool path first, or maybe not to succumb to the latest trend, if you will, I'll tell you what I mean about this. So as a software architect, you can see things like this. I just wanted you guys to have a moment to look at this wonderful, wonderful comical drawing, but actually it's too close to truth. There are so many scenarios that I just look at this and I see more and more in this picture and I laugh. There's the blame radius. There's the one tiny cron job that keeps everything from falling apart. There's the freaking slick reverse proxy that we implemented as architects. Yes, it's very cool. And containers. Oh my gosh. Look at all the containers, right? So this is one of those satirical drawings that satire is good because it's usually close to the truth, right? And so what's important when you architect something is that you can explain it to everyone. Everyone in the company should be able to stand up and give an explanation of the architecture. If they can't, then it's too complicated. And so this reminds me of Thumper in Bambi, who is giving a little citation when he's being naughty. His mother says, remember what Daddy said? And he kind of stretches himself up, and gives a little citation, eating greens. And then he comes to the conclusion that the flowers are the best part, right? So the flowers are the best part. And in software architecture today, we all know that the flowers are in fact Kubernetes. That's the best part. I mean, everything should be containerized. Kubernetes is awesome. Containerize all the apps. Or should we really containerize all the apps? I'm not calling Kubernetes a fad or something that will go away. Not at all. It's going to stay forever. And it's great technology. Kubernetes is great technology. What I find so many times is that it seems that the architectural decision was based on popularity. Kubernetes is cool, it's hip, it's hipster, it's fresh. We got to use that because reasons, because it's cool, right? And I've seen, unfortunately, on many occasions, how that leads to problems. It leads to scenarios we cannot handle. And one thing that you have to understand is that you have to take care of a Kubernetes setup. If your organization does not have a team that is already very skilled at this, please don't try to start using Kubernetes just because you think you should, because that's going to lead to so many problems that you are not equipped to handle. Scaling and maintaining and fixing up and securing and all the things that you need to understand how to do with Kubernetes is super important. Otherwise, just don't do it. And far too many who are going down that path really are not aware of what they're getting themselves into. And they should have maybe used another approach instead. For example, using cloud-native platform services. So rather than spinning up your own cluster with machines, your instances, your scale sets and various things that you might use to envision that or to realize that, then maybe just deploy the application to a platform service. Maybe use an app service. So, but what about vendor lock-in? If you're using all the services in the platform, aren't you going to be locked in by the vendor? Well, I mean, the vendor is going to say, oh, we don't want to lock you in because, we don't want to lock you into using our services because it's really easy to rehost to another vendor, right? It is easy to rehost to another vendor. Well, Yes and no, right? I want to share a piece of information with you that I don't know if everybody knows, but statistically, the platform vendors have figured out the answer to the question, how many cloud platform services does it actually take for a customer to choose to never leave? So if you start to use services, you maybe start using an app service, a database, some storage, how many of these platform services do you have to begin to use from a vendor like Amazon, like Azure, whoever it is, before you decide you will never leave? The answer is 5. 5 is the answer. And that's an amazing number. You would think it's more, but it's not. After that, you're definitely not going to leave. So for myself, the vendor lock-in question is super uninteresting. If you really want to leave, then do. It's going to cause you a lot of pain, and then go somewhere else and see if you're happier there. But what I think as an architect is much more interesting is to realize that whether you deploy your application to a virtual machine, to an app service or a container or any other method, hosting is just a deployment concern. As the architect, you decide if your company is vendor locked in. That is your responsibility. As the architect, you decide if the application is portable using responsible abstractions like interfaces, proxies, dependency injection, isolating a reference to a specific service to just one component, using a sidecar pattern. All of these things and more are tools of your trade, and you decide how much your code, the code that is in the app that you have architected, will tie you to a specific underlying solution or service. That's you who decide that. And the architect, like we said before, as we know, is the owner of the principles that the project follows. Okay, I said that at the beginning. That's what the architect is responsible of hand-holding and taking care of. And then I had to use AI to generate a photo of the elephant in the server room, which is this picture here. I'm not going to talk about AI a lot here. AI certainly is all the rage, and everybody wants to use AI. We want to have the same application as before, except now with AI. And AI is the holy grail. Oh my goodness, it is the best. Now, I'm not suggesting AI, same as I said with Kubernetes, is something which is a fad and is going away. AI has the potential and is probably, definitely, changing our entire industry. We just need to figure out how. When you have the responsibility of architecture at a higher level, you have to think about the Quan that Cuba Gooding Jr. said in Jerry Maguire, which is like all of it. Everything that it works, like it just comes together and everything is cool, everything is great, because you have to be concerned with show me the money. So I want to give you a quick example. I saw it not just 2 hours ago, and I just added this slide in where AI is amazing. AI has been used in a grocery store to reduce food waste in the store by 40%. By in fact keeping a living an ongoing track of how much stock is on the shelves and what are the dates of these produce. And so being able to alert the shopkeepers to say, okay, you need to put a discount on chicken breast, because otherwise some of that chicken breast is not going to be sold and it's going to go spoiled. So put a discount on it now and make sure that you sell it before it's waste. And oh my God, that is an amazing example of how to save the world. But too many people are just saying, oh, I want AI in my app. And to that, I just say, show me the money. Because you have to understand that when you jump on the bandwagon of a cool trend, please be responsible. That's your job as the architect. So don't be afraid to change. So this is a business fable of some characters who are living in a labyrinth where there's cheese. And suddenly one day the cheese gets moved. And the rest of the book is about how these different types of personas handle change. You will have the people who are resisting the change. You will have the ones who are afraid of the change. You will have the ones who are excited about it. And then the ones who are carefully seeking out the landscape and figuring out where in the labyrinth did the cheese actually move. And I think that's the little blue mouse to the left there called Sniff. I think the architect should be like that. Curious about finding new solutions and ways, but not jumping headfirst in, and certainly not resisting it, because resisting change is, it's going to be the end of you. So the architect, again, like I said in the intro, is the keeper of the flame. The architect should be the person that holds up the flame high and goes through the labyrinth and leads the others for them to find a way to understand where the new cheese is. What's life going to be like now that the cheese has moved? That's what the architect does. He leads the path. He's the keeper of the flame. So everything was fine, and then people, right? Technology can be advanced, but it is commonly straightforward. While humans are never straightforward, never. Or in other words, humans have more issues than any repo. And it's true. It's true that this is a problem, that people are the ones that are difficult. Technology is usually, you can usually overcome it. You will in your company have, the person who will resist change. And while this picture is funny in the cloud context, that somebody is not willing to change anymore, I don't want any cloud, we got to remember at the same time that these people have every right and to be respected and remembered as the proud IT architect that they probably are. Maybe they don't want to change to cloud, but at least they should be respected, and their experience should be valued in the company when you transform into this new architecture that maybe is using a cloud platform. And I think that's important to remember as well. So if I could ask you a question, that would be good, but I can't, not in the time that we have, because you're not a live audience, you're a virtual one. What is the number one threat that your beautiful software architecture will ever face? I'll tell you right now that it is success. That's the number one threat. Hopefully your business will be hugely successful. You'll make all the money in the world and have lots and lots of millions of global customers and so forth. Yes, brilliant. Except that your software architecture was never architected for that scale. It was not financially viable at the start to create a global, redundant, failover, something architecture. You didn't have the money for that, and quite frankly, you also didn't have the customers for it. So you start by building something else, and the software is adapted to that reality. And then, yet here we are now, losing customer opportunities when we become a big hit and our business is booming and we need more power. And the architecture at that point cannot be rigid, right? It has to be flexible enough to manage such a scenario. So you have to architect with change in mind, because change is inevitable. Change is always going to happen. And you have to also be responsible and not to throw in something that is 10 times the capacity that you need in the beginning, because if you do, you're going to waste a lot of money. So a battle plan or architecture is only perfect until the fighting starts. Planning, architecting is everything, but following a plan is useless, as in you have to be able to adapt when reality actually starts to happen. So again, at the end here, or towards the end here, you set the example as the architect. You set the example. Here is an estimation of cloud users, cloud consumers, company leaders that have guesstimated, I don't know how they came up with that, but have figured out that they think that roughly a third of their cloud bill, the spend that they have running their application, is waste. Rest is cool, but a third is waste. That's literally, if you have a $1 million enterprise agreement with Microsoft, that's taking $333,000 and just burning them on the lawn. That's what that equates to. which is crazy. And I'm going to tell you a very, very quick story about a company that was growing like crazy. They were hitting it. They were moving their things to Azure. They were booming. They had lots of customers. They had lots of demand for their services. Brilliant. So they were feeling some pressure, tension on their IT department. They had problems keeping up. And the customers began to call in with complaints about their application performance. And that's, of course, can be a very, very dangerous thing. So as the CTO of this company said, okay, we have an application which is auto scaling. So when the demand is high, we use a lot of instances. It's more expensive, but that's okay. Because a lot of customers are using the service. And when demand is small, then we scale back in and we use few resources. So they had a brilliant setup with their application, but he said, let's turn that off. We have to turn off auto scaling while we do the troubleshooting. Oh my God. Okay, this, I have to say, was against my recommendation. So 5 months later, they were still troubleshooting. They still didn't have control of the situation. And their Azure Enterprise Agreement, which was for 12 months, I believe it was €1,000,000 over 12 months. They had spent those €1,000,000 in 7 months. And that's a lot of money kind of wasted because they couldn't find the problem of performance. They couldn't rectify or fix the problem of performance. So they had to set their scaling to a rigid maximum and just spend a lot of money extra. And that's just an architect who didn't foresee that this was going to happen, and also maybe didn't have the appropriate monitoring and things in place at the same time, right? And then they had to have this conversation. You have the development department where everybody's wearing sneakers, and all of a sudden you hear fancy dress shoes coming clank, 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 clank down the hall, right? And it kicks in the door and he says, "Can someone explain to me how the heck the cloud can be this expensive?" And my conclusion here in this story is that a bad architecture can fail, a whole business. I don't think they failed, but they certainly were not. They were slowed down to a crawl, and that hurt the business something awful, just much more than that money wasted on the cloud spend. It hurt them even worse. So your architecture can save the jobs and the future happiness of everyone you work with. That is the responsibility that we have. And so the architect is the owner of the principles that the project follows. And she is the keeper of the flame. That is what you have to remember. You have a leadership responsibility as architects. So don't choose the cool path. Stay away from that, or at least motivate. Ensure that you know exactly why you are on the cool path and that it is the relevant, right thing to do. Whether that is Kubernetes, could be. Whether that is AI, could be, or anything else. Do not also be afraid to change, because change is inevitable. Change is always going to happen. And the worst thing that can happen to your architecture is huge success. You have to plan for that. You have to be able to change. And then with your behavior, don't be the CTO who burns money on the lawn and doesn't care. You set the tone, you set the example for the entire company, and you and your architecture can break the company, but it could also save the company and save your jobs and save the future. That's all I have time for today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to hand it back to Simon, who's going to continue with our wonderful presentations for the Cloud Software Architecture Conference.
Wow, Magnus, that was stunning. I would request everyone to go back and rewatch this keynote at least 2 times. No matter if you're a solution architect, you're a CTO, or you are a cloud engineer, I think this keynote had something to take away for everyone. And this just couldn't get any better. I could definitely see all your years of experience that you have brought in and the pearls of wisdom that you shared in just about 25 minutes. That was outstanding. Thank you so much, Magnus, for doing this. I really liked it. I don't say it a lot, but this was one of the best keynotes I've seen recently.
Oh, thank you. That's so sweet of you.
There's a one question that's coming up in the
Yeah.
comments. Patrick, thanks for asking the question. He's saying that ever choose DDD to construct big application when it's little? I prefer three layers: presentation, business, and repository. Do you think it's a good mode to choose?
Um, yeah, that is such a depends question, right? It
Exactly.
really is the biggest depends question. I have to be honest and say that as a software architect for a long time, I appreciate a well thought through and envisioned and then realized architecture, even if it may be a little bit too big or too ambitious. At least there is a plan that is clear, not like the picture I showed with all the different things going the wrong way, right? Like if there's a real vision, if there's a real guiding force, I don't think it matters. I mean, I can find an answer. I can find an example where the answer is no to this question, and I can find an example where the answer is yes. So, so it really depends in that way. That please think about being a leader and showing the way. And if you can do that with a complicated architectural pattern and people like it, then rock it. Just own it, right? As the leader, as a cloud architect, or sorry, architect. I keep saying cloud.
We all know that you love cloud, Magnus. Any final word you want to say before we just wrap it up and move to the next session?
I urge everyone to stick to like glue to this screen, because honestly, there are so many good presentations coming. So just stick with it and enjoy all the wisdom of the presenters. Thank you for having me.
Magnus, thank you so much once again for accepting the invitation and sharing your time. We'll see you next time. Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
All right, that was the great Magnus sharing us with the cloud architecture and all the best practices and how to avoid pitfall. And I just love his tuning to his sessions. Having said that, we now move to the next session of the day. But before we move that, let me just remind everyone that we have a couple of giveaways. That whenever you go ahead and ask question to the speakers in the comment, just use the hashtag software architecture conf23, and we'll just do a raffle in about maybe in a couple of more sessions. We'll do a raffle and we'll see, and we'll just do some giveaway. Those are not going to be a digital giveaway. We're gonna ship you something. So it's going to be something physical, maybe a t-shirt, maybe a zipper, right? And the other one is, if you just share about this conference, if you like this session, right, just take a screenshot, tag Magnus and csharp.tv along with hashtag, and we will also pick some winners towards the end of that conference. That is for the social media part. Having said that, thanks everyone for those who have tuned in. I see many people are still joining in. Thanks for joining in. Now move to our next session. That is by Aroh Shukla. He's going to talk about how to get ahead of the curve and future-proof your business with Power Platform, Azure OpenAI. Everyone is talking about the AI, but you better watch this gentleman, because he's no other speaker. He's an expert, and I always enjoy hosting him. So let's welcome Aroh Shukla, joining all the way from Singapore. Hello and welcome to Software Architecture Conference.
Yeah, it's a good time, long time actually. We have not met visually. I mean, like the last time we met is what, 2 years back?
Exactly. That was at the Cloud Summit we did. We couldn't do it the other time because that conference was so big. So to replicate it, we didn't have the resource. But it's so happy to connect with you, Aroh. I may be traveling to Singapore in about, 10, 15 days. Perhaps in the second week
you
of
make me a host then. Obviously, I'll show you all the places in Singapore.
Thank you, Aroh. That's so kind of you. So I won't take much of your time. I know we're already at time. So please feel free to go ahead and share your screen, and then we can get started.
Let me share my screen.
And how's everything? How's Microsoft? How's life changed after joining Microsoft?
It's a pretty good. It's pretty good experience there. A lot of good work and hectic work, obviously, but it's a dream company to work in, right? So,
Yeah, we're
yeah.
so happy
So,
for you. We have seen your journey from an MVP to speaking events, eventually joining Microsoft. We have
yeah,
seen your
yeah,
journey, so we
yeah,
really
yeah,
enjoy
yeah.
it. We're so happy for you.
Thank you. Yeah. Let. I hope you can see my screen now, right?
Yeah, I can see your screen. I'm gonna add it to the stream. Yeah, everybody else can see your screen now. And next 35 minutes is all yours.
Okay, yeah. So I just want to put my. I have no timer. I just want to you buzz me. I'm over time, but I'm really excited about working and also sharing the knowledge with external people, internal. So yeah. So I'm really excited to share what I have, and then how the software architecture in terms of Power Platform and Azure OpenAI can work together, and you get some amazing thing. I have no much demo here, but some kind of use cases, and those use cases, how you can actually intertwine with Power Platform and Azure OpenAI, right? So that is something we'll talk about today, right? So again, thanks to Steven, he mentioned that I'm working from many years from in Microsoft partner, and Microsoft is pretty good to work there. So, yeah, so that is something. So we'll talk about how we can get ahead of the future proof your business applications with Power Platform and Azure OpenAI. Now everyone is talking about Azure OpenAI and all, but how we can integrate, and have many customers talking about how they can use Power Platform but Azure OpenAI. I have to give some kind of caveat, because not everything will work because of the depend on the regions, but I will give some inputs what I have for you now. What we will talk about is quite simple about the Azure OpenAI service, and difference between Azure OpenAI and OpenAI, right? They are two different entities, although Microsoft have bought a lot of good services with OpenAI, which is um, a small company. Now they have using all the services of Azure OpenAI, and main differences, and why we as Microsoft people we use OpenAI as a slightly more stronger way to use as enterprise applications, right? How we can use it. Then we also talk about how the Power Platform we can utilize for Azure OpenAI, right? So this is something we will talk about, and then we see some patterns, right? How which use cases and which particular application you can work with the Power Platform. So you at least have an idea. Again, in 35 minutes, it's very difficult to show everything, but I ensure that at least you have some beginner into information about the architecture design and how the Power Platform and Azure OpenAI work together as cohesive applications. Okay, again, some resources I will share towards the end. And again, I will share all the things slide deck to Simon, and he will share with you on that later on, right? Now, first thing is about Azure, not OpenAI, Azure AI, right? And Azure AI is like that for many years. And what is we are trying to do as a Microsoft employee, and also for the all the end users and the customers, that we are to try to have three different clouds, right? We have Market 365, we have Azure, and 365 on Dynamics, right? So these are the three clouds we work together, and the applications. So applications can work together as your Power Platform or some third-party applications if you want to integrate as a partner solution, right? Now, what happens is that many customers or the other customers, they want to have integrate just not as a low code, but also part of the third-party applications, or maybe they want to integrate with Azure. Obviously, with Azure AI, we can integrate. So we can use the low-code solution with your bot services, with cognitive search, with a form recognizer, or with any third-party application you can integrate. So sky is the limit for that. And also, as a developer, you can integrate with many applications. Entire service we have cognitive services, we have custom vision, we have language things, everything we can integrate. But what is new, again, what is new is Azure OpenAI, which we are talking about today, right? And Now, what we having in last couple of years, maybe this year as well, that we have a lot of uncertainty, right? Lot of changes happening. We have wars happening, and then a lot of inflation. So what we happening that as a normal user, not as a company, a normal user have to think about the cost, right? So inflation pricing powers as very big thing for normal people, right? Geopolitics about the what's happening and supply chain is actually affecting everyone in the world, right? And the third thing which is happening everyone right now is shortages. So we're having lot of challenges at this point of time, and how the Azure and AI can help you, right? So what I would want to show you that many customers now I have these samples to you that many companies like E&Y, PepsiCo, Progressive, they are using a lot of services for their own customers. Example, they are using a manual processing previously. E&Y for one of the very big last customer in Europe, and with it, not Azure OpenAI, but Azure AI, they're saving a lot of money, right? So cost is a very big factor. Second is a PepsiCo. Everyone knows about PepsiCo, and they have lot of models. They have lot of data scientists, and having those kind of Azure AI cases, they actually speed it up using with their new models, right? With a lot of new changes there in the algorithms. Progressive is another company which is using chatbots. Now, chatbot is there everywhere, so they're saving money for 10 million. There are many other use cases I'm talking about, but this is the thing which people know what's happening in the world, right? They have more cases I can share with you, but these are some few samples. Now, one thing which we have to take note is that um, Azure AI, how can work together, right? So what I have to share with you, Azure OpenAI can work with your ChatGPT at human-like language generation. We can have Dolly for image generation. We can have Codex. We can have a code generation, and ChatGPT, which everyone knows what's there, right? So if you are under the rock, you don't know. So again, OpenAI is something which everyone is talking about, right? Now, what I want to share about that OpenAI is, again, my entire talk about OpenAI and Power Platform. So how OpenAI is actually revolutionizing all the customers, just not in Asia, but all across the globe, right? So we are talking about the Copilot services. We're talking about if you seen in LinkedIn, if you write a chat messages, it create content, right? So it will help you to write your messages, right? I actually write 2 weeks back, I was talking to someone, and then it gave me all the content, this amazing thing which I've seen. So try these things. Now, what Microsoft is trying to do is trying to integrate the OpenAI, which is a startup, and to integrate with all your Microsoft services, whether it's a Power Platform, whether it's your Dynamics, whether it's your Copilot, everything is there, right? So what we are trying to achieve is that all the people who have no knowledge, they can also build the applications by not writing any single line of code. That is the thing which we are trying to achieve. Whether it's modern work, whether it's data and AI, everything can work together. Again, people who have no knowledge, they can also write the applications. Okay. Now, one thing which I have always get this question from many customers and also from community people is that, Aroh, what is the difference between Azure OpenAI and OpenAI? Differences. So again, you see this, take a slide, you can take a photo, but I will share the slide deck to you. But lot of major factors, there are a lot of other differences, but one major thing is security, right? Your security is here. Now, what happens is that when you use OpenAI, ChatGPT.google, I'm sorry, ChatGPT and OpenAI.com, it is free for you, right? Now, why it's free? Because people want to use it and all. But if you want to use enterprise, obviously, it's not that safe, right? So it has its own controls, security controls. But when you use the OpenAI, Azure OpenAI, you always have all the goodness of security from Azure, right? So that is something which is we are very boast of, that all the security coming from Microsoft 365 Dynamics is coming from there as well, right? So if you want to have secured an application, try to use OpenAI, right? That is something which I always see. Uh, Other service when talking about the integration, right? Now, OpenAI have nothing about, they never share about the integration and the about the security, right? So there's nothing mentioned than that. But when you use Azure, obviously we can have our own VNet, our own firewall, and we can restrict the IP addresses, right? This is not available in OpenAI. I mean the normal OpenAI, right? And the third, again, there are many features, but thing which is why I will always share is that everyone can access the OpenAI, right? Although you can pay the paid content, right, which is like a cost there. But when you use your models, whether it's a DaVinci or Dolly, you always have to create an application, and then using the application you can build that application with any app service, whether it's Azure services or Power Apps. So you have to create a service, so you have an account for that. So these are the things which are something which is we are very proud. The one thing which we are working on is about the number of regions, right? Now, right now we have use cases regions which is Western and Eastern America. Now, and just in this month July, we have released Asia, so you can create other OpenAI services in Asia data centers, right, regions. So something which we have a very expanding our footprint in Asia. Okay. Now that is everything about Azure OpenAI. Let's talk about the low code, right? Now, one thing which we have always seen is that we were having a lot of challenges in many in just in few years. The problem is that we will have a shortage of the users, right? Yeah, so we always have a developer shortage, right? And creating a new applications always take time, right? So and compliance is again a big issue. So what we have seen from the, again, it's not from Microsoft, it is coming from the this Forrester and the things, that we need around 750 million applications in next 3 years. And obviously we can have so many developers, right? I'm talking about the hardcore developers who write C# code, Node.js. And that's why Microsoft is focusing completely for low code, no code, which means all the users can create their own applications without writing single line of code. That's some, yeah, I'm very want to share with that, right? And 70% will be created by the enterprise, right? Many people said Aroh is a Power Platform is for only for low code. Is it designed for enterprise? The answer is yes. It could be complex because there are few lot of nitty-gritty thing will be there. But the answer is, if you want to integrate your Power Platform with enterprise applications, the answer is yes, you can. But you have to think about some use cases for that, right? And I will talk about use cases there. But one thing which we are very proud of, that we are number one in terms of the low code, right? There, again, we have a system like OutSystem, Mandex and all, but we are number one in terms of the usage. And the 33 million users are there. Every month we have these millions of users, which shows things that many people are using Power Platform. We're not telling about the third-party applications like I mentioned here, but the usage and the resource which Microsoft provides is massive, right? And we have around 97% of the people are using Fortune 500 people are using 97% of this thing. So 500 Fortune 500 people, 500 companies are using 97% of this, which means that many people are using the Power Platform. Now it could be low scales or could be enterprise. So it could be that number is not there, but you see the value that why we are pushing for low code, because many applications can be done by the business users. Okay, and that is, we are leader for that. So I just want to share about this thing. Now let's talk about some use cases, right? I just want to give some resources later on, but let's talk about actual use cases which many customers are utilizing. So there's one German company called as Starbucks, and in the construction field, if you make a small pillar or something, and then you're not careful, then you have a huge cost for that, right? So what this company is doing, that using AI model, right? And they're talking about the risk management solutions. So anything which is the construction companies or hospitals, schools, are we on if the land is okay or not? So they have lot of algorithm, and they are using with Azure OpenAI services. And what the best thing about that is that within 3 months, they are predicting around 80% accuracy. That is a beauty of OpenAI. Okay, something which is really, really good. That you see the accuracy is too much. And again, we are always improving the AI models there. Okay, the CarMax is a very big company in US, and there are a lot of research they do. And what they're trying to do is that they want to utilize the OpenAI services. So just like ChatGPT, you can if ask some question about a specific car, and about all its features and all, it will take a lot of time. But if you just type a particular car and about all its features, just within few seconds, it will give you all the things, whether it's the mileage is there and how much the value after you sell the car. Everything can be done within few seconds as a text summary. So all the research will come within few seconds. And that is the beauty of, again, I'm talking about different use cases. One use case is about construction. Now we're talking about retail, about the automobile services, right? So this is something which we are integrating these services with large customers, right? Then third one is another is a very big company which is called as Trelent, and they're using a lot of algorithms, right? There are a lot of data, and the main thing for them is to have a data security and the resiliency. The data should be within that region, not outside, right? So here, what they're trying to do is that they want to have that data integrity features for their own enterprise customers, right? So the trial is actually migrating these solutions with their own cloud services. They're using some other cloud, and because that cloud doesn't have that service, and they are migrating that solutions to Azure OpenAI. So I don't say the name of the other cloud service, but they're using Azure OpenAI. That is the thing we are actually trying to engulf with a lot of AI services from other third-party applications. So migration is something which is very, very crucial, right? Something like that. And the last use case, again, that is a very big oil field in America. And what they want to do for their own use cases in the public side and also in their internal side, they want to create some chatbots. And they are using something called as cognitive services. Okay, so these are the use cases. And what they, after integration and have some research and some design, what they actually designed is that they want to have OpenAI service to train their chatbots. What chatbots? Maybe their internal services. Okay, maybe they want to have some kind of oil rich, how much oil is coming through. So those kind of services they're doing. Second thing is about, or they have a public website as well. They want to integrate Q&A with that service as well, right? So public and also internal. They want to do that. So using that particular method only for a few months, they're able to have huge time savings. Rather than having a human person always entering the chatbot features or entering these things with some other third-party applications, they have wasting their time. But now with UN OpenAI service, they're using that lot of services with few seconds. So again, I'm talking about some scenarios, some kind of use cases which make sense if you are trying to use the OpenAI services with Azure or with Power Platform. Okay. Okay, now we talk about some architecture designs, right? Now I talk about there are a couple of services we can integrate. The first one is obviously a document process automation service, right? This is a very large customer we are talking about. It's again in US, and they have a lot of services. And it's again, it's an oil and gas company there, and they have a lot of documents, right? So documents from different vendors about different companies, different countries they also have. So they are using some document generation, right, and form recognizer, right? This is the Azure service, right? Form recognizer. Now, what's happening is that earlier there was no OpenAI service, so they were using always using Azure Functions and Cosmos DB, because their content is huge, right? And they found that the service is not that straight, and there's no content generation is not happening that frequently. So what they did, they created a new service, and they called it Azure Open Service. They use the Azure function, and the data is coming from your Cosmos DB, right? So all the prompts, so somebody asked some questions about a PDF document or something that says, can you create a document from that year, generating the quality matter for a specific company. Now, having that kind of thing content is very tedious, but now thanks to OpenAI, we just type something and then it will generate the content for you. Now it could be your text analyzer, could be your face recognition, could be anything else, right? So that's why this is one of the design patterns I'm talking about. And if you feel that if the data has to be shown as a web applications for your end users, obviously you can do. So this is for consumers. This is for your backend systems. Okay, this is for consumers. So this is some design pattern which we can use, integrate with Azure services with your OpenAI, right? The second use case, again a different design pattern is using the caller. This is a it's a European company where they want to have a very large telecom in Europe, and what they want to do is they want to have some text translations, right? Because they have Polish, they have French and all. So that thing is not working that seamlessly. About voice calls is not that clear. So they have some kind of call center. Now this line is not very clear, but we always have a call center. We always have a storage there. So the main challenge which they're facing is that if somebody have voice call, the voice call is not very clear because of they're using some service, the speech to text is not working fine for them. So what they did, they tried to integrate Azure OpenAI service, and then found that after few again we have to train for that. After a few trainings, they found that it's much easier to have this kind of contact center and speech recognition center, which giving a lot of transcripts. So again, think about just not a telephone, but also think about a large enterprise customer where they have a video call and the transcript, and they want to generate. So previous method didn't work for them, so thereby they integrate Azure OpenAI service. Okay, and this system actually stored into their CRM system. So this is again few of the use cases where OpenAI can work together with Azure, or could be your third-party application. Maybe you have your own custom website and you want to integrate. The answer is yes, you can integrate with this. So this is one of the architecture design which we can utilize. Okay. Now, one thing which I have again last geared towards the Power Platform. Now, I have a lot of customers. We keep asking that, Aroh, we have lot of customers, and we want to integrate the PVA, the Power Virtual Agents, but not using the public sites, but we want to have our own internal. I have one very large customer, is an insurance customer, and then want to have their own data, and they want to see how it works for them and all. So what we did with partners, that we use Power Automate to fetch the information, and we integrate with the Azure OpenAI service. Right now, Azure OpenAI service won't work till you have your component services working as well. Now, I can give more details, but again, to save time, that if you want to have more questions, ping me. I will share my LinkedIn. Ask me questions. I can share more knowledge on that. But just that this customer want to have their own data in Azure, And the main question is that using a PVA, a chatbot, the question can be asked by the storage, and then cognitive search. Think about a medical. This is a medical company where they want to have all the data about questions and all, and they use cognitive services, cognitive search, and then using a prompt engineering, they're fetching the questions, and the user can actually ask the questions. And again, as a chat GPT kind of functions, it works for them, right? So again, this is some use cases which Power Platform and as a your Azure developer, as an AI developer, you can integrate. Okay, and I have a repo link with that, and Simon will share that link with you later on this. Okay, now before I proceed, I want to share something very, very important topic, which is called a learning thing, right? Now, Power Platform, a lot of people know. Azure OpenAI, maybe a lot of people don't know, right? So I'm going to share some learning material with you, and you can access those things in Microsoft Learn. And also there are a lot of videos which are there with that, right? The first thing first is about Microsoft Learn, right? So I hope everyone knows what is Microsoft Learn, and you can use just not for Power Platform, you can use for Azure, you can use for your Dynamics, you can use for data and AI, everything you can in that link you can see, right? And it can go for from beginner to expert. That I'm going to share with you. Then for the Power Platform specifically, we have many certifications. If you are started with the Power Platform as a beginner, I will highly recommend to use PL 900. Then you can go for associate levels, and then go for PL. Okay, this is a typo. PL 600. So it gives you slightly more understanding about how the Power Platform can work. Now, if you are new to Power Platform, please take time. Don't rush. And these questions and these exams are not that difficult. Are quite difficult. So take your time, read things, go watch videos, practice some papers, online papers, and then if you're not an MCT, the exam cost will be quite high. So please save time, invest in your learning, and then write exams. I have seen many people, they fail the exam because they didn't have prepared. Take some time for that. Okay. Second is something called as for Azure, right? So again, what we will mostly, I will highly recommend. So this resources, which is called is in your screen, is that how we can work on the Azure AI, right? So learning Azure AI, anomaly detector, how to use cognitive services, how the API works, and also lot of things are there inside. Okay. So that is my things. I have some time, Simon. Few minutes more. Simon, can you hear me?
Yeah, you got 10 minutes, Aroh.
Yeah.
You got 10 minutes.
Yeah, I got 10 minutes. Awesome. Yeah. So I want to share something with this. Okay. So I'm going to share some other few minutes. I just want to get the knowledge about how things works. There's one course, Azure OpenAI. Yeah. And I will share this link with you as well. You can have a look on this. And yeah. Okay, so this is the one course I have completed this thing, and I found this is one of the very amazing course. And I will here I can share this link, right? Okay. Yeah, there's something which I always go for this thing. Obviously, you can go for Microsoft Learn, but I have a habit of learning and as a practice. So what I do, I always create samples. I use some samples, and then I try to practice using that particular models, right? So something which I go for, And if you want to learn about OpenAI, yeah. So this is the another very good module. They have lot of content there where you can understand how thing works. They have some couple of videos as well. Try to see this thing because it will make life easy if you are new to Power Platform to OpenAI. Okay. Okay. Yeah. So that is something about OpenAI. But if you want to have more understanding, I will highly recommend go to their lot of videos which I will share with you. Right, you see these are the videos that which people coming through, and they are keep adding things again from Azure. A lot of features about how to integrate your own data with OpenAI. So a lot of content is there. So you just search for OpenAI. A lot of good content is coming through, and I'm always appreciate the people who are contributing and sharing the knowledge with this. Right, I'm actually going to run 3 day. Sorry. 3 sessions on OpenAI, part 1, part 2, part 3, in next 2-3 months. And if you are interested, you just buzz me. I will actually share the links with you later on. So I'm starting from next month onwards. But if you want to have no more knowledge, go for this resources which I shared with you. Right. So Simon, that is something what I have time. And if you have anything, we can just
Oh, I think that was absolutely great. You covered a lot. I really like how you covered the entire ecosystem of first OpenAI, then you compared Azure OpenAI, then with the OpenAI, and then eventually followed up with some customer success stories, and then finally you had some architecture diagram to show on how it really works. And so, Aroh, let me ask you, right? Since we are still, I would say, I know industry has moved quite quickly after the coming of the chat GPT and all that stuff, but
yeah.
somewhere we are still very new to this ecosystem, right? So, so where do you see developers getting in? I mean, if I have to get started, right? I know you did cover it in the beginning. If I need to go and get started and tell my boss that, hey, you know what, we should go ahead and use AI in this product, what should be that approach? Should I just tell him that let's use some APIs from OpenAI or Azure OpenAI? What should be the right approach to go ahead and
Yeah,
tell
yeah.
our convince our leadership?
Yeah, I mean, this is a very good question. I will start with the step one, which is the use case. If you have a use case, I've tell you one really good example of one of my customer, and it's a, large insurance company, and they have a lot of data scientists,
Mhm.
but they have also a lot of I will say business citizen developers, right? The business users, and they want to have a mix of both the users, the developers who are data scientists, and also things. And the use case came from the business users that is very difficult to find the insurance claims from different customers because they have a lot of data, and data scientists could not actually have no time for that, and they want to integrate some kind of services through which the normal users, that company, insurance company, people can able to find the data very quickly, right?
Mhm.
So again, with I've help from partners, what we did, we create a POC. We create that insurance company. We showed Azure OpenAI with Power Virtual Agents, and the data is coming from. I showed one of the slide deck about the storage, Azure storage.
Yeah, you did.
Data is coming from that content. So that is the insurance company sample I'm talking about. So what they're trying to do, they integrate the the all the private data, again, insurance companies private data is not public, and all the users, this customer is across the globe, right? It's not just in Singapore. So people from US, from America, from Asia, from Malaysia, any country can ask that the questions, and then that ChatGPT kind of features is already given by end users, and that report is generated very quickly, very easily, and that is the thing. Now that use case is now going into production with the partner I'm talking about. So this is the use cases. So if you want to pitch anything, you have a very strong use cases. Why you want to have that particular use cases, and then how that use case can make the entire ecosystem of the users more uh, easy to access, much easy to access the data, and how with security. Those things are three things which I always talk about.
No, that's very well answered, Aroh. And I'm gonna let you go after this last question I asked, because I know it's very late at your end, almost like
Yeah,
9:30 or something, right?
yeah.
Now, but before we move to the next session, Aroh, I know you're from Microsoft, you've been in the community, so I really want your view on this. Because when I used to do a lot of this live chosen conferences before the Chat GPT and OpenAI, people would talk and advocate about the cognitive services, right? And now all of a sudden it has changed that people are not talking a lot about cognitive service. They are more into this Azure AI and open. So where do you see, even when I saw people doing sessions around Power BI and Power Platform, they would say you can use cognitive services, you can create a service over there or do it inside. Now that discussion has entirely changed to OpenAI, Azure OpenAI. So what are your thoughts around it?
Yeah, and there's a dependency, right?
Yeah.
Without Azure OpenAI, the cognitive services won't work.
Hmm.
That is the thing. Think about a base. Think about you are laying a foundation. That foundation is your cognitive services, and you have a lot of windows, lot of questions, and all that is coming from your house, right? So if you want to have a very strong foundation, which is cognitive services, then that foundation is very strong enough to support OpenAI services. So now I know that there's a lot of people asking questions about how to learn and all, but they are missing a point that cognitive services is always be there. You always have to use that services. I'm talking about enterprise now. I'm not talking
Okay.
about the basic one. So if you
Okay.
want to use cognitive services, then you have to leverage OpenAI with that. So
Oh.
again, is cognitive service is always there, whether you use OpenAI or not. There's a different story altogether, but the foundation is always a cognitive services.
Okay, that helps. Thank you so much, Aroh. We always
Yeah,
enjoy hosting you whenever they're in the events. We would love to host you
sure.
back whenever you are available. Any final thing you want to plug in before we wrap it up?
No, I just want to share everyone that if you, I know ChatGPT thing and OpenAI is a good thing, but don't forget there are a lot of other lot of
Yeah.
things are coming like co-pilots and all. Learn those things as well. And don't that just drag OpenAI. No, there are a lot of new
Hmm.
things are coming from Microsoft. We'll roll out new things as well, but I know this is the trend, right? OpenAI. So
Yes.
that is the thing we're talking about. I want to touch base on that because many customers of mine are asking about this thing. So I thought
Hmm.
it's a good hot topic to discuss. So that's why.
And
But
now,
again,
Aroh,
don't forget the new features as well.
yeah,
Co-pilots.
exactly.
Yeah,
Yeah, Copiles are great. Helps you write code. All right, Aroh, I'll let you go. And I know it's very late. Thank you so much once again, and
sure.
have a good night. Thank you so
Yeah,
much.
thank you so much,
Bye
and
bye.
thank you. I'll see you soon in your
All right,
wonderful
see
show.
ya.
Yeah,
All right, that was Aroh Shukla for you talking about the Power Platform and Azure OpenAI. We'll move to the next session, and after that session, we're going to take maybe like 5 minutes break because we all need break. We cannot be sticking to our screens all the time. Our next session is by two amazing folks who deliver session together online, who do in-person events online, who write book together, and they are also MEPs together. I mean, so and they have not guessed until now. I'm talking about the infamous Nanddeep and Smita Nachan, and today they're going to talk about event-driven architecture to process the M65 resource activities. So, without any further ado, let's bring the rock stars in. hello, and welcome back
Hello,
to
hello.
our C
Thank you
Sharp
very much
Corner
for
live
that warm
stream, Nanddeep.
welcome. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for that warm welcome. Nice
We
video.
really love you. So, Nanddeep and Smita, right? We all love you at the C Sharp Corner community. We
Yeah,
miss you
thank you, thank
definitely.
you.
But we see that you both are very, very active in your region, especially with that Pune community that you guys run very consistently and the meetups that you
True.
do. So, thanks for contributing to the community. I won't take much of time. I know I'm only 2 minutes in your session. So, please feel free
Sure,
to go
sure.
ahead and share your screen and then I'm going to add it to the stream.
All right. Uh, okay.
Yeah,
I'm
and
just sharing my screen. Just let me know
please,
if
right?
whenever
It
you can
says
see.
if you cannot find the link, you can find it on YouTube. That's perfect. We're streaming everywhere: YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, LinkedIn, everywhere. All right, we have your slides up and up running,
Yeah.
and the next
Before
35
we
minutes are
go,
yours.
yeah, yeah, sure. I just wanted to check, like, do you see my Azure portal now?
Yeah, I
I'm
see
just
your
switching
Azure
the
portal.
screens.
Yeah, visible for me.
Yeah, great, great, great. All right. So with that, hello everyone, and welcome to Software Architecture Conference, the second edition. And then we are here to discuss more about event-driven architecture to process Microsoft 365 resource activities. So what we are going to kind of discuss in this session is like we use Microsoft 365 day in day out. So whether you are working on a Microsoft technology or maybe non-Microsoft technology, at least we deal with Microsoft Teams, SharePoint on a daily basis. No one can deny that because Microsoft is everywhere. Microsoft 365 is everywhere. We have got Yammer, we have got SharePoint, Microsoft Teams, everything covering you on your day-to-day kind of an activities. So there are for example, if you think of this from an organization perspective, there are too many activities which are happening in your Microsoft 365 environment. So that means number of teams are getting created in your environment, number of channels getting created in your environment, number of files being uploaded to your SharePoint and everything, right? So there are too many things which are happening in your organization. And then just not about the organization, maybe even you are inviting the guest users, they are performing activities onto your platform. So in those kind of cases, event driven architecture becomes very much important, so that whenever there is an event, for example, event, that means simply in simple terms, I created one team in Microsoft Teams team. It is kind of an one event. I created channel inside that, it is kind of an one event. I uploaded a file to SharePoint, it is kind of an event. I deleted something, it is kind of an event. So when we have lot many user activities, lot many admin activities, we need to definitely go ahead and start looking into those events, right? Because there might be certain events that we want to monitor, or at least there are certain events that we want to go ahead, hook up to them, and then start processing them further. Let's say, for example, I created a private channel in Microsoft Teams. Probably I want to apply some kind of an labels on top of it, or maybe I want to do some changes on the backend SharePoint side which is available. So in those cases, this event driven architecture becomes very much important, so that we need to hook up to that event so that we can process that further. And this is what we are going to talk about throughout our session, right? So I hope I was able to set the context for this session. All right, so the agenda that we have got is we will quickly see like what is the importance of monitoring the Microsoft 365 environment and why should we monitor those, and then what are the other mechanisms through which we should be able to monitor. And in those mechanisms, pull and push mechanisms are very much important or mostly used. So we'll also see like what is mean by pull mechanism, what is mean by push mechanism, and then we will mainly focus on to the change notifications. And then here we'll be specifically talking about graph APIs. So if in case you're not aware of this, so there is something called as Microsoft Graph in the Microsoft 365 territory, like wherein all of the changes which are happening in your environment, or maybe all of the notifications or all of the events which are happening, those can be tracked through Microsoft Graph APIs. And then we are going to talk about a simple scenario wherein we will handle the Teams channel creation with the graph notifications using Azure functions. So there is one way that we are going to show you, but again, it is not just limited to one way. There are other aspects as well that you will be able to do along with that. So that is what we are going to cover in this session. So before we start with the session, a quick introduction. Myself, Nanddeep Nachan. I am Microsoft MVP for M365 Apps and Services as well as business applications. I'm from Pune, India, and onto the right-hand side, here are a few of the social media handlers to get in touch with me. As well, I'm author of 3 books. So if in case you have got any discussion, go ahead and send me a request on LinkedIn or Twitter, and then happy to connect with you. And with me today is Smita.
Hello, all. Myself Smita Nachan. I am from Pune, India. I am a Microsoft MVP as well as Microsoft MCT, and these are some of my social handlers by which you can just get in touch with me. And I'm author of two books, so if you have any queries, then please get in touch with us.
All right, so with that, let's get started. Let us first discuss what is mean by monitoring your Microsoft 365 environment. So Microsoft 365 is nothing but software as a service available from Microsoft, which includes various apps and services, including OneDrive, SharePoint, Exchange, Microsoft Teams, Yammer, and many more, which can help you to do your day-to-day kind of an work. Okay, so through Microsoft Teams, you can conduct the meetings, you can have a chat with your colleagues through SharePoint. You will be able to upload your files, you will be able to do your content in OneDrive. You'll be able to do that privately. Through Exchange, you will be able to send out emails. So there are various things, various apps, various services available under the umbrella of Microsoft 365, and that is where monitoring this environment is very much essential, right? Because now that you must have seen that there is a huge increase in the usage of Microsoft 365 environments. Most of the organizations are adopting to the Microsoft 365 environments, and then they are having their own Microsoft Teams, SharePoint, Yammer, all those these kind of a setup. And when we have huge increase in the usage of Microsoft 365 environment, tracking becomes very much essential for the user activities. So whether it could be any of the user activity or whether it could be admin activities. So user activities is pretty much simple, like someone uploads the file or maybe someone deletes the file, those kind of and simple things. Admin activities are pretty much dangerous like let's say for example someone changes any kind of a setting knowingly or unknowingly. So in those cases, monitoring all those environments so that we'll be able to track what has happened, and then we'll be able to go ahead and process that further, right? So that's the reason monitoring your Microsoft 365 environment is very much essential and as well as very much complicated as well. So again, there are pretty much potential security risk associated with admin activities, because user at the banks can do only things which are allocated to them as a part of their role. For example, they can just delete a file maybe which they have access to, but probably they won't be able to delete your entire environment because they don't have that much of rights. But at least with admin activities it is pretty much difficult, right? So what we have got here is whenever someone takes any kind of an action, let's say for example any of the user uploads a file or maybe any of the user creates a team or a channel in your Microsoft 365 environments, everything gets logged into the one system called as audit logs. So this audit log is a huge database of all of the activities which are happening all across your environments, right? So audit logs are again good thing to look into what kind of an activities happening by each of the user as well as all of the admins that we have got, and then we'll be able to process that activities further, right? So for from that perspective, monitoring is an essential for your Microsoft 365 environments. So maybe just forget about Microsoft 365 environments. In any of the environments, let's say for example if you are using Azure environments or maybe in any of the other environments, monitoring is always essential, and then we need to take care of what are the things happening inside of that environment. So what we are going to do now is that there are various ways available in which we'll be able to monitor our environments, but we are just trying to focus on one aspect of it, which is with the graph notification. So that there are various aspects let's say for example something is happening, you want to get notified, or maybe you can poll the system at a regular basis to see like what has happened. So as I said, let's say for example someone makes any changes to the OneDrive or to the SharePoint, Exchange or Teams, all those activities, whether it is a user activity or admin activity, get logged into the Microsoft 365 audit logs, and then you can probably poll that audit log at a regular interval to see like what has happened. Otherwise, we are going to show you one example wherein you will be able to do the graph notifications, which will notify you when there is some kind of an events are happening, right? All right. So just moving ahead, as I said, whenever we want to go ahead and do the monitoring, there are two mechanisms available. First one is a pull mechanism and then push mechanism. So talking more about Microsoft 365 related environments, pooling is something like we will regularly go ahead to the Microsoft 365 audit logs and we'll try to pull the information from that audit log. So all of the user activities, admin activities, they get logged into the audit log. Let's say, for example, as of now, I delete a file on SharePoint that will get added into audit logs by my name, that Nanddeep has deleted this file at 7:30 p.m. IST, right? So what I can do is probably I can develop a system which can pull the information at a regular interval from those audit logs. So here is one technical example of how you'll be able to do that from Power PowerShell. So there is a commandlet available called as search-unified audit logs under the Exchange Online, through which you will be able to search for those unified audit logs. And again, you can also specify maybe a date range if in case you know that okay, the event has happened during this time or this date range. You can go ahead, specify that date range, and then you will be able to get that information about what are the audit logs which are happened. Okay, so this is one way that you need to go ahead, pull the information from the system at a regular interval so that you will be able to see what are the events that had happened, and then you can take action on it. The second way or second mechanism in which we'll be able to achieve this is with the push mechanism. So push mechanism is very much simple, or at least very much simple when we talk about it. That we are going to get the notification whenever something is happening, right? So let's say, for example, I want to generate some kind of an mechanism through which, let's say, someone creates a team in Microsoft Teams. I want to get notified, or maybe someone creates a channel inside Microsoft Teams team. I want to get notified. So that way it will run as a push mechanism. So now that probably if it is getting over complicated, I just want to put it in a simple words. So let's say, for example, I want to buy a mobile which is recently launched into the market, or probably not available generally into the market. So what I can do is I will go to the mobile Shopee, and every day while going to office, and I will ask like, okay, is this model available? So the shop owner will say it whether it is available, or maybe he can request me to come back in couple of days. Again, in couple of days I can go back to the shop and I will ask him like whether that mobile model is available or not. Okay, so this is kind of an pull mechanism. Every time I'm going to the system, that is that mobile Shopee, and checking for the availability of that mobile or that model. And then every time I am or maybe using my resources to go ahead, poll all those kind of a thing, and process those event logs. The second thing is pretty much simple, push mechanism, wherein I can just give my mobile number or maybe email address or maybe WhatsApp number nowadays to the mobile Shopee owner, and I can just say him that whenever this model is available, go ahead and give me a call, or maybe just send me a text on WhatsApp, and then I can get in touch with you. So that way I'm making my life pretty much simpler. I don't want to go ahead get polling all that information every time, but I will keep it very much simple that whenever there is a availability of that event or maybe of that mobile in this case, go ahead and notify me, and then I can process that information further, right? So this is a simple difference between pull and push mechanism. So again, for example, if you ask me like whether the pull mechanism is preferred over push mechanism or the other, I will say there is no rule of thumb that pull or push mechanism is the preferred way, but based on what kind of an scenario that you want to develop, or maybe what kind of a specific use case you're targeting, to go ahead with pull or push kind of a mechanism. But in this session we are just going to show you push mechanism, because that way at least you don't need to pull the system for a frequent time, but you will be just get a notification through which will it will make your life very much easy. Because when you are thinking about Microsoft 365 kind of an environment for an organization, for a huge organization, there are various things happening in the background. You cannot monitor like what is happening at each of the desk of your employee. So there must be too many events going on. Not all of them needs to be triggered every time to the system and take action upon, but again there are certain things that you need to know about. So let's say, for example, I will take an example of Microsoft Teams again. So I don't probably care about all of the teams or all of the channels which are getting created into the teams every day, but probably I'm just interested to know like how many private channels are getting created into the team, so that I can apply some kind of a security controls on top of it. So in that case, instead of polling these logs every time, I can go ahead with the simple graph notification. So whenever there is a private channel that gets created into my ecosystem of Microsoft 365, specifically in Microsoft Teams, it is just going to notify me that, okay, this is the information about the team and the channel that got created. Go ahead and process it. Okay. So this is some kind of a scenario that we are going to talk about more on this. But before that, let us talk about what is mean by this change in notifications, right?
So let us first talk about this Microsoft Graph. So the Microsoft Graph is a gateway to data and intelligence in Microsoft 365 platform. And a Microsoft Graph exposes the REST API and client libraries to access data across Microsoft 365 core services such as Calendar, Teams, To Do, Outlook, People, Planner, OneDrive, OneNote, and many more. So this Microsoft Graph uses a webhook mechanism to track the changes in resources and deliver the change notification to the clients. So the change notification features enable the notifications applications to be alert when the data is created or changed in Microsoft Graph. So when a particular entity is created, updated or changed, Microsoft Graph submits an HTTP post to the specified custom endpoints. So your custom endpoints listen for those messages and act on them based on the logic defined by your business requirements. So let's get more deep into it and then let's see what can you get notification for. So you can get a notification on the messages, events, contacts, users, groups, conversations, OneDrive files, and alerts. So this allows you to do and sync with the data that is accessible via Microsoft Graph. So it also allows you to avoid implementing a polling infrastructure where you submit the request to Microsoft Graph at regular intervals to get the most recent changes. So instead, you can just go back to Microsoft Graph asking for the changes when a notification is received by your application. So this way, you will never miss a change to data that is exposed or was accessible via Microsoft Graph. So some of the example scenario are like when an email is received, you want to translate it from its native language to another language and make it easier for customer to read that particular email. Also, when a new user is added to your organization, you want to automatically create an account for that user in your corporate third party time tracking system and send them an email alerting them that there is a new account has been set up. One more example is like, for example, when a new file is added to OneDrive, you want to take some action on it. So these are the some of the example scenario, and it depends on your business cases also. So let's see about this subscription request. So your application is notified of this activity by creating a subscription with Microsoft Graph. So the subscription tells Microsoft Graph what entities you want to receive notification about and the address of your web API to post them to. So the developer must renew the subscriptions for notifications as needed, as well as the subscription have an expiration time associated with them. So if the subscription is not renewed, it will eventually expire and you will have to keep a track of the subscription and make sure that you renew it. So the change notifications that your app receives from Microsoft Graph can allow you to track the changes of entities if you need to replicate the data in your own system. And about the subscription response, so after the subscription is successfully registered, response HTTP 201 created will be returned. Then manage the subscription lifecycle. So the change notification subscriptions will be valid for a specified amount of time only. So after that time, the subscription is automatically be perked from Microsoft Graph, and this means if your application does nothing after creating the subscription, it will only receive the notification up to the expiration time specified when that subscription is created. So to address this, you could have another process on a timer that verifies the notification are received within the subscription window. And if not, you can assume the subscription has likely expired and needs to be recreated. The recommended approach is to have one process that handles the change notifications and a separate process that creates, monitors, manages, and renew the change notification subscriptions.
All right. So with that, let's move to one kind of an demo, like how we can handle those Teams channel creation with graph notification using Azure functions. Okay. So for that, let me just quickly switch to my development environment. Let me just open up the Teams. So the scenario here is like whenever someone creates a channel in Microsoft Teams, I want to get a notification so that I will be able to process that channel. So I'm not doing anything fancy on this channel here, but I'm just setting one description onto that channel that this channel has been processed by the graph notification. Okay, but in real scenarios, if you want to if you want to just know, like whenever there is a private channel gets created, you want to apply some kind of a security controls, or maybe if you want to change something, you should be able to do that. So right now you can see that I'm into Microsoft Teams, and what I will do is I will just go ahead and create one channel under team. So this is the team called as life and music. I'm just going to add a channel. I'm not going to give it any fancy name. I will just call it as music one, and then probably I can set the visibility, whether it is a standard, private, or shared. Okay, so I'm just selecting private as a random one, and I can just click on create. As soon as the channel gets created, we are going to get notification via Microsoft Graph notification, and then we are going to see the description getting changed. So now that if you see here, quickly it has changed the description, like this channel is processed by graph notifications. Okay, so this is not the default description that you get with Microsoft Teams channel creation, but when I had created this channel, my graph notification sent me the notification saying that okay, there is one channel that got created, and in the code behind, I have written a code to set this description to this channel is being processed by graph notification. Okay, so this was very much fast, right? So as soon as there was a channel got created, I got a notification and I processed that. Okay, so let us see like how in the practice we are going to do it and how we should be able to do that. So for that, let me again come back to the slides. So this is the architecture that we are going to use here. So what we have first is we do have Azure Active Directory, wherein we are going to register the Azure ID app registration, and then we do have that Microsoft Azure function, which is responsible for having the subscription. And then what it can do is it can get the access token so that we'll be able to validate ourselves again that against that Azure Active Directory, because all of our users are into Active Directory. So first thing is that we need to get authenticated ourselves. So we'll get that access token. Once we get the access token, we need to have a subscription created for that. Okay, because now the subscription is like whenever a channel gets created in Microsoft Teams, I want to get the notification. So obviously there is a subscription that I need. Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and create the subscription. If in case you just want to have a documentation view of this subscription, so here is the Microsoft documentation on how you can go ahead and create the subscription, right? So this is the documentation available. Probably I will post the link in the chat window as well, so that you will be able to explore it more. So this is the documentation talks about what kind of a notifications or subscription that we can do. But again, we do have certain limitations here, like since Microsoft 365 is a huge app and services, and not for all of the apps we have got all the events covered by this graph notification, but at least there are few events covered by this. For example, channel getting created or chat message is being posted, so all those are listed here. Let's say probably you ask me like for example, if any of the file is getting uploaded to OneDrive, do we have an event here? So probably at this moment we don't have, but in the future we will definitely have. So the limitation here clearly is that not all of the events that can be subscribed to, but most of them are. So let's say for example, I just want to quickly uh, talk about channels. So let me just check here. So here you can see that we have got for the Teams channel, we have got all those subscription available, so that I can create this subscription for whenever there is a channel that gets created. Okay, so this is a create subscription kind of a thing, and whenever you will create a subscription, that subscription has got a validity. So that means this particular subscription is valid for only 60 minutes. So within that 60 minutes of window, you need to go ahead and update that subscription one more time so that you can maintain the subscription and you can continue to get all the notifications. So how you can update the subscription? Again, we do have a nice documentation available from Microsoft. So there is just one REST API that you need to call out, and then it will help you to go ahead and get the subscription, right? So here is the graph API, like graph.microsoft.com/subscription. You're going to get all the subscription. And if in case you just want to go ahead and get one particular subscription, you can specify the ID for that. And then you're going to get all the information back. Just in case you just want to see like how this one looks like from Postman, let me just open it up. But the bottom line here is that you need to have active subscription so that you'll be able to get all the notifications. And again, as I said, not for all of the events we do have the notifications mechanism available or graph notifications available, but for most of those we do have. All right, so as my Postman is opening, so first thing what we are going to do is we are going to get the access token. Second thing, we are going to create or maintain that kind of a subscription, and then we are going to see how we can handle all those notifications for the channel created. Okay, so Postman seems to be taking some time, but okay, not to worry. Let us go ahead with the other parts. I should have kept it open earlier, but okay, yeah, here it is. All right, so in the Postman, I already have created the um, collection for my graph notification. So here we have got a request for get access token. So what we simply do here is that I have stored this client ID and client secret into a variable. But before that, from where we go get those notifications? Okay, so or that client ID and client secret. So first thing is that we need to have the Azure AD app registration done for that. So if in case you just want to see how we can do that, so you can directly go to the Azure portal, and from the Azure portal you can navigate to the app registration. Okay, so once you are into the app registration, here you can click on new registration and you will be able to do the new app registration. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to search for the app registration that I already have created for this demo, which is called as coming back to the Postman. So here you can see that we do have one post call to log in, and then we are simply passing on the client ID and client secret. Once I pass it on, I'm going to get the access token. So access token is a huge string, something like this, which you cannot remember obviously. So this is the string that we are going to get. And then next thing is that what we need to do is we need to, using this access token, we need to create a subscription for this graph API, and then I'm just going to get all of the subscription. And since I already have one subscription created into this tenant, right? So, oh, could not send the request. Let us try one more time. All right. So now that we can, you can see that we do have all of the subscription that you can see. And here I just have one subscription, which is for get all channels. And that's the reason that notification that we got onto the Teams is working. All right. So coming back here, okay, I'm unable to find the graph API. So, okay, let us go into this graph notification. So this is our Azure AD app registration. And from here, you should be able to get the client ID as well as the client secret that you can create. So you can just click on new client secret and you will be able to get a new client secret, which you will be able to get used for authentication. The very important thing here is API permission. So since now that we are talking about how to get notified when a team channel gets created, at least we want to have the channel dot read basic dot all kind of an permission so that we'll be able to create that subscription. Okay, so this is our first step, that we need to have the subscription. Okay, so let us go back to this diagram again, or this architecture diagram again, now that we have got this subscription. But again, as I said, this subscription will be valid for 60 minutes. You need to go ahead and maintain that subscription by updating the subscription for next 60 minutes. Once you have the subscription, what it is going to do is whenever there is a change into the resource, for example, whenever there is a channel that gets created in your tenancy, it is going to notify you. And where it can notify is the URL that you have specified while creating that notification, and then it will keep posting all those notification to that URL, which is as a function URL in this case, and then we are going to process all those notifications. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is that this is some kind of a create subscription payload. So we just need to post this to the subscription by passing on the change type. That means we want to have the notification created for the in any kind of a created event onto the get all channels. That means whenever a channel gets created, we want to get notification onto this URL, and this URL could be anything. It could be your any webhook, it could be your Azure function, or even it could be your Azure automation runbook as well. Okay, so that thing you can do. And then we have got expiration date time set for this, which we need to specify. And then we do have a client state. So client state is something kind of a secret client value that you want to validate against. So you don't want that someone that has the notification URL probably directly can send any alert to your system, but you want to have some kind of a security place on top of it with this client state. So this one will just act as a token that if you have a token, I will give you the entry. Otherwise, I will not going to give you the entry. So this one is about creating that subscription. And then we do have the update subscription. Okay, so update subscription is pretty much simple. We just need to provide the ID of the subscription that we have created with the previous endpoint, and then we just need to provide the subscription. So once you do that, at least you have your mechanism ready, and then you will be able to handle all those notifications. So in theory, let us go ahead and see like how that one is happening. So now that I have my function app created, and I have got two function apps ready. First one is for creating as well as maintaining the subscription, and secondly I have got another function app to process all those graph notifications. So firstly, let me just open up the renew graph notification. So since we have created the graph notification, it is our responsibility to go ahead and renew it at a given interval. Let's say, for example, 60 minutes. Okay. So don't exactly stick to 60 minutes. Maybe do it well before that, maybe 45 minutes or 50 minutes, because sometimes you do the looping of all those functions, but they might not trigger just in time. There might be some delay, and because of that, you probably won't be able to renew that subscription well in time. So quickly, what I'm going to do is I'm just going to fall back to the file system so that I can do this live debugging and show it to you. So I do have my client ID, client secret, which is open. Don't do this kind of a programming in the production. Your boss will not like it. But just for this demonstration purpose, I have it open for everyone. So firstly, get the access token, and then once you get the access token, obviously you will return back the notification there, so that now that you are kind of connected to the mechanism, so that whenever you will get the notification from graph endpoint, you are going to process that. So here we have got all those information about all of the graph APIs that we have seen, and then we are just simply going to go ahead and do the patching by increasing the graph notification by 60 minutes. Okay, so that's it. Nothing fancy that we are doing here. So now that, let me again come back to this process graph notification function, which is responsible for processing the graph notification. And here I will show you how the debugging works. Okay, I guess I have 5 minutes remaining probably, so I will be very quick on this debugging, and then I can hand it over back to the next speaker. Right. Okay, so now that our event is about the channel creation, let me again fall back to the file system debugging. And here you can see that this is the response that we are going to send back to our graph notification, saying that okay, I'm ready to process all of the notification that you are sending it to me, by sending the status code as okay and sending back the same same validation token that we have received from graph endpoint. Now that when we will next time whenever we will get the notification from graph endpoint, we are going to process that. So what we can do is, in that case, we are going to get all the information about the client state, the resource that has changed, and the change type, that means channel added. And we are going to get that resource information in certain kind of a format that you can see onto the screen. So that we need to just parse using the regular expression so that we can get the actual team ID and channel ID. Once we get that, we are again going to get the access token and then update that channel description by invoking the graph endpoint. All right, so now that we have this debugging session open here, let me quickly go ahead and add another channel. I will just simply call it as music 2, and we will see like how that debugging is happening. Okay, so let me just add it here, and you can see that instantly whenever I'm creating a message or channel there, I'm getting that notification right here. Okay, so you can see that this is the team ID that I just got created channel on, and then this is the channel ID that I have received, and then my function is ready to process it further. And then down the line here, you can see that I'm changing the description to this channel is processed by graph notification. Okay, so this way it makes me very easy to get the notification whenever there is any event is happening into your ecosystem, rather than pulling the entire logs of maybe terabytes or gigabytes and then just trying to find out the information that you are looking out for. So it is kind of an finding the needle into the haystack, that out of this many event logs, I'm just trying to see the events which are created for the team created kind of a thing, right? So now that you can see that, if I can come back here, this is the description which is being set here. Okay, so this is kind of a very much simple mechanism that you can use in your day-to-day life to get the notification whenever any of the changes are happening to your resource. All right, quickly, like this one is again another um, good architecture which is given by Aisha Bas. So this is the entire blog URL for that. So go ahead and look out for this one as well, which is being done with the Event Hub, which is a kind of an more preferable way than using the Azure functions, because let's say for example in a huge organization there are many channels getting created at one go. At least all those events will be stored into the event hub, and then those can be processed eventually. If you directly try to process them using Azure functions, probably not many, but at least few events might get lost. Okay, so to avoid all those kind of a thing, go ahead and try use the event hubs, so that at least you will get you will at least get the assurity that you are processing all of the events that you should do. All right, so take a look at this architecture as well. Again, it is pretty much simple that she is using the logic apps to get the subscription workflow to create as well as maintain the subscription. And whenever there is an event, that event gets placed into the event hub, and then there is another logic apps which is processing that information, and then probably user is getting added to the team, right? So this is kind of another simple mechanism that you can use. So again, I will leave it up to you whether you want to go ahead with the pull mechanism or a push mechanism. But this event notification is again kind of a very much simple mechanism to go ahead and get the notification whenever there is a change, rather than you looking out for that change into a huge log files. All right, okay, so I guess we are well on time, I think so. All right, so with that, thank you very much for having us. And if in case you want to discuss on this topic or anything else further, these are our social media handlers. Go ahead, send us a request on LinkedIn or Twitter, and then happy to discuss with you on this topic. Back to you, Simon. I guess I'm just right on the time.
Yeah, exactly. You
Yeah,
are on.
thank you for the opportunity.
Yeah, thank you, Smita and Nanddeep. You are bang on time. But there was some you were kind of in and out because of the network, but it happened. It is
Oh.
absolutely okay. And I did see in one of the previous slides you shared the blog from Aicha Bash, right?
Yeah.
We host Aicha Bash a lot. She's a good
Oh, right.
friend here at C Sharp Corner. She's not well now, so regards
Uh,
to her. I hope she get well soon. Thank you so much, Nandip and Smita, once
all
again.
right.
I know it's
Yeah.
early 8 p.m. here in India, so I'll let you both go and have your dinner. Thank you so much once again,
Thank
and
you.
we'd love to see you
Thank you
super
very
duper
Yeah,
much.
soon.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Thank
Bye
you, bye.
bye.
Thank you very much
Bye.
for having us. Thank you. Take
All right. Having said that, let's take there's a query from Matt. He says, I must log off for a while. Why will there be recording available later? Matt, you're 100% covered up. This is the exact same link you're watching, right? This conference will be available over there wherever you're watching: LinkedIn, Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, YouTube. I see you're watching it on YouTube, so you will find this conference over there. So no problem, you can always come back and rewatch it, although we'd love for you to stick around. And for the folks who are watching us on LinkedIn, right, we're already 2 hours streaming now. In next 2 hours the streaming will stop, then again we'll start the streaming, because on LinkedIn we cannot stream more than 4 hours. Okay. So thank you, Nanddeep and Smita, once again. And now we move to our next session. I'm so excited. I have never hosted a next speaker. Amira, she is a CSharpCorner MVP, right? She talks around Power BI, and she's very active in the community. She's a full stack business intelligence consultant. And so without any further ado, let's go ahead and bring our next speaker, Amira. Hi, Amira. Welcome to the Software Architecture Conference.
Hello. Thank you for the invitation
Yeah.
and for the brief introduction. Just
Yeah,
I
Amira.
forgot to mention that I'm Tunisian living in Portugal. So,
Oh, yeah, yeah. We when we were going through your social media handles, we found it on some of the website. There was like Portugal, some it was Tunisia. So we kind of confused. So where do you actually live?
yeah. Actually,
All right. Mhm,
I was born in Tunisia, and I left
mhm,
it like I left my home country almost since 2021. So
mhm.
it's like I'm living the adventure, and it's I'm an English speaker, French speaker, and my level in Spanish is very very beginner. So it was really an
Mhm.
adventure because Portugal people speak Portuguese, and
Ah,
but it's very interesting country since the IT market is raising,
oh, that's good.
and I'm following especially the startup ecosystems and the regulations. By the way, my session is about regulation. So yeah,
Yeah, I'm really excited to host you, Amira. We see you're very active in the VP group, right? Yeah, we wish we could host you in the conference that we do in this part of the
one
world,
day,
right?
one day, one day.
One day.
I know. I was near. I was like closer to India in
Mhm.
2019. I went to Qatar, so
Oh,
maybe it's just
maybe
a little bit
someday.
complicated. Like
Yeah,
just
but
imagine from Portugal to it's like around. But
it is.
I hope one day. Yeah.
Yeah, all right, Amira. I won't take much of your time. I'm gonna add your slides to the screen now. Everybody else can see your screen, and next 35 minutes is all yours.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this session about building Fort Knox for your data and making privacy regulations less boring. So today we are going to explore the fascinating world of data, privacy, of course, and the powerful role Power BI plays in securing and managing our data. Welcome. So, the challenge today in today's, let's say, interconnected digital landscape, data is often referred to, let's say, as the new currency. Okay, it's not just a catchphrase, it's an acknowledgement of the central role that data plays in our modern economy, whether it's personal information, of course, or used by marketers, for example, to tailor advertisements, or confidential business intelligence that drives, sorry, corporate strategies. So we see that data drives decision making, innovation, and growth. However, As data becomes more integral for our lives and businesses, so the challenges associated with managing and protecting these precious asset have grown exponentially, and the concerns are always regarding data privacy and security. So they are manifold, and they are affecting, let's say, virtually everyone in our society. So moving to the next slide. It's like after consulting, I spent like too much time to gather information, because some government articles, publications, cybersecurity firms, reports, industry, even association, or even reportable research organizations. So I had like reports from cybersecurity companies like Symantec, McAfee, Trend Micro, also publication from different government agencies responsible for cybersecurity, such as the U.S. Cybersecurity Infrastructure Security Agency. Sorry, I have my braces so done like a few days ago. Research and insights, of course, from industry associations in like the Cybersecurity Coalition of the Information Systems, which is called ISA. Of course, Gartner, Forstner, and many academic research from many universities. So it has been like a long month for me, reading to understand the efforts behind Power BI when it comes to data privacy, and how it's connected to the architecture. Because it's not, when we say Power BI, it's not only developers or architects or who are delivering this tool. It's like many roles involved. So I suppose you know this the song, and I had the magic can. So and here, as I was mentioning, where Power BI comes into the picture. So as a leading business analytics tool, of course, he helped us not only visualizing our data, but also ensuring its security and compliance with privacy laws. So let's delve into how. Okay, so Power BI is a revolutionary like tool. The way and the impact, we can see it on the way organizations approach data management and decision making, of course. So with its, let's say, robust set of features, it can not only allow for real-time data visuals or analysis, but also ensures that the data is secure, organized, compliant with various regulations. So we can connect to a wide array of data sources, transform raw data into meaningful like insights, but in reality we're not seeing. It's like all we see is like the emerging part of the iceberg, but behind there are like many efforts for that. So what's the like but what is the question is, what's the architecture behind the intersection? This is how like when we talk about the regulations, compliance, and the architecture. So the nexus between the architecture and the security is whether the elegance of Power BI design meets the fortress of its protection mechanisms by, like, let's say, marrying well engineered architectural foundations with state of the art security measures. So Power BI delivers, it becomes a platform that's not only efficient and adaptable, but also secure and resilient. The architecture. So Mainly Power BI is built like the service and platform on Azure. So Microsoft, we know all Azure, since it's the Microsoft's cloud computing infrastructure and platform. The architecture of Power BI service is based on two clusters. We have the web front end, WFE, cluster, which manages the initial connection and authentication to the Power BI service. And the second is the backend cluster. So once you are authenticated, the backend handles all, let's say, the subsequent user mine interactions. Power BI here is gonna use the Active Directory to store and manage user identities. And of course, Azure Active Directory manages data storage and metadata using Azure Blob. And not only that, Azure SQL database, respectively. So if we dig deeper, the web front cluster, so it's, let's say, is instrumental since it's managing the initial interaction between a user's browser and the content needed to render a site, for example, such as Power BI, for example, a service hosted on Azure. With this cluster specifically, there is like an ASP.NET website operating in the Azure App Service environment, having the role as processing user requests. So I'm a user. I attempt to connect. Okay. My DNS service engages with, let's say, Azure Traffic Manager. So it's employing the performance traffic routing method to what? To locate the most geographically suitable data center hosting the Power BI resources. So it's kind of all related. This will ensure what? Optimal performance when it comes to, and of course, lower latency for me as a user, and the use of what we call the Azure Content Delivery Network, the CDN, for example, hosting static resources like JavaScript files, CSS style sheets, images further, which can help augment or increasing the site's loading efficiency. But what is also always the architecture behind is the same question. Maybe I'm talking too much technically, and I always try to repeat the same thing, that if today we have many, it happened with me a lot, many clients, many people that ask the same question: is Power BI really secure? I always say that you are seeing only the emerging part of the iceberg. You don't need to, as for example, especially for direct consumers of the reports, you don't see it, how it's managed in the background. Even for implementing, and we were going to see that, for implementing such features, it's like, I'm not going to say small configuration or a basic one, but it's like not even reaching the average, comparing to the effort behind all the teams working on Power BI. So the backend here, the backend cluster in Power BI is a vital element that handles all the core functionalities and data, let's say, processing requirements of the systems. So it's complex and well orchestrated, setup, compromising various components such as service endpoints, background working services, databases, caches, etc. So the structure is designated or designed to be scalable, both horizontally and vertically. So accommodating what? Accommodating the growth and robust performance needs. Hosted, and of course it's hosted across multiple Azure regions, so it offers the flexibility to deploy in new regions as they come online. So when the scaling limits a single cluster, like are reached, for example, the system can expand into one or more backend like clusters within the same Azure region. So this architecture ensures that the Power BI service can continue to grow and adapt, providing consistent and efficient service to its users. How Power BI is making privacy regulation less boring. The approach mainly to privacy regulation, like Power BI approach, represents, like I said many times, the emerging part of the iceberg for regulations. So first, by providing user-friendly compliance tools, data classification, role-based security, auditing, integration, education, customization, and secure even embedding. So it's helping us to make the privacy regulation less bureaucratic and more engaging, of course. I took some features because there are many features and sometimes they are complex for some audiences, of course, with us. So some of them, like the one listed here, simplify the complex world of compliance, and of course, turning it into accessible and visually appealing experience. While we cannot forget to mention, like GDPR is one of the regulations reflecting let's say border commitment to support organization in navigating what we call the complex landscape of data privacy and security. Power BI remains, in my opinion, with its capabilities, not only it's signaling like a trend toward making compliance not just a checkbox activity, like, but and I'm betting on that, like an integral and less tedious part of business operations. So the product team behind Power BI to provide, let's say, an end-to-end solution for protecting like sensitive assets. Like we say assets, it's not only data. So they needed to address like challenging customer concern on multiple like fronts, like many questions. How do we control who can connect, where they are from, and how they connect? How can we control the connections? So maybe how these are even many questions I receive every day. How is the data stored? Is it encrypted or not? What controls like do I have on my data? What else? Like how do I control and protect my sensitive data? How do I ensure that there is no like this data can't leak outside the organizations, etc. So believe me, it's my daily routine. Like yeah. So as I already talked about some features implemented in Power BI, the famous row level security or role-based, like a role-based security, which is implemented through row level security. So it's sophisticated, very sophisticated mechanism that restricts data access to, let's say, at the row level based on predefined roles or groups. Like we can create customizable security layers at the very core of the data. And here, the real like role of RLS is transforming Power BI into a fortress that is adaptable to diverse organizational needs and challenges. When a user accesses a report or dashboard, Power BI dynamically evaluates like their role and applies the, let's say, the corresponding security filters. So, and ensuring that they only see the data they are authorized to view. That's it. Another feature is the object level security, which enables, let's say, the model authors to secure specific tables or columns from like report views. For example, a column that is that includes, for example, personal data can be restricted, so that only certain viewers can see. For example, for HR departments, they have the right to access personal data, for example, for the pay slips, etc. So they will make sure with the OLS that these certain viewers will see and interact with this data, only them. So in addition of that, we can restrict like names, metadata. So these added like I'm considering it as a layer of security, preventing like users without the appropriate access levels from discovering especially business critical or sensitive personal information, or even some business rules and requirements. So the data encryption, which is considered as a dual layered security measure. So it ensured that the data is protected both when at rest, the stationary like status, or when being transmitted or received like in transit. So for I call it data in motion. So Power BI here uses what we call the SSL, the secure socket layer, or the TLS, which is the transport layer security protocols, which create an encrypted link between the server and the client and prevents unauthorized interception of the information. When it comes, like, for example, to data at rest, the advanced, let's say, encryption standards is employed. One of the most, we know it, one of the most secure encryption models available. So it encrypts the data on the server and making it readable, making it unreadable without the proper decryption key. So this means that even if someone were, let's say, to gain unauthorized access to the storage where the data resides, they would be enabled to interpret like the decryption key. Data, like, let's say, data classification and compliance. So since the data varies and the teams behind Power BI, they understood data varies not specifically in sensitivity and regulatory requirements. So this feature enable like organizations to tag and classify data based on its nature. So whether it's personal identification information or financial records or other forms of data, we have like what we call this kind of classification tool to allow for precise categorization. So this is kind of granularity. It's not only an organizational like advantage, but it's a pathway, in my opinion, to compliance. The identity and access management is a robust and security mechanism focused on ensuring that only the right individuals have access to specific data resources. So we are it's not just about restricting access, it's about precisely managing roles, permissions, authentication protocols, within the organization. And last, secure like sharing and collaboration. So it's a need. It's recognized by Power BI as a need, and they innovated a lot. It's a suite of features that enable us to secure sharing, collaborating data on data-driven project, whether it's within, let's say, a team across different departments, even with external stakeholders. We ensure that data in the reports and dashboard can be shared with confidence. So yeah, I know I've been very excited about that. So we need to know that we are all concerned. So I always say that, and many people agree on that, experts and people working on the security and the regulation and the compliance for data. Education and guidance within Power BI play I call it a pivotal role in making privacy regulations more accessible and intimidating, and less and less intimidating. So how? By offering comprehensive documentation. That's the first point. The tutorials and guides, and of course the community. So big shout to the Power BI community, which is now Microsoft Fabric or Fabric community. Many people are there every day to assist you, including me. So it's a free advertising. Sorry for that. So like the Microsoft excels in that, and the Power BI this educational approach, in my opinion, fosters a more informed and, let's say, proactive attitude toward compliance. You're not alone. Why? Because this is like a small let's say I defined the people working behind that tool, because it's going beyond that technical profiles. We have compliance experts, like professionals collaborating with Microsoft, who are specialized in privacy laws and regulations, such as, for example, GDPR, the case of Europe. They are responsible for ensuring that that the guidance provided by this architecture is in line with the current legal landscape. We have technical rights and content creators. They work to translate. If you go, for example, to Microsoft Learn today, you will see that many profiles work to translate the complex legal and technical concepts. Just imagine that inside like within the teams working on Power BI, and then publishing every single detail about it. So, and we have the instructional designers who are helping to develop interactive training modules or webinars. So they are focusing even on effective educational techniques to convey, let's say, complex information in a digestible way. Because Power BI, as we all know, it's not only for technical, IT technical, at least, backgrounds. It's for everyone. Who also product managers and developers, of course, big shout to them, especially with a monthly update. Things can go crazy, and with the ideas and with the support team behind, of course, they would ensure that the platform's feature are aligned with the privacy regulations. So even when they code, they need to be aware that what they are going to deliver, those lines, thousand lines of codes, are aligned with the privacy regulations, and their first aim always aims to collaborate on creating educational resources, of course, and guides in leveraging this feature. We have legal counsels similar to the compliance experts, and of course the customer support and community managers, the security and privacy officers. So I was fascinated when I read about it. When I tried to gather the information, I thought like in many people, the let's say the thoughts were simple. It's just a product like any other product, but no, it's not. It's beyond that. It's like I say it again. We are seeing only the emerging part of Power BI. So please, when you use Power BI, try, and of course, you have an idea about creating, let's say, a sophisticated button. I know. Just think about the effort all people are doing, the effort like done by all these people, and think, is Power BI here as a product for highly sophisticated like visuals? We understand it's a powerful platform, and they are still working on the graphical like the part. So yeah, thank you very much. I hope I'm on time. I just left. Sorry, I left a few minutes for any questions.
Perfect, Amira. That was great. Just grabbing some food. It's already 8:30 at my place, so I just ran when you came to that. Any questions? So no, I mean, I think that was a great session. And the reason we selected your session because the way you put up in the description that you can have a story, and then that's how you take through your entire session. So that was very interesting. What else you want to add before we just wrap up the session?
Maybe it was like we say it in French. It's a coup de cœur for me, reading about the efforts behind Power BI, and because I remember I was in university when Power BI was released, and I was a big fan since I had my since I went to university. I had like that love for Microsoft products. For Power BI, I remember I downloaded and I started importing some data and dealing with that. But I was at least in that period, I was seeing it only as a tool to show me like statistics. Let's say that word, okay? And then day after day, I started following the news, the updates, and I understood the vision was it was bigger year after year for Power BI. So we should not like see it as a reporting tool or a business intelligence tool, or no. We need to go beyond that. I'm still waiting. I was waiting for some features, and I see that currently we are focusing on improving other features. Sometimes I feel like the frustration of many audiences because we have monthly updates, so people are just they are just tired because then I learned something last month. I'm not even able to reproduce, for example, a tutorial that I attended. So, and I find another update coming. So keep learning. That's good. Nothing is easy. So, but I'm happy that what I expected like years ago, yeah, I'm living it right now.
Yeah, I'm 100% with you, Amira, when you say that how Power BI started and to what Power BI is now. It's really changed. I remember, I think it was launched somewhere in 2016. Preview was launched. Then people, as you just now said, people thought it is just going to be another dashboard. But now, if you see the kind of connectors that they have, all the dynamic contents that you can have on the dashboard, and in fact, with the Microsoft 365 Copilot and all coming up now, You just go ahead and write a prompt and it creates your dashboard for sales. It can create your dashboard for your engineering team, for the developers, for the marketing, for the customer success, you name it. So definitely Power BI has come a long way. And I'm also with you when you say that there's a lot of updates coming up. It happens in the MSC Microsoft ecosystem, and I've seen that they do a lot of updates. One way that I keep up myself is I follow the folks on Twitter. Let's say I follow a program manager on Twitter and they talk about Azure Data Studio or something. So they write blogs over there. So instead of me going and searching somewhere, I just follow them on Twitter. The moment they tweet it out, I see, okay, those are the few new updates. But one thing that I also love about the Microsoft product is that they make sure that you get to know all these new updates when you go ahead and start your application. For instance, if I'm setting up in Power BI and there's a new update, they'll have a pop-up saying, these are the new updates. These are some of the learning resources. You can go ahead and see it. So I see that across the ecosystem of Microsoft products. And I just love it. And we have about 4 minutes before we move to the next session, Amira. And before we do that, I'm going to ask you one question, which is not kind of related to this tech background, but what I want to know is, what do you do apart from all this BI stuff and dashboards? What are some of your hobbies?
Reading and traveling.
Wow, all right. That's good. How many countries have you traveled?
Let's count. France,
you can count? I've not been outside India. Can you believe it?
Let's say seven.
That's a good number.
This year I didn't do that much since I had some. My schedule was a little bit. Let's say I was busy, so I had like very quick, travel. Let's say. I launched my newsletter on LinkedIn. Is the Power BI Jiggle Gazette. It's not technical, or just I'm sharing my thoughts in a funny way. For example, about the weird question I received about Power BI. It's like from clients in interviews, from people that, for example, they like from my managers, or for example, I remember that I have an article, the data wizard, like Power BI, the data wizard that makes your boss think you're genius, for example. About so it's not 100% technically, but I try to even for some concepts to make them easier. And I want the reader to, when they dive into my newsletter, to not get fed up and find similar content every way. Otherwise, I respect every contribution. So yeah, and maybe I have like in the future, like some conferences online. I'm still preparing my schedule in summer, and this year Portugal is very hot compared to last year. So I escaped like Tunisia, because we reached the 50 degrees, and I went to Portugal. It's hot. Anyway, thank you for the invitation. Hope to see you soon.
Yeah, thanks, Amira, for joining us at this conference and sharing your insightful thoughts. I know it's getting late at your place. I will let you go, and hope to see you soon. And we'll see you in the CSharpCorner community. Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, that was Amira for you talking about the Power BI. And now we move to our next session. I'm really excited because I'm hosting our next speaker after 2 years, Monica Rathbun. She is a consultant and Microsoft Data Platform MVP. And active author on CSharpCorner. I know she's a featured author. So without any further ado, let's bring her in. Monica. Welcome to the Software Architecture Conference.
Hey, how are you? It has been a while, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's been a while. I was looking the last time we hosted you was in Cloud Summit, and then people started going to these in-person events. It was very challenging to bring people together on one same day, same timing. So I see that is the reason we couldn't do a lot of virtual events. So I'm really happy to have you back.
Great. Thank you for having me. I appreciate it.
All right, Monica, I won't take much of time. We're going to do chit chats towards the end of your session. I'm going to add your stream to the screen now. Everybody else can see it, and next 35 minutes is all.
Okay, let me start my timer because I have a habit of going over. I'm going to do my best to do a 35 minutes, which will be very interesting. Hi, everybody. Thank you again for hosting me. It's always a pleasure to work with CSharpCorner. The environment and the way that they share all of this knowledge is phenomenal. They have a reach beyond any other platform that I know of, and I'm happy to be able to share my knowledge with you. This is a brand new session. It's when to choose serverless over a fixed size resource. I haven't done this one before, so I'm looking for great feedback. If you guys have it for me, if there's things that I don't cover and you wish that I did, let me know. I would absolutely love to get that feedback from you. So hopefully you can see my screen, you can hear me okay. Those that know me as SQL Espresso. I am SQL Espresso on Twitter. I'm on the new Blue Sky. I am on Mastodon. I am on all of those wonderful social platforms that are trying to get some legs and grow. I've got my blog, SQLespresso.com. I'm known as SQL Espresso because I am always high on espresso. I talk a mile a minute. So those that do not speak English as their first language, I apologize. I do my best to slow down on my tempo, but I don't always reach that goal that I want. So just bear with me if I go a little too fast. This is recorded. You can watch it on a slower speed and hopefully pick up all of the concepts that I'm going to give you today. I was laughing when I saw your intro, Simon, because you had Katie in the picture. I tend to give this slide all the time when I'm doing virtual presentations because I have cats notoriously that stay out of my office most of the day until I go online and do a virtual presentation. And during those presentations, you're going to see Katie, Theo, Cora, and this disastrous Luna. She's my newest kitten. And she goes on my desk and tears it apart. So don't be surprised if you see a tail coming back and forth as I talk. I try really hard to ignore them and actually try my best to ignore them and just carry on. So hopefully you can too. Maybe get a little chuckle as they stop by and visit us, as I do assume that they will. So anyways, just a little bit of side note that I was laughing, Simon, because you noted my my special guest and that cracked me up. Okay, what are we going to talk about? I love to break this down so you guys kind of get an idea of what to expect in the session. We're going to talk about what serverless is, the type of serverless offerings that are out there, not only in Azure, but maybe AWS or Google Cloud, depending on what you're using. It is a concept that some people grasp really, really easily, and some others just kind of struggle with what exactly it is and how that cost. There's a different cost between having a serverless option versus having a fixed option. And we're going to go into those. And then we're going to talk about scaling, dynamic scaling. It can actually scale your resources based on your usage, which could really be a cost savings, and we'll tie that in. But it can also cause other heartaches. And we'll talk about that when it is best to use these kind of things in your environment to get the most bang for your buck and not end up with a huge Azure bill, like was talked about earlier, when they spent that $1 million in that 7 months that was brought up in that session, rather than, having that year-long $1 million cost that they budgeted for. So we'll tie that in a little bit. I was glad that was mentioned earlier. We'll talk about the workloads. We'll talk about what type of workloads you want to have and what you need to consider before determining if serverless is the best option for you. And then number 5 is where I really want to stick. I want to actually go and look into what is the gotchas and what are you going to expect when you go to a serverless offer. What kind of things that you're going to have to change in your code, what kind of things you're going to have to really allot for when you decide that you're going to get this. These are gotchas that I've run into with my clients, or that my clients have run into, or other people that we know that have run into, that's really put a halt to using serverless and had them switch back to a fixed option. So we're going to talk about that. And then we'll see what kind of questions you might have at the end and see if we can address those. But we only got 35 minutes, so actually a little less. So let's go ahead and get into it. We're going to talk about, again, serverless. What is it? Now, a little story. My dad, when I started talking about, hey, I'm starting to work with the cloud, and I work in databases. I've been doing databases for 25 years. He was having a really hard time concept with what the cloud is. He imagined our data flowing through the air, and we just kind of grabbed the data out of the air. And if it rained, our data was in trouble. No lie, that was an actual conversation we had. So when we talk about serverless, I try to explain it as, okay, where did the server go? Right? If you're looking in this room, it's like serverless. We took all the serverlesses out, all the servers out of the room, but where are you actually doing the data load? So serverless is kind of a hard concept for a lot of people to get. But what I like to talk about is to just kind of get your toes into it, is it can be commonly used as a function as a service. So maybe you're using Azure functions or Amazon Lambda, and you're paying for functions to be executed. So you pay when you're not deploying to an infrastructure, you do not need a server, so you're serverless. You just need to be able to have some code executed. And you want to be able to pay as you go with that code. So maybe you pay for how many executions of that function that happens in your environment. Maybe it's 1,000 and you're paying for 1,000 executions of a function. Or maybe you're paying for a function that runs just an application for a little bit of time, and you need to throw it out somewhere and have it execute in the cloud. Azure Logic Apps, that's another version of this where you have a program that exists doing something without the notion of the computer and the compute it's executing on. So there's truly hardware behind it, but you're not owning the hardware. Now, I'm a database person, so of course we're going to be talking about Azure SQL Database. Now, that's one thing where it's a logical server, yes, but you're on hardware, but we're only paying for the little piece of that hardware that we're using, the compute side. We want to pay for the resources we're using as we're using them, and we don't want to pay for it when we're not using them. So we get this concept of auto scaling that we're going to talk about. But the key to this is your data still lives somewhere. So you will always be paying the storage portion of this. So that's something to consider. And then you will be paying the compute resources separately. So those are the two pieces, and that's kind of important to know. Serverless doesn't mean it doesn't land on a server. It is on a server, but you're only paying to use that server when you need it. So hopefully that's a little clearer for people when it comes to the concept of serverless. There's a lot of options out there for you to go ahead and read on to get a little bit more information on that. So let's talk about some of the options that are available for you out there, such as, again, I said the Azure functions, right? Azure functions, AWS calls it Lambda. Again, this is things like you will pay as usage. So functions are paid for at runtime. So here's the thing you got to think about. If you have long running code, if you have a function that somehow ends up in a loop and you end up calling that function too many times, you're going to talk about big dollars. So when you start to think about using these things that are available in the cloud, you're going to be paying per usage, per execution. So you have to be really careful in evaluating your code, whether you want to actually have something in a serverless option, the pay as you go, pay as execution. Now they do have an option where you can actually reserve capacity for these functions out there. So you have two different ways you can use the cloud when it comes to calling a function. So your apps can just go and grab the function within the cloud. And you get the fixed as well as the usage. Now, I had a client that actually used this really, really well. They had a function that was called when they were doing their nighttime workloads or certain reports that they would run. And so they only paid for it to run, 1 or 2 times a night. And it was very advantageous for them and within their app to just pay that little tiny bit for those run times. Again, you have to be careful with your code, and you're testing your code before you do these things so you don't end up with millions and thousands of executions in a really large bill. So we have Azure SQL Database. Highly recommend Azure SQL Database. It is, again, a pay-as-you-go option with serverless, and I have a screenshot that we can take a look at those availabilities for us on Azure SQL Database. Really good tool out there. You've got Azure Database, again, for MySQL, PostSQL, AWS Aurora. So it's not something that's just within Azure. We have lots of different, or SQL, right? We have lots of different ways we can use this. Postgres is a great example of an option that you can use inside this. Azure Containers, somebody talked about containers earlier. You can do a serverless option for containers as well. Cosmos DB and Redshift, you can do your analytic workloads on a pay-as-you-go, and we'll talk about when that's good to do and when that's not good to do, especially if you have a lot of processing that happens that you need to pay for those seconds of CPU cycle. We'll talk about how the pay structure is done, which can bite you, but can also save you. So let's talk a little bit about I'm going to kind of go through these slides a little fast so we can get to the good gotchas at the end. So serverless constructs. So these are kind of things you need to know for the basis of serverless and why it can actually save you money. So auto scaling and auto pausing is really, really great. We're going to talk about that a little more in depth. It can scale, meaning scale out, give you more CPUs and more power as your workload increases. And then it can actually scale down when your workload is smaller. So you can go from all the way up to like 16 vCPUs during your height of the day, and then you scale down to maybe 2 vCPUs in the evening. So there's lots of things that you can do to save costs by scaling up when you maybe have an on sale. Say you are a ticket client where you've got to sell a big thing, Ticketmaster. You got to sell a bunch of tickets during peak times, and then lots of times where you have downtime where there's no sales going on. So you could scale up really quickly and have it max out on its own without you interfering to your upper limit where you scaled, and do your ticket on sales. And then when the on sale is done, you could scale back down and save all of those resources. And you can do that automatically, which is awesome. You can also pause, turn off the server compute resources when you're not using it. So the cost savings could be huge, but I want you to look at this second one. It's paid per second. Yes, per second for those CPU cycles that are going to happen. So you have to really pay attention to see if a fixed cost you're actually reserving and taking off, 8 CPUs reserved for a Azure SQL database or whatever you're using, and you're paying for that 8 all of the time, or you're just going to actually pay for the time you have it live and doing the cycles per second. That's the big key word on there, per second, and we'll show you that cost here in a minute. But it can really reduce the cost when you use it for things like dev test. So not everybody's testing 24 hours a day. So maybe you've got some code that's going to go in and you have your testers testing for a few hours. You could pay for those resources and scale up while they're testing certain loads to match your production system. That's a great way. And you can actually save money by only using that server and having those resources available as you need them. So that's a great way to save costs there. Understanding where your databases have their workload, right? Are you working mostly during the day and no workload at night? Or are you doing a lot of cycles at night and not a lot of activity during the day? Again, you've got that peak on sale thing I was talking about. You really have to know your workload and when your users are using that database. Maybe you are a 9 to 5 shop and you only have a workload when the users are connected from 9 to 5. Well, that means at night, it can auto scale and go really low and shut down and pause during the nighttime. So you're not paying for that server at nighttime because you're not using anything. So again, functions I talked about a little bit earlier. You're calling an Azure function. You can save time on that call time or any resources that you might have reserved for those functions. But you got to make sure all that code is tuned before you decide to do something like that. So this is a quick thing on cost. So here's the cost. Let's say I go ahead and I'm going to do a fixed price model, a pay as you go, and I'm going to reserve that 600 gigs or 600 CPU capacity here. It's a cost. It's going to be, I'm sorry, that's on cost. It's going to be my cost is going to be the same every month. It's going to be a provisioned resource. I'm going to say I need 8 vCPUs. I need this much memory. And I know every month my bill should be the same when it comes to my compute cost, right? I've reserved a server and that is what it's going to be. Now, when I start to go through consumption-based costs, I'm paying what I'm using, right? I'm actually paying different peaks. I don't have a monthly bill that I can expect every month. It's hard for accounting and budgeting, but I'm able to possibly save the company millions and millions of dollars by not paying that standardized bill and reserving those particular instances when they're not being used. I mean, if you have dev test that only gets used once a month, why are you paying that standard cost for once a month when you could use something like serverless that allows it to pause throughout the month, and then it can beef up and work and take that load as it needs it by those CPU cycles. So that's a really good way to look at it. You're going to be either paying that same budgeted bill every month that you guys have, or you can get that dynamic bill based on your usage. So those are the two things, the fixed price or the consumption based, or that pay as you go type thing. When we talk about performance efficiency, that's when you're developing your infrastructure. That's when you're trying to decide what exactly I need in the cloud that's going to cover my workload, and at what are my peaks and valleys of performance. And so you can kind of decide what kind of hardware you're going to need. Are you going to need to scale? Is there something where you're starting off really small and you're going to scale over time? You've got to figure out when you're choosing your hardware and you're choosing which type of service that you want and what type of servers you're looking for, what architectures you're going to have. You're going to have to figure out what are your sizes and what are your usage patterns. So there's a lot of analysis that happens, but it is your job, like they said earlier, as an infrastructure architect, to figure out what that efficiency is. And that can be really hard to do. Going to an option like this can actually help you when you're starting out. You can start to look at what your peaks and valleys are and what your usage patterns are using a pay-as-you-go type service, as serverless is. And then you can start to see what the scalability needs to be. How many times did it scale up? What did we need to do? When did it actually pause? And then you kind of get an idea of, yes, we probably need to go to a fixed environment because we're scaling too often and we're always at this peak or what have you, or we're able to scale down to 2 vCPUs for 75% of our load, and then we're scaling up to maybe 16 at our peaks. And then you get that money savings during the time where you can actually stay at that 2 vCPUs, for example. But it gives you this auto scaling ability to where it can be hands off from the infrastructure side. You're able to sell, and I'll show you in the next slide, but you're able to determine what exactly I need to have for allocating resources based on my performance. It starts to watch your workload. If your workload starts to get really heavy and robust, it will auto scale the amount of CPU and memory examples, for example, for you without you having to touch it. It makes it really easy when you're in a big, large environment where you have thousands of servers and you have to watch and figure out, oh no, we've got to scale up tonight because we have a big on sale that's about to happen. Or we're going into tax season, I need to go ahead and scale up. Or we're going into whatever it is, your big reporting season or whatever happens within inside your work environment where you need to manage the scale up and scale down or fail over to get new hardware, all of that great stuff that we have to manage inside the cloud. Serverless options do that for you. You can set on the screen a min and a max of where you can go. So you get a little bit of control over the money aspect of it. Not a lot, but you get a little bit of control. Here's an example for Azure SQL Database. You can see here as I'm picking my tiers, I have this serverless option, and forgive me for looking sideways because that's where my thing is here. I have this serverless option where I can actually say, give me serverless, and you say what kind of hardware you want, and then you set a min and a max. So let's say I want to have I know my workload is a minimum of 2 vCores, but I want to max it out to 16. I don't want to pay no more than 16 cores. It will go through that scale as it needs to size and auto scale for you to get your workload through at the maximum efficiency. And you can keep hands off. Once I set this, then I never have to touch it again, and it'll manage the auto scaling for me. And it has a little bit more information. It's going to give you a minimum of 6 gigs in memory, 48 gigs max, so you can control all of that. Again, now look at the pricing. See that cost summary? That's the big thing here, and hopefully you guys can see my mouse here. But you'll say it's going to give you the storage cost, right? Because you're always paying for storage, and it puts it in cost per gigabit. And then it gives you the max storage that it's going to allow you to have, so you can control that cost a little bit. And remember, that cost is not going away. That's going to be a steady cost based on the amount of storage being consumed. But here's the thing here. It'll give you the estimate of storage cost, which is great, but look at your compute cost. The vCore second cost. So you're being charged that amount per second of usage of those CPUs. So if you're a smaller scale and you're saving money because you can actually be scaled down for a lot of your workload, that's fantastic. But it gets really, really scary when we run into situations, which we'll talk about in a little bit, where you're getting charged per second and you don't have connections that release. So it's still alive and not paused, and we're going to start getting billed per second of all those connections still being attached to the server. So that's the scary part. The auto pausing, it will actually shut down your server, pause it during specific windows or when you don't have any activity. So again, at night, we don't have an activity. It starts to see I don't have any active connections. It's not being used. It will pause, turn off the server during that window until somebody wakes it up. So you're not paying for weekend usage or end of the month usage or whatever it is, or nighttime usage or a couple hours during the day when that server isn't being touched or when the devs and test people aren't using it. It's paused. You're not being billed for it, minus the storage, and it's wonderful. You don't have to control it. It actually watches. In this case, we enabled auto pause, and if there's an hour lag, meaning no activity in an hour, it's going to bring the server down. And then when we start to get activity, it'll bring the server back up. So that's a really, really great way to save money, and where I would not have, if I had done the fixed cost and chose the model, I'm paying for it all month long, whether I'm using it or not. The auto pause feature allows us to get away from that. Okay, so here's the big question, right? This is the question of when do I use fixed, or when does serverless actually benefit me? And this, again, I'm going to say one more time, dev test. If you build it, they will come, right? If you have dev test environment and it's not used all of the time, we tend to test in cycles, right? We're not necessarily running a test load 24/7 unless you're a big, giant enterprise. So why are we paying for a fixed resource, reserved resource, for something that only gets used a few hours a week or a few hours a day? And it can be small environments. So maybe we have it used at 2 cores when we want to test something, but we also want to actually test it at a higher core thing. We can push a workload and see how many cores that workload actually requires. It will scale up if it needs more. So by the time you're done with your testing, you may be at 2 cores when you started, but after you run your test for a while and it notices the workload, it may max out at 32 cores. And then you know your peak time needs 32 cores. That's a great way to do that. And remember, we're only paying for that usage during the testing time. And then it'll actually pause and we can let that go. Really, really, really great way to use serverless. Now, here's another one, early product development. Maybe you have a small amount of data and you're launching a brand new app. Maybe you have those Azure functions that you're using, and we only have to execute it a few times a day or a few times an hour, or we only need the server lightly during the time. We could pay for those CPU cycles on a serverless one and see as we grow, maybe we start to outgrow the serverless. We've saved a bunch of money. We start to outgrow, and then we go over to a fixed cost. Kind of getting your workload environment stable, and then moving to what you think you truly need at the end. And you can actually use serverless to determine that within its auto scaling and its pausing, and you'll know what your patterns are for that data usage and the proper sizing. Big way to save money in those environments. Cyclical workloads. So the standardized up and down in your workload, beginning of the month, you have a lot of usage. End of the month, you have a lot of usage. But during the middle of the month, you have barely any usage at all. Great use of serverless. There is no reason to waste resources on a fixed server and a fixed tier when you can actually not need it for the mid-month work at that scale. So really good on that. We have a client that at the beginning of the month, from like the 1st through the 4th of the month, they only have 2 vCores. It's the max they ever hit. But like at the end of the month, when they're doing their month-end reporting and their month-end processing and billing that happens, they need 9 cores. So it automatically scales up for them. They're very, very happy. We don't get calls and say, hey, we need you to do a scale up for us. We're going to have to take an outage, or we're going to have to fail over to scale up. That might take an outage, different kind of things that we need to do to scale, or they need to have somebody actually create something that would help us programmatically scale or what have you, or a person to interfere and scale up. This will do it for us, and we don't have to manage it. They're very, very happy. It's hands off. They don't have to call us. It works wonderful. So here's the thing about gotchas. This is when we go to serverless and we figure out, hey, this is not working exactly how we planned. So we have to mitigate what I'm about to show you. So I'm really lazy. The server is really lazy. It goes really, really slow. When a server when the server auto pauses, that means it stops, right? It's going to say, hey, you're not using the server. You haven't used it for an hour. I'm going to pause. I'm going to bring all your resources down. You're not going to get charged during that window. I have paused. Well, let's say you need to get a connection and you need to start using this server. You've got to start hitting that database. It doesn't automatically, you do a query and all of a sudden it's back up. It needs time to re-warm up and allow those user connections to go. So you need to build in something inside your app, or maybe an ETL process or whatever you're doing, to allow it to wake up. Maybe it takes 30 seconds to wake up. Maybe it takes a minute to wake up. Maybe it takes 20 seconds to wake up. Either way, just know when that server starts to be used again after it's auto paused, you have to give it time to wake up. You may get some timeouts. You may get some connections denied. You may get some things that you're going to have to put in some retry logic to actually have it wake up for you. Things to keep in mind. Here's my grumpy one, and here's where you cost a lot of money that sneaks up on you. This is when you actually think the server is supposed to go to sleep. So you kind of know what your workload is. You know you actually go to sleep. It auto pauses. That's what I mean. It auto pauses every night. So you expect your bill to be a few $1,000s. It's kind of been pretty stable. You've got a stable workload. Serverless is perfect for you, but a user doesn't close their connection. An application doesn't end its transaction. There is something that somebody has developed that keeps a connection open. Now, if I have any activity whatsoever on that serverless and I'm expecting it to pause and go to sleep, somebody keeps an active transaction, I am paying per second for that active transaction to keep existing. Maybe you have something that pings over and over again, that server to kind of make sure it's awake, or somebody's built in something into an app that you don't know. Every single time it hits that server, the server thinks it needs to be awake. So you never get the sleep time. You never get the auto pause, and you might end up with these big giant bills. So there's things that have open connections and user connections and things that unintentionally keep the server awake, which can mean big bucks. So that's something you have to keep in mind, and you have to watch. Maybe you have to build in logic that automatically kills connections a certain time of day, or what have you, whatever your app does, when you're expecting that time to pause and you actually get that cost savings that you're expecting. The minute somebody keeps something awake and open, big money per second. So that's a big gotcha that can do it. So the next one, poof. Poof is the big word. I know, very scientific word. This is when the server goes to sleep. It's kind of like a restart, but it doesn't come back up. So when it comes to SQL Server, I'm talking SQL because that's where I live, we get a lot of really good information that the optimizer uses, or we use, to make performance decisions inside the database. So we have statistics, and we have different things that are housed inside the DMVs, the dynamic management views, that give DBAs information on how the server is doing things. The statistics of what kind of weights we're having, weight stats, what kind of weights we're expecting, or what kind of weights are going on, so we can troubleshoot high CPU or something like that. Statistics for the optimizer to know our data, what's our data distribution inside the database, so it knows what to expect and what kind of decisions to make as we run queries. Well, when you bring a server down and restart a normal on-prem server or VM or whatever, all of those things get wiped out. We know that. We know every reboot actually wipes those out, and we have to have new metrics, or the server has to build new statistics, or whatever we need to do inside a SQL Server. So think of a pause when it comes to serverless as a restart, because we lose everything. Poof, goodbye. All of that great stuff that we have is no longer kept for us to reuse over and over again and make decisions. I was very, very sad when the first time this happened. I actually reached out to the product group of Microsoft and said, hey, all of this stuff is gone. I really need this for performance, because performance guru, that's what I do. And they said, oh, sorry, it's gone. We don't actually keep that. We will spin up a new database for you, or whatever option that I've chosen as far as serverless, and it doesn't propagate and keep all that information for you. So keep that in mind, all the good stuff. It does take a performance hit, in my opinion, when it comes to queries, especially with that and anything else that I rely on as a DBA. Remember, it acts like a reboot when you pause. So we lose a lot of good stuff. So the last thing that I have is auto scaling. I told you it's going to auto scale based on our workload, right? Which takes that pressure off of us. It's going to say, I'm at 2 vCPUs. Now we've got a bigger workload coming in. I'm going to go to 4. Wait a second. We got a big giant workload. I'm going to go to 16. And it's going to interfere and watch those workloads for us and scale up as needed. Now it does it on a snail's pace. Your data is coming in like a puma. It's going really, really fast, or a cougar. It's coming through really fast, that you actually want the scale up to happen faster for you. If it starts to get that big on sale amount of volume that comes in for ticket sales, you want it to be able to match and scale up. It doesn't do that. It's going to watch your workload. It's going to make some determination on that workload. It's going to make sure that workload is steady at the higher thing. Then it's going to decide, hey, I'm going to scale up those resources for you. To me, it's not fast enough in reaction to my workload, because sometimes I want to be able to jump. I want to go from a snail's pace all the way up to that puma as fast as my data changes and that workload is changing in my environment. And it does not do that. It's going to be a gradual scale up for you, not total snail pace, but pretty slow as it adapts to your workload. So just keep that in mind. There will be some times where you're still seeing the high CPU or high memory usage or paging out or whatever it's going to do on that smaller scale, until it makes the determination to scale up and you get right-sized automatically. Really, really, really great features. Serverless is a fantastic option to save money. It allows us, again, to scale down, to pause, and only pay for what we use. But these gotchas is what I really wanted to focus on and make sure that you are aware that this stuff happens. You have to plan for it. Don't expect this miracle product when it comes to the serverless options, that it's going to solve everything for you. And it can get you in the wallet. It can add big dollars to your bill, but it can also reduce your bill by millions, depending on what you're doing and what your use case is. So it's something to definitely look at and consider these. All right, Simon, I know I went over because you said we had a little bit of extra time, or wow, look at that. I'm almost right on time. So thank you, everybody, for allowing me to talk with you today. Here's all my contact information. You can email me, catch me on Twitter. You can catch me on Blue Sky, all the great stuff. My blog is out there, and you can get me on LinkedIn as well. The best bet is hit me up with a message on LinkedIn. I usually am pretty good at replying to all of that. I work for Denny Cherry and Associates. We're a consulting firm where I do a lot of performance tuning. So you can always find me there as well. But that's all I've got. Thank you, Simon. I truly appreciate it.
Wow, that was great. You're on time, right?
I tried. I know I talk really fast, you guys. I have a lot to say.
Yeah, you do. And I really loved your presentation, Monica. You said this is a very branded presentation. So, quick question: I see your slides are very much branded with the conference theme. So, did you do it, or what is it?
No, actually, your colors match my colors. So, TCA.
So we copied you.
Yeah, we use a standard template for us, and it keeps it really clean. It just happened to match. I was like, yay, look at that. So
yeah, that looks really nice. As I like how you start with the agenda and you set up on what is serverless. You spend good time explaining that. And one thing that I did not know about was you really have to pay for the storage. I did understand that, okay, only when you run it, then you have to pay. I did not know that we are also paying for the storage, and it makes sense, right? And I also liked on how you compared it with the Azure SQL. Because whenever we go ahead and look at any of the sessions, people talk about, right, okay, there's a chunk of code, you can always run it, you can save costs over there. But I did not know that there's a flavor of Azure SQL that also allows you to have a serverless approach. That was a couple of things that I took away from the sessions, apart from great pearls of wisdom that you shared. But so let me ask you one question from my end, right? We usually say that it's going to save you a lot of money, right? So there's a gentleman who also asked in the chats that that talks about the migration, right? So Monica, is it like we are saving a lot of money, and but we are writing a lot of code or spending a lot of time in making sure that our application has a serverless architecture? So are we, kind of winning or losing somewhere over there, or it's really easy to go ahead and modify your existing application?
It's pretty easy, because most of the time when we're making decisions to migrate to the cloud, we either are going from on-prem or VM and we're switching over to the cloud. So we know what to expect, hopefully, of what our workload is. So we're not going in blind. If we're doing a brand new application, we kind of have an idea of what it is, unless you're actually building some kind of Apple app or something like that, and you don't know if it's going to become viral, and all of a sudden you've got all of this thing, right? That might get you. But we know as DBAs and as architects and infrastructure of what to expect, what our company does. So you're able to choose the serverless option and say, hey, we do have no activity at night, or the only thing we're running is ETL at night, and we have sporadic workloads and stuff. So you can plan and make those decisions pretty easily. Migrating to it is like migrating to anything else when you're going to the cloud. The move and shift or backup, restore, all that kind of stuff works the same. It's just a matter of how you're paying for it.
Wow, you really talk fast, Monica.
I do. I try.
Yeah. All right. And one thing from your slides, I really like your slides. And the reason I say is because there was not a text at all. There was just graphics, right? And you were just speaking. So I see a lot of presentation from behind the scenes. So I see all these good things that even audience really like. When there's a lot of text on slides, it's very challenging to even focus on speaker or look at the slides. So I think
I appreciate that. We try. So Megan works with us. I know we have some extra time. Megan works with us, and she specializes in making sure that the slides are very compatible with color blindness or whichever things. So one of the things we talk about when you do slide things is trying not to put the words there.
Yeah.
We want to grab the concept. You don't want to read, and we want to be able to talk about and explain things rather than somebody read the text. Now, the downfall of that is when you try to look at somebody else's slide deck and you don't know what they talked about during those slides. So you can't use them as an educational tool, right? That's what you lose. Like, what was she talking about there? It just says too slow. There's a snail on it. What? so that's the downfall, is the behind the scenes usage of the slides after that.
I'm really impressed that you guys work so much behind the scenes, even on these little things. That's really good. Let's take one question from Patrick, then I'll let you go. Patrick is asking, have applications that use entire serverless or ever mix app service with serverless? If have, so when I use it?
So you can, okay, so if I understand this correctly, you can actually use serverless Azure functions.
Yes.
With a regular database server that is fixed. Yeah. You could do different things. You could call an Azure function from your app, any kind of app. You can call an Azure function or whatever you're using and mix them. You definitely can mix them. You don't have to do serverless for both or whatever parts of your application. You can have different pieces. So hopefully I do have clients that use Azure functions, Patrick, that go and that have servers that are fixed servers. They have reserved instances or whatever, and they can call Azure functions throughout their code doing whatever they want. Or maybe they have it used inside ADF. They're using it in their ETL process and they're calling a function. There's lots of things you can do in cross types, use serverless and non-serverless. So yes, you can do a mix.
Yeah, you can do it. And there's a concept called, as he says, Azure function in the comment, there's a concept called triggers, right? Azure function has a lot of triggers. You can connect both inbound and outbound, which will help you connect any of the Azure services or even other services that exist. Yep. So thanks for the question, Patrick. Any final word, Monica, before we wrap up your session?
Serverless is great. I love the option for serverless. It's definitely something to look into. If you want to save some money and have that extra money for your bonus at the end of the year, it's a great thing to look at. Just, again, making sure you know what those connections are. Figure out if you can sever connections at the end of the day during your pausing and stuff so you don't get that surprised bill. because that's no good. We don't want to get billed for 7 months, $1 million is out the door versus that year you had planned. So just watch for that. That's all you have.
All right, Monica, thank you so much. That was absolutely great session. We always enjoy hosting you.
All right.
I'll let you get started with the rest of the day. And thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Enjoy,
Ta-da,
everyone.
bye-bye.
Bye.
All right, that was a power pack session by Monica, and I don't think so. We are even halfway down to our conference, but never mind. I say thanks, Patrick, for asking all the questions, and Abel. I'm sorry, Abel, we couldn't take your question, but I hope I kind of took your questions to Monica around the migration part. So what I'm going to do now is let's try to do a raffle, right? Let's try to do some raffle. We have been asking that go ahead and comment using the Software Architecture Con 23. I see few folks commenting with that. So we're going to do a lucky draw now. You can still do it, and we're going to continue doing it. We'll do it at least 2-3 more times in this entire conference. We are only like 4 or 5 sessions down. We can still do it around 2 to 3 more times. So I urge everyone to go ahead and drop comments using the hashtag Software Architecture Con 23. And let's go ahead and do our very first raffle. Let's drum roll. If I get someone from the team's email ID, right, even mine, then we won't consider it. Not me. Don't make me win. Oh no, CSharpCorner, you don't win. You don't win. So here's the funny part, right? Since we go ahead and comment that you use this hashtag, it also picks it. No, so not CSharpCorner, not me, and not a couple of guys who work me in the team. Come on. We need someone. Oh, no, not me. Come. You have to be kidding me. No, I don't want to win. Oh, this is funny. Let's see. Some drum rolls. No, come on. There's something wrong with this tool, guys. I'm sorry. I don't know why am I winning every single time. Let's do one more time. Hi, Kapu. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the conference. Ergo Santras, welcome. Congratulations, you are the winner. Yeah, you are the winner. Please go ahead and reach me out on Twitter. That is Code with Simon. Let me know. Take a screenshot and just let me know that you are the winner, and we'll send you some swags. Okay. Yeah, Patrick, I am the winner. Victor says you better go buy a lottery ticket. That's so funny. All right. Yeah. So we're going to do it a couple of more times in the conference. And one update that I have for you guys is that Alan O'Neill, who was going to talk about role of message queues in system architecture, he cannot show up, but I'm gonna run another session by Vishwas Lele. And I'm gonna stop my screen, share the screen once again, entire screen audio. Yeah, and this is one of the good sessions. So it's going to be a recorded one. So it's a 20-minute session, and then we'll be back with this session joining us. If you guys want to take some break, maybe, and come back in 10-15 minutes, and then I'll see you. Until then, watch this session on Cloud Application Architecture by Vishwas Lele.
Skills that I'm going to talk about. Okay, so with that, let's get started. This is nobody needs to be told this. I used to have this slide, a version of this slide a few years back, when I used to say, cloud is the future backbone of IT, and I've removed the word future. Cloud is the backbone of IT, and this is the transformational change that has happened in the cloud. And in order to take advantage of this, and we are talking about a trillion with a T, $1 trillion industry that is moving towards the cloud, and imagine the kinds of opportunities and skill sets that are going to be needed. So with that said, my agenda is really broken up into 5 parts. And I'm going to touch on these areas. Of course, we could have a talk on any one of these topics, but hopefully I can give you a 360-degree view. When I talked to Mahesh first, he gave me some ideas about what the audience would like to hear. I took his feedback, incorporated that into the agenda here as well. So we'll talk about these 5 things. We'll start out with what are cloud architect responsibilities. And before we jump into patterns and technology, I want to talk about responsibilities. Then we will touch a little bit about cloud design patterns. And I saw that there was a great discussion about CQRS before. I will take a look at the pattern, but from a cloud perspective. Then we will look at some of the Lego blocks that you need to, as an architect, you need to have an intuition for how these building blocks come together. And then, of course, thinking about the cost. The cost is becoming an important factor in the cloud. And we will talk about that, give you some ways to think about that. And of course, no talk about cloud architecture is complete without automation. So we'll spend some time on automation as well. Okay, with that gets started, let's go with item number 1, which is what are the cloud architect responsibilities? And before you get into the technology of it, Azure and AWS and Google and whatnot, before we go into that, let's take a step back, right? In order to be successful in the cloud, there are a few things that need to come together. And if you're an aspiring cloud architect, I encourage you to pay attention to these things as well, as much as learning these technical skills. So Peter Drucker, I'm sure you've heard of this famous quote from Peter Drucker, that culture eats strategy for breakfast. What did he mean by that? You might have the best cloud strategy, but if you don't have the culture, you're not going to be successful in the cloud. So how can you as an architect bring about a cultural change in your organization, right? One thing you can do, and by the way, no architects succeed by just sending out an email and issuing a decree. Nobody listens to them in that manner. You have to figure out a way to collaborate with people, create a culture. So cloud is all about agility. Cloud is all about automation. Cloud is all about shared responsibility. Cloud is not about us versus them. This is a production issue. Well, did you put enough observability in your code that we could debug that at 2 a.m. in the night? So that's a developer responsibility as well. So to the extent you can talk about culture, that will improve the outcomes. Collaboration is important. We find that cloud projects are successful if you have an executive backing into that cloud project. You need to collaborate with whoever is the executive sponsor. You need to collaborate with your networking folks. You need to collaborate with your security folks. Okay. Then think about the adoption framework, and I'll give you an example of this. By adoption framework, I mean by now, there is a wealth of information available out there about how organizations should adopt cloud. So all the way from a strategy to a plan phase to a migrate phase, there's enough documentation out there. So as you develop your cloud skills, technical skills, think about the adoption framework as well. And I'll give you an example. And of course, we will talk about architecture. So this slide, shows some of the skills that I have in mind. And of course, see the skills on the left-hand side, application architecture. We're going to talk about that. Automation, high availability, governance. No cloud architect is going to have these skills, of course. The important thing to note here is that you reach out to the right people in the organization, develop some understanding. So you might have somebody in your organization who is responsible for networking, and networking on premises, maybe they're used to some sort of a micro-segmentation model. And in the cloud, of course, it is all software-defined networking. So work with them, use their expertise. Similarly, ITSM. There may be people with ITIL experience in your organization or in your client's organization. How do you build a bridge with them to see how that self-provisioning that is working today will work in the cloud? So technical skills, collaborating, and then non-technical skills in my mind are equally, if not more important. Change management. Cloud is about a change. How do you make change management happen? Read about that. Communication, collaboration, and I can't stress enough on the self-starting part. Cloud is changing constantly. And if you don't have the self-starting mindset, you cannot become an expert in the cloud. So cloud adoption framework, right? This is a framework which is out there in the Microsoft site, about 500 or so pages of information. Talk about strategy, plan. Once you've planned, you've done an app portfolio modernization. Now you're ready to set up a landing zone. What should be the naming convention? How should you structure it? What is the organization of your business? What business units do you have? What kind of naming convention will that entail? Migrate, innovate, and of course, governance phases, and then managing observability, maturity of operations, and so on and so forth, right? So read about these things as well. All right, so that concludes the first section of my talk. Think about culture, think about collaboration, think about the non-technical skills. broaden your understanding about the framework and adoption framework. And oh, by the way, even if you're working in Azure, there is great wealth of information in other platforms as well that you can learn from. So don't limit yourself to just one set of guidance. Okay, so I'm going to shift gears, move into cloud design patterns. So there was great discussions. The prior speaker talked about CQRS and very good patterns. I want to focus on one type of patterns, which hopefully will allow me to communicate a couple of important points in my talk: resilience patterns. And this is really important from my perspective because you want your applications to be highly resilient. So the first pattern that comes to mind and is probably the retry logic. And you're probably thinking to yourself, Vishwas, I've seen retry logic. I use it all the time. Well, what has this got to do with the cloud? Well, retry logic becomes more important in the cloud. Why so? Because in an on-premises world, you have a dedicated piece of hardware, oftentimes over-provisioned. So you don't see any of the throttling that might happen. In the cloud, you're dependent on multiple services running in a multi-tenant environment, which means you may get throttled, which means you might have a transient fault, which will go away momentarily, but you need to be smart enough to handle that transient failure. So the retry logic becomes really important. In fact, let me do this. I'm going to go to Visual Studio Code really quickly and show you a couple of examples to motivate that right here. Okay, so let me find right here. I should have had that file here, but I did not. So let me just find it here. Yeah, there's the retry logic. And I just want to call out a couple of things here and let me get this thing out of the mix. So by now, any cloud service that you're using, and I'm going to use an Azure specific example because that's where I spend most of the time, but these patterns apply to any cloud. So if you're using any Azure service today, the client SDK for that service gives you some sort of a retry policy. And if you don't have an SDK that gives you a retry policy, then you can, of course, take advantage of open source projects like Poly, which is an excellent resource for you to use. But let's take a look at the Cosmos DB example. Line 4, I'm setting up a connection policy. I'm setting up the maximum retry attempts, which means if the first attempt fails because of some throttling reason, please try this call again 3 times, but then limit the retry to 60 seconds. Makes sense? Quite simple to understand. Let's take a look at the storage example. Here, the options are a little bit more advanced. So once again, I'm creating a blob client. And here I'm setting up a retry policy, which is exponential retry. What does that mean? I'm going to try once. If I get a transient failure, I'm going to back off. And every time I back off, I'm going to increase the time exponentially. And that's a best practice, because imagine if you're writing a multi-threaded application and each one of them try every 5 seconds, then you're going to have the same throttling problem. So it's better to sort of spread the retry attempts across. Now look at the line 16 here. Not only are we retrying, we also have this ability to say primary, then secondary. So if my 3 primary attempts fail, then hey, storage, retry me or send me to secondary, and I might get a read-only experience, but at least I have a connection to a storage location. So that's the retry logic. Okay, so let's go back here. One interesting thing I've learned from my journey in the cloud is that retry logic is not only important, you need to be able to test this logic. So when I showed you this code here, go back to code, when I showed you this line 14 to line 16, this is a pretty important piece of code. The problem with this code is that it never gets executed because it is really hard for me to recreate a transient fault. As a result, this important piece of code, 14, 15, 16, 17, is going to be executed at 2 a.m., the worst possible time, and then you will not know why it executed in this manner and what happened. Okay, so it's really important to test your retry logic. So how should you test your retry logic if you don't have a way to simulate a transient failure? Well, I'll show you an example here. Right here, what I have is a virtual machine running. What I did here was I got the open source code for Redis. And in my application, I was architecting using Azure Redis cache service, but I wanted to test my retry logic. So what I did was downloaded a C++ version of Redis server, injected some chaos into that, And now I ran a client against that for 1,000 operations and seeing, oh, so my retry logic executed 1,000 times or whatever the chaos number was, and how many operations out of that failed. And that gives me a way to reason about my retry logic. Okay, and here's the client code. I think I should be able to show you the client code in a second. Let's go here. And if I can easily find it. So Redis client. And if I go in here, right here is my client code. And you can see I'm making 1,000 operations here. And then this piece of code, this is testing my retry logic. Okay, makes sense? So find creative ways about how you can test your retry logic. Now, in certain cases, you will find that it is not a transient fault, and it is actually a more permanent problem. And now you have to worry about resource exhaustion. What do I mean by that? So you're going to keep retrying, and there is not a transient fault. As a result, you're going to keep calling a downstream system. You're going to fill up the queue. At some point, you'll get into resource exhaustion, and you will cause an outage. And I'll show you an example in a moment. There's a website which talks about root cause analysis of all cloud outages. And if you look through the root cause analysis of the past outages, you'll find that a majority of them are related to resource exhaustion. And very simple pattern. And if you put this pattern in place, a very simple pattern to solve this problem is break the circuit pattern. Let's just walk through some code and to see how retry pattern can be implemented. Okay, so circuit breaker pattern. Sorry, I said retry pattern. I meant circuit breaker. So let's look at this code. How's the circuit breaker implemented here? So I'm going to make a call to the downstream system. I check if the circuit is open, which means I cannot make a call to the downstream system. Then I'll execute this piece of code. We will look at that in a second. But if the circuit is closed, I simply let that call go through. Makes sense? Now let's look at what happens if the circuit is open. If the circuit is open, the first thing I do here is I check if I've spent enough time waiting. See, I don't want to inundate my downstream system, so I wait for a certain period of time. I check if I've waited for that time. After I've waited for that amount of time, I take a lock. Why do I take a lock? This is a multi-threaded application. I don't want to overwhelm my downstream system, so I take a lock, so only one thread goes through. One thread is going through here. I do a half open. I make a call to the downstream system. If the downstream system succeeds, I'm ready to close my circuit. Okay, so very easy to understand. 10 lines of code, but this can save you so many outages that can result from resource exhaustion. Okay, so we have talked about this. Let's talk about one other resilience pattern, and then we will move on. So uninitialized state is a very common bug or a problem, and we have seen this all over. I want to motivate a very interesting example of this uninitialized state that can only happen in the cloud. Okay, so let me bring up a code example to show you. By the way, I have gone through all of these problems myself, so you can think of this slide as learn from Vishwas's mistakes. That would not be a far-fetched statement. So I've gone through all of these problems. And let me walk you through this example right here. Okay, I'm going to close some of these to make myself more room. So I want to show you this example. In this case, what is happening is I'm bringing up a compute instance. The compute instance comes in, and then I do some initialization as part of my compute instance. And I wrote this code, and since the initialization is expensive, I went in with a best practice. What is that best practice? The best practice is right here. I go into the file here. The best practice is line 11, that if my compute instance gets recycled, please do not clean up my local storage. That's an optimization that most people will use. So when my instance was coming back up, and because I had that optimization, I needed to check if the initialization had been done. So how do I check that? I wrote a breadcrumb. I wrote a breadcrumb on the D drive. So if the machine came up, I checked the breadcrumb. I did not initialize. I saved myself that initialization time. Make sense? Now, what happened to me in this instance is that compute had a disk failure. So Azure automatically moved me to a new machine, kept my D drive the same, gave me a brand new C drive. As a result, my registry was not initialized with all the things that I needed. Okay, so my breadcrumbs logic was faulty. Of course, you can fix this quite easily. But these kinds of attack vectors are possible in the cloud, where unbeknownst to you, you might end up getting a new C drive. Okay, and you have to deal with that kind of initialization problem. So keep those things in mind. The last pattern I want to talk about, planning for resilience. And let me talk about this for a second. Just to talk about this previous slide. So there's this slide called Common Causes of Cloud Outages. And I will make this slide deck available right after this session. I can put a link on my Twitter feed, or I'll send it to the organizers, and they'll have this so you can look at these. So this is a site called the Common Causes of Cloud Outages. I simply did a search for resource exhaustion, and notice here on the right how many finds it has of resource exhaustion. So remember, I was talking about the circuit breaker pattern that causes resource exhaustion. Majority of the cloud outages are because of resource exhaustion. Okay, let's talk about resilience modeling and analysis. Sounds like a fancy term, does it not? So this is a technique that Microsoft Teams use internally to improve the resilience of their service. There's a link down there, you can download that. But the idea is quite simple. Much like you, at the early stage of the design of your project, you think about security these days. If you don't, you should be. That's what DevSecOps is all about. What this technique is talking about is, much like you think about security during the early stages of your application, you should also think about reliability for your application. How do you do that? So let me show you an example right here. So simply take a component interaction diagram right here. So take a component interaction diagram, and right here, what we do is we figure out all of the failure modes of this diagram. So this compute instance is calling the storage account. So this is one failure mode. I'm calling a queue storage, that's another failure mode. I'm calling a database, that's another failure mode. And notice the signs here, which says throttling right here. This is throttling, which means I can be delayed. I might have a shared access signature to my storage account, which might have expired. These are all failure scenarios. I might be dependent on an external service right here. So imagine that if you can draw this component interaction diagram, you take every failure mode, 2A, 3B, 2C, all of the ones listed here. You take these failure modes, you make sure that you have a way to detect these failures, and then you make sure that you have a way to mitigate that. That's what resilience modeling and analysis is all about. Important thing to note here is you will never get into a state where you have mitigated every single potential failure, because frankly, that's a business decision. Every time you try to mitigate a failure mode, it's an expense to the overall cost of the project. And you need to figure out what is that business justification for what resilience needs that you may bring as part of your design. Okay, so let's keep moving here. So that concludes my second part of my talk, which is the design patterns. And as I said earlier, I have only given you resilience patterns. I encourage you to look at the architecture pattern site, look at all of the patterns that apply here, anti-corruption pattern, asynchronous request reply. So keep going to this architecture center, pick a pattern whenever you have time, look at one pattern, think about it, and then in this manner, continue to widen your horizons in terms of usage of these patterns. All right. So that concludes the second section of my talk. We talked about the culture and adoption first. We talked about patterns. Now let's look at the Azure building blocks, which are sort of the Lego blocks of Azure. And as an architect, you need to have an intuition for what these building blocks are. And I know that there are lots of building blocks. There are over 200 services in Azure. No one person can know all of that. And of course, you have to rely on your teams, your dev leads, your developers, your others. You have to rely on them. But as an architect, you need to try to develop an intuition for what these building blocks are and how you can put them together in your architecture. So I want to take example of only one compute option. I can draw the similar diagram for networking, for messaging, for storage, but let's just talk about compute here. So as you know, in Azure, we have many different compute options. You have VMs, we have VM scale sets, of course. You have Azure container instances. If you've not used them, container as a service, you just create a container, don't worry about the host. You have Azure App Service, which can be run with or without containers. You have Azure Kubernetes service, which is the managed Kubernetes service. You have serverless computing with Azure Functions. And then, of course, you have Azure Batch, which gives you sort of batch-like capability. Now, what do I mean by develop an intuition for which one to use when? So here's an example. I have a monolithic application, and I want to run it in Azure. I can run it on a VM, of course. I can run it on a container instance. But maybe the preferred option is Azure App Service because all of the manageability is being done by the Azure platform, reducing your total cost of ownership. If I have an end-tier application, I may want to run it in Azure App Service as well. If I'm trying to build a microservices-based application where I have dozens of microservices, then I may want to take advantage of AKS. And I'm only showing Linux containers here. The slide needs to be updated. As of 28th April, Windows containers GA'd with AKS as well. So you could use Windows containers or Linux containers. If you're building an event-driven application, Functions is a great option. Now, let's explore that further. So people often talk about, I get an event, I am acting on it in a stateless manner, and functions are great. What if you are acting in a stateful manner? Well, there is this notion of durable functions that you should be looking at, a very interesting capability there. So think about the options that are available to you. Similarly, if you're trying to write a batch operation, of course, you can run this batch operation inside Kubernetes, but you can also run it if the batch operation is sort of short-lived. Maybe you can run it as a function. But if the batch operation is truly a long-running operation, then Azure Batch may be the best option for you to consider. Okay, so this is what I mean by know the building blocks, have an intuition about what are the strengths of these building blocks. Let's look at Azure SQL Database for just to motivate this example of what I mean by these building blocks. Azure SQL Database, we all know and love the database service. It gives us geo replication. It gives us automatic asynchronous replication. That's what the geo replication feature is all about. It gives us multiple secondaries. Now, if you have to fail over, either it's an unplanned failover or a planned failover, you need to initiate that action. And then you need to think about the failback options. What do I mean by failback? So primary fails into secondary, and now primary comes back up. You're able to fail back into the primary. That's what I mean by failback. Now, you need to understand these characteristics. And then you have to also understand that when you initiate a failover operation, your connection string has to change because now you're going and talking to one of the secondaries. How will you deal with that? What DevOps do you have in place to be able to support that connection string change? Let's look at Cosmos DB. Cosmos DB, of course, natively supports geo-replication. It supports automatic regional failures. Of course, it has multi-master support now. If you've not looked at that, you have two locations. They can write, and then you can do deconflicting, understanding those kinds of things. And the last thing I will say about Cosmos DB here is that in this case, if the primary fails, Cosmos DB will automatically redirect you to secondary 1, secondary 2, depending on the order you've specified, without you having to change the connection string. Knowing those kinds of details are important when you're designing for resilience of your application. The last example I will give you about the intuition of these building blocks is PaaS meets VNet. So I find that lots of application architects have a good understanding of, hey, I know app service, I know containers, but do you know where app services interact with something like VNet? So to motivate this example, so as you know, if you've created an Azure SQL database or a storage, these are multi-tenant services, or you've created an app service instance, there are multi-tenant services which are available. The endpoint is available on the internet, right? That's what multi-tenant shared service is all about. Now, if you're going and working with a healthcare company and they require the data to not ever go over the internet, how do you deal with that? Well, what you do is you create an app service instance called the app service environment, which is an isolated app service instance inside your virtual network, right? That's how you create it. So you really had to choose between the two. You had to give up some capabilities to get the other one. Well, Microsoft has introduced new capability called Private Link. And if you look at what Private Link enables you to do, you can still use your multi-tenant services, but you can also ensure that the connection is happening over a private network. Okay, so that's what Private Link is all about. So this is what I mean by keeping track of what are the new capabilities and how they impact your design decisions. Okay, so that concludes my section 3. Remember, we had 5 sections to talk about. We started with culture, patterns, and the building blocks was the third one. Okay, so let's look at the cost. And this is probably the one which I'm most passionate about. I have many customers who are spending a very large amount in the cloud every month. And I think of it as my personal mission to make sure that they're using the cloud resources in a manner that is most optimal to them. And to show you an example, let's look at this case study here. So imagine that I'm an organization and I have these 4 kinds of workloads, okay? These 4 kinds of workloads. So the first kind of workload is I have web servers that can see an unpredictable spike. I have certain services that will see some predictable spike, 9 to 5 high, after 5 low, so I have a predictable spike. I have some bad jobs, some data processing jobs that I run at night. And then I have some line of business applications that I have to run 24/7 because they don't get too much use, but I still have to have them because even if a small number of users are using it, they need access to that application 24/7. Today, I'm running this entire portfolio of applications, maybe in an on-premises setup, or I do a lift and shift of that into an Azure data center, and I can run them on 100 VMs, 4 core each. So I can run this 100 machines, and I can run all of this infrastructure right here. Okay, how much will this cost me? This will cost me about $658,000 a year. That's expensive. How can we reduce the cost? Let's look at some of the options. For unpredictable burst in requirements, I can take advantage of something called the burstable VMs. I'll explain in a moment what these are. For predictable spikes, I'm going to use VM scale sets. For bad jobs, which I don't care about finishing in 15 minutes, I can take a few hours to finish. I'm going to take advantage of low priority or spot instances. For my line of business applications, which don't require a high number of active users, I might containerize it. So how will these options save me some money? Let's take a look. What are burstable VMs? And if you don't know this, this is really an interesting concept. And the best way to explain this concept is, I'm sure in some point you have had a cell phone plan which gave you rollover minutes. And think of that for a moment, and that's what this is all about. You buy a VM at a certain baseline performance. For the time that you are not using the baseline performance and you are using less than the baseline, Microsoft will see that you're using less than the baseline. They will give you credits for that. And then you can use those credits to then pay for the spikes when they come up. Make sense? So that's a burstable VM. If I did that, I can save 50% of my web server cost, which is 10% of my overall cost. Okay, that's one way of looking at it. VM scale set. So VM scale set is a very interesting capability where you can spin up multiple VMs in a really speedy manner. And Microsoft actually under the covers is doing some interesting magic. Let's say you ask for 10 VMs. They guarantee you that you will get 10 VMs in a very short period of time. And under the covers, they actually provision 13 or 14 VMs because 1 or 2 VMs, if they fail, you're still able to give you 10 and you pay for 10. Okay, that's what VM scale set is all about. So you can scale up and down very, very quickly. If you take advantage of that, you save another 25% on the services cost, which is 11% savings over your annual spend. Let's keep going. Low priority VMs, now called the spot VMs. And I love this because, I don't know if you've run that command. My favorite way of provisioning VMs is AZ, command line interface. And I love this because I can say AZ CLI, give me a spot instance and only give me this VM because I'm willing to pay you this much money. And if there is enough access capacity available, they will say, yes, we can give you this, or don't give me a machine at that time, right? That's the idea behind a spot instance. But here is where your architectural skills come into play. What does spot instance mean? Spot instance means that you're going to get up to 80% of discount. But of course, there's a catch. There's always a catch, right? And the catch is that they are going to yank that machine from you with a 30-second notice. Well, no problem if you have architected it well, if you have implemented some sort of a checkpoint restart pattern, that you started a bad job, and every 10 minutes you put a checkpoint, and 7 minutes into that, Microsoft yanks that machine, you go back to your previous checkpoint, get another VM, start running that. Now you have saved your organization about 80% of the cost. Okay. The last thing I'm going to talk about, and let's see the cost, 60 to 80% of the cost. The last thing I'm going to talk about is the line of business applications. What we find often with customers is they're paying for the entire VM, but they're only using CPU at a 10 or 11%. Okay, which is well, you're paying for the entire VM, only you're using 11%, does not make sense. How about we containerize your application? And if we containerize your application, we can save you another 65%. How so? You take a line of business application, containerize it as a Windows container or a Linux container, and then sort of tightly pack that virtual machine. And what the beauty of containers is that you can put resource gates around that. What do I mean by that? So I can take a line of business application, containerize it as a Windows container app, run it on top of AKS, for example, and I can put a resource quota and say, this line of business application will only use this many millicores and these many millibytes of memory, and it cannot go outside the bound of that. So that way, I can pack on that VM or that node of AKS 20 applications if I have to. So now I'm greatly reducing the cost of running my line of business applications. So think about these things about cost saving, and this is very much an architectural consideration. It's not just a financial consideration here. Okay, so we've concluded the 4 sections of my talk.
All right, everyone. As you may know, that was a recorded session, and Vishwas completed the 4th section of his presentation. If you want to go ahead and watch the final section, it is available on YouTube, on CSharpCorner YouTube. Just need to go ahead and search for Software Architecture Conference, and you will find that. What I'll also do is I'm gonna drop that session link in the chat so that you can actually go ahead and watch the final part of his session. I had to do it because we now have to move to the next session. Our next session is by Sean Evans, who is principal software developer. But before we do that, I know we have about a couple of minutes. This is a note for the folks who are watching us on LinkedIn that before John session starts, the streaming on LinkedIn will stop and we'll again start a new streaming because we cannot stream for more than 4 hours on LinkedIn. So it's going to stop now. So you need to revisit the CSharpCorner profile, CSharpCorner page, and there you will find a new stream where you can watch it. Or if you just want to come to CSharpCorner YouTube, you can also watch it over there. So it is going to go now in 3, 2, 1, and then we'll see you on different LinkedIn stream. All right, it's gone now. I'm going to create new. Done. All right, so there's a new stream already started, everyone. So let's go ahead and invite the next speaker, John, at the Software Architecture Conference 2023. Hi, John. Welcome to this conference.
Thank you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are.
Yeah, it's been a while. I remember, John, I last hosted you was back in 2020.
Oh gosh, I remember that. That was one on voice applications, if I recall correctly. Yeah.
I was looking at this video. The guy who helps me making the video, he took a screen grab of it and he added that in the video. It's been a really long time, and those were one of the very early days when we just started to do live stream. And yeah, it is good to have you back once again. How has life been?
Thanks. Good. So since then, I have joined Aviva, which is focused on industrial IoT.
Wow.
And just between when I had submitted, I ended up getting a promotion at the company, moving from principal to partner technologist. And so I moved into a product security role at that.
That's interesting.
Over there. And I've just come back from Black Hat, DEF CON, and software security training in Vegas earlier this month.
That's pretty cool. That's really nice. Now I see folks have joined on LinkedIn. Wow, we only have about 100 folks watching us on LinkedIn. So I think, John, this is the right time. I'm going to add your screen to the stream. Everybody else can see your screen now. And next 40 minutes is all.
Okay, great. So hello, everybody. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, depending on where you are. So this talk is on software supply chain sanitization, and there's an alphabet soup of tools and technologies that we're going to cover. So a little bit about myself. I have been in the industry, as the gray hairs show, for over 20 years. I spent 12 of them at Microsoft in consulting services, traveling around the country and internationally. I've been a startup founder. In 2018, I founded a startup that was accepted to Play Labs at MIT. And then COVID happened and brought a quick end to any discretionary funding we may have gotten. And so here I am now as a partner technologist involved in product security architecture at Aviva. Aviva is focused on industrial IoT. And my hobbies, aside from software development, of course, include filmmaking. I do have a profile on IMDb. I'm also a home brewer and enjoy photography. All right, so goals of this presentation. We'd like to establish a common vocabulary and know which tools we're talking about here. We also need standards. For example, we need to determine how vulnerable a security vulnerability is. What one person may regard as a high vulnerability may not be a high to somebody else. We'll cover regulatory and industry requirements and how we got here. Specifically, there's an executive order that has a direct impact on this. And we'll define patterns and practices for sanitizing your software supply chain, which go beyond just the tooling. Having tools involved in your pipeline are great, but without guidance and governance to manage that, you're going to get spotty implementations and adherence. So let's start with the software supply chain itself. What is it? It's composed of components, libraries, tools, and processes used to develop, build, and publish a software artifact. So it's a short sentence, but it captures quite a bit. And that software supply chain is vulnerable. We've had a number of breaches in recent years, most notably from SolarWinds. The malicious actors were able to infiltrate the SolarWinds network, check in malicious code directly into SolarWinds repositories that affected the server-side software that pushed updates out to customer systems and infected customer systems with malware through that update process. 18,000 customers were affected. It made national news, and it got the attention of our government, which resulted in some changes. We've got a few scary stats. There have been, as of 2 years ago, 18,000 to 20,000 new vulnerabilities reported through the Common Vulnerability Enumeration database. We'll cover that a little bit later. Database breaches were quite expensive at an average of $4.5 million. And it's projected to get worse. Notably, there are numerous misconfigurations in software repositories that expose secrets, artifacts, source code. If you look at GitHub, they're alone. It's got machine keys, certificates, API keys that people have checked in. Hopefully they've recycled them and retired them, but not everybody has. One of the common vulnerabilities that was discussed at Black Hat, for example, with ASP web forms, were reusing machine keys that people found in sample applications were on GitHub without changing them. There's even hackers keep a list of these exposed machine keys, and you can bet they use them for exploits. So we've got a few things to worry about. Our external threats. We've got our IT departments that monitor for intrusion detection. We've got phishing attacks coming into our emails, but the ones that I'd like to focus on in this talk are malicious developer tools, open source components, container registries, generally the public repositories that we use for our open source development. Those repositories can be published to by anyone. There's no vetting process. For example, anyone can publish a GitHub action, and anyone has. There are GitHub actions that will exploit GitHub itself for crypto mining or exfiltrate secrets from your repository. So you've got to be careful, and it's not restricted to that. We've got Visual Studio Code extensions that are malicious. Microsoft does not vet what's published there. NPM is no outlier. It's got over 12,000 suspicious packages. And recently, even for packages that we've come to trust, like a lot of people on this call probably use mock for unit and integration testing. And mock recently had a privacy violation in which they sent developers private email to a third party for soliciting donations. And there's Docker. And we can say that we'll trust our trusted publishers like Microsoft, like Amazon, but some of these actors will rename the container or the module to be something close to something we trust, so it's easy to slip up. So how do we prevent ourselves from falling into that trap? And you're probably thinking, well, how do I put this into action? What concrete steps can I take to enforce security on my pipelines? So we've got a number of types of tools. There's a bit of an alphabet soup there. So what you should have is a multi-layered defense. No one single set of tools is going to be your silver bullet. You need to be checking for secrets and make sure that you're not pushing passwords or certificates into your pipeline. When you do, it should notify you, and that needs to be rotated out. Your secrets ought to be stored in something more secure like Azure Key Vaults or encrypted pipeline variables. GitHub has secret scanning capabilities. There are secret scanning tools available in ADO. Software composition analysis is going to be a big topic here. This analyzes and identifies third-party components in your software packages. It identifies the packages that your packages use and ties them into known vulnerabilities with those packages. Static application security testing is something that we've kind of been doing. If you've been using Visual Studio and you've gotten code analysis warnings and violations, that's been a form of static application security testing. It's part of the solution, but it doesn't track the issues and make them available to the rest of the team or for auditing purposes. Dynamic application security testing, as it states in the name, implies some active component, and that typically involves an API and a automated test that attempts to reproduce some of the common OWASP top 10 vulnerabilities. And then there's IAST and RASP, interactive application security testing, runtime application security protection that runs while the application itself is running. That's beyond the scope of this presentation. We certainly don't have the time to cover that, but you should be aware of it. And lastly, there are policies and procedures for governing these tools. These tools can generate quite a bit of noise, and you need some governance to drive filtering that noise and determining what should have priority. So at this point, you're probably dealing with this alphabet soup of technologies, and let's break down a little bit further. So what is software composition analysis used for? So it scans our redistributables, our MSIs, EXEs, anything that deploys to the cloud, anything that we deploy to a production environment like containers. The risks that it should identify are operational. For example, if you're using a component that's 10 years old and hasn't been updated in 10 years, that's a problem. You should consider replacing that. It certainly should identify security risks, the CVE enumerations, common vulnerabilities that have been identified, and lastly, licenses. So if you're producing commercial software, you should be aware of copyleft licenses like GPL, which state that if you utilize this given component, then the license obligates you to releasing your software with that same GPL license. It's commonly referred to as copyleft. And that's great for open source projects. But if you're working for a company that wants to make money, you might want to reconsider using these specific components. And there are some that are meant explicitly for non-commercial licenses, like JRL. So I've been referring to these CVE vulnerabilities. So what are they and how do they get registered? So there are organizations that will do cybersecurity research, like Aquasec and CrowdStrike. Companies themselves will kind of eat their own dog food and also self-report. They report to the CVE program, the Common Vulnerability Enumeration Program, which has an aggregate of all of these publicly known vulnerabilities. And typically, this cybersecurity researcher, will, if they find a zero-day vulnerability, the ethical researcher will report it to the company within, when they find it, and notify the company that, well, you have 30 days to remediate this or 60 days to remediate this before we go public. And then the report process begins. Unethical, researchers are called hackers, and they'll exploit that zero-day vulnerability. So the CVE identifier gets issued from an authority, so we have a well-known common number to refer to this vulnerability with, and ultimately it'll get published to NIST. Now, once again, what you might consider a high vulnerability item may not be high for somebody else. So NIST has established the Common Vulnerability Scoring System, CVSS, which is not necessarily a measure of risk, it's a measure of vulnerability. So consider this for a moment. Let's say you have a component that you're using, a third-party component that's got a vulnerability that says that if a given method is invoked with a given set of parameters, that you'll experience a denial of service attack. The package will fault. But if your application doesn't invoke that method, your application is not at risk. So customers have been running their own binary scans and analysis and have been coming back to organizations with expectation for getting remediation statements, for being reassured that A, whether they are vulnerable or not, or B, if they are, that a hotfix is forthcoming. So let's take a look at what one of these vulnerabilities looks like when it's reported. So here is the NIST vulnerability database. Here is one that I ended up having to investigate. zlib allows memory corruption when deflating, if the input has many distinct matches. So to boil this down, this was a vulnerability that was exposed when calling the deflate method, specifically deflate2 on zlib. Zlib, by the way, is used by .NET Framework and .NET. It's even if you're not explicitly calling it, it's used by the system IO compression library. Oh, I see a question in there. What's an alternative for mock? There's X units. I think facets had been used in testing. But I wouldn't abandon mock. I would just give them some time to work out that particular privacy issue. There's been a bit of uproar in the community about that, and they're probably going to roll that back. So don't give up on mock. So with respect to zlib, you're using it implicitly if you use system IO compression or if you are using gzip to send HTTP requests. This is a denial, effectively, this is a denial of service vulnerability. There's this vector score, which breaks down the nature of the severity of the vulnerability. This CVSS score is determined using this common vulnerability scoring system calculator. And this score shows us that, well, you need to be on the network. The attack complexity is pretty low. You just need to call a given method. No significant privileges are required, but the availability for it, the availability of the component, if it is exploited, is high. Total loss, it events, right? So that results in a high vulnerability score. That's how we get there. If it were low, it would be a medium severity. So this results in a vector string. And there it is. If you are tasked with investigating one of these vulnerabilities and coming up with a mitigation statement, this set of hyperlinks is incredibly helpful. But something is conspicuously missing here. And typically, affected components that require a hotfix from a commercial organization that supports that component, like Microsoft, typically has a patch. And a link to that patch is usually found in the set of NIST hyperlinks. There is no Microsoft patch for this. Ultimately, the zlib was being used through .NET in a safe fashion. It was not exposing this deflate method by calling these set of parameters that were edge cases. It was using it in a safe manner. So Microsoft had no need to patch it, yet zlib shows up as one of the components that ends up getting used in a binary analysis because it's packaged with .NET. So some of the useful links here include things like the issue in GitHub that addressed the particular vulnerability. So this is your friend if you need to drill into the vulnerability, investigate it, and create one of these mitigation statements. Let's return to the presentation. So this is telling, right? There are, at this point, there are hundreds of thousands of CVEs. So how do you know which ones to pay attention to? Well, not the vast majority do not get exploited. They don't get used by a malicious actor. Usually the complexity for exploiting these is so high that, well, they can't quite easily do it. But this Venn diagram tells us what we need, what we should be prioritizing on. CVSS scores that are high, that overlap with positives that have been used for an exploit. Right. And so to close the gap between what is considered a high vulnerability versus what is a risk to your application, there's this exploit prediction scoring system, which is still evolving. it hasn't been widely adopted yet, but you should be aware of it, that risk, or rather severity, does not always equate to risk. And we've had a tool at our disposal for free that we can use right now. Nothing else needs to be installed to find if you're using any NuGet packages that are vulnerable. Excuse me, I'm getting over a cold. You can use .NET list package -- vulnerable executed from your project directory, and you'll get that list, and along with helpful URLs. So one of the clauses in the executive order 14028 was to include a software bill of materials, which is a list of all of the third-party open source and commercial components that your application uses. So as stated in the executive order, it's a formal record containing the details and supply chain relationships of various components used in building software. Now that's rather vague, right? That's not a JSON schema. That's not an XML schema. That's a rather open-ended definition. We need something a little more concrete if we're going to take action against this. And that's the S-BOM format itself. And we've got 3 definitions. They've been evolving over the last few years. SPDX, CycloneDX, and software identification tags. We can really disregard the software tags. They don't contain, they might meet the legal requirement of the S-BOM definition, but they don't have enough. Both SPDX and CycloneDX include copyright statements, licenses, a hash value to uniquely identify the third-party component. SPDX is a bit older. It's been around and it's evolved a bit. It tends to be preferred by cybersecurity professionals, where CycloneDX is more machine readable and preferred by developers. And here's a small comparison between the two and how 2 different tools identified, 2 different tools used, one used SPDX, the other one used CycloneDX, and how it identified the Microsoft Extensions Dependency Injection Abstractions package. And as you can see, CycloneDX is a bit more verbose on the right. The SPDX does include a copyright text, but the tool did not pick it up in this instance. And here's a set of minimum set of fields that are expected in an S-BOM, irrespective of whether you're using CycloneDX or SPDX. There's a reference. Simon, I'll send you this PowerPoint, and please feel free to share it out with the audience. There are a number of links in here. So this is what you can expect to find and be required to produce. And these are recommended but not required. However, customers are expecting licenses and copyright statements. So even if it's not meeting a legal requirement, even if you can release it without that, customers are going to come back and ask for it. So there's not just a software bill of materials. There's a bill of materials for hardware, for formulation BOMs, tools and applications used to produce the software. Like if you're using, if you're building a UI, a single page application, you're using Angular, you're very likely using Webpack, right? That's not something that's shipped, but that's something that you would expect to see in a formulation BOM. Why they're not calling it an F-BOM is that's a lost opportunity there, as far as I'm concerned. There's an operation bill of materials for what operating systems were used, your runtime environments, your configurations, and there's others. This is just a short example. There's a comprehensive link at the bottom. But one you should be aware of is this Vulnerability Exploitability Exchange, VEX. So the S-BOM does not include any vulnerabilities. It does not include CVSS scores. VEX fills in that gap and includes the component, its associated CVSS vulnerabilities, more specifically, it's CVE vulnerabilities. I want to make sure I'm using the right acronym. And mitigations. So once again, this is another evolving standard. You can expect to find some open source and free tooling in this space. If you've used GitHub and have a repo there and have been notified that you've got a third-party component that is due for an upgrade, you may have used Dependabot. We saw the screenshot from the .NET Scan tool. There's Microsoft has an open source S-BOM tool that Microsoft is maintaining. Cyclone DX has their own .NET tool. The screenshots that I showed earlier were from those tools, from S-BOM, from this Microsoft S-BOM tool and from Cyclone DX. And OWASP has a pretty comprehensive list of open source tools for SCA, well, in this whole space, SCA, SAST, and DAST tools. However, if you're trying to assess operational risk, security risk, and license risk, you're not going to find a tool that does all three. You'll end up having to cobble that together. And if you're doing this at scale, you're quite honestly, you're better off with a commercial tool like Mend or Qualys. So let's say you've got this in place, you're rolling this out to your organization, but you need to give them some guidance. These tools can create quite a bit of noise. So I'd like to reduce that a bit by focusing only on the components that ship, at least initially. You can use things like package config in your NPM projects that have a package dev tools section to determine what's internal and what's external. Customers are expecting these mitigation statements, but you're going to get a lot of noise. You're going to get a lot of low and medium vulnerabilities. Prioritize on the critical highs. Define what your CVSS maximum criticality is for release. Can you accept an organizational risk to release with a medium CVSS score? Possibly. You should have a process to block components with licenses that put you in legal jeopardy, like those copyleft licenses. Replace your components that have high operational risks. Like that one that I cited that might be 10 years old, that hasn't got any updates. The open source developer has given up on it. Maybe it's time to rotate that out. And developers are often under the gun to deliver on functional requirements that mean, features that we can sell to customers that will make us money. Alleviating this is technical debt. It's overhead. But your organization ought to allow for some time to cover that overhead. Typically, like in companies I work with, I've seen teams get 20% of their sprint time allocated to tackling technical debt, and that this falls under. And make an S-BOM available to your customers. They're going to want it sooner or later, and you should be familiar with this. So at this point, I have managed that mess, and this is how I learned to stop worrying and love the S-BOM and get it under control. You're not expected to solve everything, but solve the high and critical items. Prioritize. So moving on to SAST, software application security testing. So it's helpful in finding common security and code quality vulnerabilities, like writing a plain text password to a log file, or missing a null check somewhere, or missing a using statement. It finds code issues early in the process. You may have heard the term shift left. Some of these tools are starting to run in the IDE, as opposed to like in a server that scans your repo separately, asynchronously, and produces a report. That's preferable. Catching it before it even gets into the repo in the first place is preferable. The advantages of a lot of these tools are that they run passively. They don't break your application. They don't break your development process. They're easy to launch. They have high code coverage. But once again, you're likely to see some false positives. It's bad at analyzing highly specialized libraries. Like if you've got a very detailed business process, it's not going to catch business logic errors. You still need a code review for that. And it's not going to see your code in a runtime context. It may catch some cases where you missed like a thread lock, but it's not going to find all race conditions. So you still need a dynamic scan strategy. It looks for common weakness enumerations. These are defined by the MITRE Corporation that works with the CVE program to identify, based on the vulnerabilities that are getting reported in, what are the most common. And here's a top 25 set of common application vulnerabilities, like null pointers. And this does have some overlap with the OWASP top 10. So we've got a few free open source tools, like I mentioned code analysis earlier. GitHub includes CodeQL. There's ESLint, and it's relatively easy to stand these up in your pipeline. These screenshots show you how to get CodeQL stood up, and this is just a simple build process to get it on your build agent, do the build, and then perform the analysis. And we've got a number of commercial tools. And so once again, if you need to track these long-term or create work items off of these, then you're better off with a commercial tool rather than using something that's open source. If you're working on a small team, that might be fine. But if you're in a large organization, you need something more comprehensive. So let's take a look at GitHub and what CodeQL tells us. So let's see, Simon, how am I doing on time? So
5 to 6 minutes, I would say.
Okay, so I'll be quick on these because I still like to cover DAST. So this is a personal repo I've stood up, and I've enabled CodeQL on it, and it reports a number of security vulnerabilities and quality vulnerabilities, like nested if statement can be combined. Right, so identifies the code. Now, one can argue that one might be more readable than the other, but more interestingly, it also detected an issue with my Azure Key Vault firewall, that I haven't protected it well enough. So it's not just code that's scanning; it's also scanning bicep and ARM templates. Now, this is just my open source project. If this were a commercial project, I would block on this. This is something that would be that should not make it into production. So you need to figure out, okay, what are your blockers here? And I'd recommend blocking on high severity security vulnerabilities. And I'd also like to, since we only have a few minutes left, I'm going to skip ahead and give you an example of a DAST scan. So dynamic application security testing involves setting up a process that scans your web API. And these will typically look for the OWASP top 10, like cross-site scripting vulnerabilities, that will exploit your cookies, SQL injection attacks, second order identifier attacks. So this tool is a freeware tool available from OWASP Zap. If you are not doing any dynamic scanning today, this is better than doing nothing. This is relatively free to set up. Well, it is free to set up. It's relatively easy to use. And this scan was done against the Microsoft to-do API tutorial in ASP.NET documentation. So all I did was took the to-do API, stood it up, and ran dash scan against that. And it found a couple of medium priority items like missing content security policy headers. This one is interesting. Like, it tells you that you're informing the client what type of server you're running, and that could be used by a malicious actor to exploit the server. Like they might know that, oh, if you're using, say, ASP.NET Web Forms, that there are a suite of vulnerabilities for that technology. So, remove that header from your responses. Now, of course, this is just a to-do application, so simple stand-up. But this shows you what a website might look like prior to hardening. Now, there is a lot of noise here. You can see that this one vulnerability came up in 1,140 tries. So in this case, removing that header will alleviate all of those vulnerabilities. So once again, prioritize on the high vulnerabilities first, determine what your minimum release bar is, set a bug bar, and set up a dash policy test. This can also be run at the command line, but it does take a little more work to set this up because you need to deploy the application, you need a host, and so you need a live site to throw this against. Let's return to the slides and cover what we still have time for. So these dash tools also do fuzz testing, some degree of fuzz testing, like sending in long strings, sending in values that may fool regular expressions. There was a vulnerability that was exploited recently on an OPC IoT server that sent a string that was badly null terminated, and it upended the server. The string had a null terminator and then a few characters after it, and the server didn't know what to do with it. The code wasn't expecting it. Now, dash tools typically have limited dynamic content. And what I mean by that is they're focused on known vulnerabilities, like the OWASP top 10. It's no substitute for a human. So it's not a substitute for a penetration test, where you've got people using things like Burp Suite and our professional white hat hackers. This is good for day-to-day, but if you've got a public-facing API, consider doing a penetration test at least once a year with an external organization. We've got some commercial tools for DAST, Rapid7, Detectify, Qualys. Once again, if you're doing nothing today, you take a look at OWASP Z Attack Proxy. That's worth looking into. And these tools typically focus on the OWASP top 10. You can see what some of the changes look like between 2017 and 2021. A couple of the new items surface, like server-side request forgery, where the client will try and send a header that should only be attached by a server behind the firewall, like a load balancer, like an X-forwarded for header that a load balancer will attach. You could use that to possibly reroute requests if you know something about the web farm environment that that you're targeting to attack. And you'll see a common theme here. One that's worth pointing out is to reduce your attack surface, right? So if you have retired a route, if you've retired parameters from a request, get rid of them. give that desk scanner less to look at. And that is one way of securing your API, is reducing simply the number of routes you have. And you're probably wondering, well, excuse me, that still have a little bit of a cold I'm getting over. Pardon me. So if you don't have these tools in your organization yet, start with a pilot. Pick a team, pick a development team that is willing to try something new. Use them to get some early feedback before rolling it out to the rest of the organization. And when you do, roll out incrementally. Introduce one tool at a time. Give it a quarter. Give it 3 months to get some feedback. Back it up with documentation and training. Give teams that are managing legacy software some time to catch up, because if you haven't been doing these scans in the first place, and you've got software that teams have been supporting for several years, no doubt they're going to get overwhelmed with findings. So don't expect them to solve everything that it reports on day one. Give them time to catch up and iterate, both on the tooling that you use and the processes applied to the tooling. And as a best practice, sign everything you release. Also, use 2 different certificates when you're signing. One for internal releases only. That'll tell you if something accidentally slipped out that should not have slipped out. And for external releases, of course. Container signing is an emerging space. Vendors have started to support this, but it's very spotty and uneven. I'd give that a little bit of time to work out, but we should be in a place in about 6 months from now to expect to have services in Azure, in the Azure Container Registry, that limit the permitted containers to those that are signed. And after you do sign, validate the signatures using something like BinSkim. The Microsoft Security DevOps tool includes a number of subcomponents, and BinSkim can be used to validate that you've signed your binaries and you've signed your executable releases. And with that, I'll close out and go to the comments for questions.
Well, John, thank you so much. I don't see a lot of questions over there, perhaps because we are streaming for last 4.5 hours, right? So maybe folks have logged out, but I think you don't need 45 minutes. You need at least an hour or maybe 2 hours to go ahead and cover these topics, right?
Yeah, each one of them individually could be its own presentation.
Yeah, I could see you were running and skipping some slides, and perhaps we'll have more time next time. We wanted this session to be small and precise, because these days attention span is very less. The average attention span is only 17 minutes. It's not easy. But again, thank you so much, John, for accepting the invitation. I know it was we reached out to you after really long, right? And anything you want to add before we move to the next session?
Just take a look at what's available on GitHub. If you have a private sample GitHub repos and you're trying to introduce this into your organization, use that space as a means of kind of piloting some of this and getting your arms around it and a better understanding, like CodeQL.
Yeah, all right. That definitely makes sense, John. Thank you so much once again. I would love to have you back whenever you're available. I know you're more busy now as you have been promoted. So congratulations on that. And yeah, we'll stay in touch and have a nice day ahead.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, John. All right, having said that, it's time to move to the next session. I know we're running 4 minutes late. I'm going to make 1 more minute late. Our next speaker is... he's here actually. He's Peter. He's going to talk about using chaos to create calmness. That's a very interesting session title. When we were reviewing it and when we saw it, I'm like, whoa, that's very interesting. So without any further ado, let's go ahead and bring Peter to this conference. Welcome, Peter. Welcome back.
Hey, Simon. How you doing?
How are you doing? I'm doing absolutely great. Thank you so much. I remember
Cool,
I
cool.
hosted you early this year in the Azure for sure. Right? Yeah, that's
It
good.
was fun.
It
That's
was
why I'm back.
fun. All right, Peter. I know. I've already taken 5 minutes of your session, but you feel free to go ahead and have your session 5 minutes extended because we had it buffer 5 minutes for every session. I've added your screen to the stream. Everybody else can see it, and next 35 minutes is all yours.
Thank you so much. Hey, everyone. Good morning, afternoon. Maybe some of you are watching in the middle of the night. So whatever time zone you're in, most important is you're here. And I'm going to use the next 30-something minutes to introduce one of, I would say, my new passion domains. If you've been following me a little bit, I'm quite active in the Azure communities. Out of my job within Microsoft, I'm an Azure technical trainer, which means I'm providing technical workshop training to our partners and customers almost every week. And one of the newer services, it's in preview for now, is Azure Chaos Studio. And it's going to help you validating actually one of the topics we actually picked up like 2 sessions ago around the reliability, where I think Vishal, if I remember the name correctly, was talking about some resiliency testing, talking about how to architect your Azure workloads in a more resilient way. And I think this is like the next level, right? Where it's not just about architecting, not just about building, but you also want to test your environments and making sure that they're actually running as reliable as possible without waiting for it. So that's where my session will be about. So I'll start with introducing what is chaos engineering, and from there quickly shifting to the product, the technology, and wrapping it up with hopefully a couple of workable demos. So if you have any questions, I would say feel free to let Simon know. I know we're streaming on LinkedIn, we're streaming on YouTube, so a lot of different screens to watch over. So I'm going to hand it over to Simon to watch over that a little bit. Apart from that, if you should have any questions when you're watching this as a recording, don't hesitate reaching out. I'm active on Twitter. PDTIT is my handle there. Or shoot me an email, petender@microsoft.com. There's a little bit about me here. I'm not going to spend too much time on that. Just know that I'm quite active in the Microsoft world, started in physical data centers around 96. And then about 15 years after, jumped onto cloud, Office 365. And then once Azure became more compute ready, more enterprise environment ready, I decided to go for Azure the whole way. And that's still what I'm working on. In the free time, I'm actually still trying to go back to Azure, interesting enough, where I published a couple of books. And one of the latest parts that I'm actually working on is picking up some development stuff. But it's not about me, it's about chaos and chaos engineering, right? So first, what is chaos engineering? Now, in short, chaos engineering is, and this is like a formal definition, it's a discipline that allows you to experiment on a system in order to build confidence. So it's going to help your internal IT department. It's going to help your DevOps team, if you want, to get more confidence in the systems that our teams are building and managing and the software applications we're publishing. Where obviously the goal is not just having a confirmation for ourselves, but also making sure that when disaster strikes, that we actually have that comfort, that confidence, that our production environment can actually withstand what we call turbulent conditions here. So rephrasing it a little bit, there's 3 main pillars. So first of all, it's experimenting. So how does it work? You're going to inject faults, like on purpose, breaking down your production environments. I mean, how cool can it be, right? Breaking something down, I would say it's probably something that, as a little IT geek that I am, we always try to test something out. We want to make sure that obviously we learn from that, but also learning from our mistakes and avoiding more mistakes in the future. Where the other thing is really important, it's towards production. Now, there's obviously quite some flexibility because in the end, the tooling itself has no real idea if you're connecting to a production environment. Now, out of the philosophy that you can see here from the principles of chaos, it's like the foundation behind chaos engineering. I always thought it was like a pretty cool name for a metal band, but maybe that's for some other topic. But in the end, the goal is not just running a basic test in a test development staging environment, but actually targeting, preparing our production environment to make sure that it is as reliable as possible. Now, there's two different ways that I describe as the curious case of CPU pressure. Now, what I mean by that is the disaster can start pretty small. Using CPU pressure, it's actually one of the demos I have. It's where your virtual machine or an app service or any other resource you deploy in Azure might not perform as it should be. Now, the easy example, you have an e-commerce environment, you have a HR application, you have whatever kind of application, not even important for this, and something goes wrong. Now, it might start small, like a CPU spike. You got more users connecting to the workload. Maybe something else is going on in the platform on your end, or maybe you lose half of your capacity because you're running out of, I don't know, your credit card, Azure subscription budget, right? And anything else, and it starts with one single problem. So it could be a virtual machine. It could be like a key vault not being reachable, not being accessible, or maybe somebody misconfigured something in the platform, where we're not always like purposely breaking down the environment, but that's exactly what chaos engineering will help us with, like simulating faults, injecting faults into the platform, and from there again, learning from it and making sure that in the near future, or maybe longer term future, we're actually avoiding that problem. I also had faults out of a DevOps engineer. That's where, for example, we publish an update. Could be Azure Templates Bicep, could be some other pipeline technology, could be Azure command line scripting, and you run that update and something goes wrong. And I'm pretty sure that all of you recognize that scenario where you're super confident that the new template you're going to publish for making changes is going to run fine, is going to run solid, but eventually you find out that it's actually not always running solid. It's not to blame the platform, it's not to blame the system, but this time it's an example where it's actually me, the DevOps engineer, being the root cause of the problem, right? Or looking at it from a more complex scenario. Because if you think about any enterprise-ready application workload, it's not just a single scenario. Like, it's not only your web server going down. It's not only your database server or database resource going down. So you could stretch it out to, instead of assuming that something goes wrong in one single object, you could actually make it more complex. And that's literally how our applications are working. We deploy Azure resource groups in a region. We deploy virtual machines, single VMs or scale sets or availability sets and zones. From there, we might interact with Key Vault for our secrets. We're going to interact with network stack, which means we need network security groups, or Azure Firewall. Maybe we're using Azure SQL, we're using Cosmos database. We're now out of the basic mindset that something might go wrong with our applications, like taking again CPU pressure as an easy example. Imagine our web application is generating CPU spikes. Now, the reason behind it might be because my database backend is not performing as it should be. And eventually, I find out that my database engine is not performing as it should be because maybe somebody was running a backup job, or maybe somebody was running like some stored procedure, like a cleanup task during the middle of the day, where it actually should have been like 9 in the evening instead of 9 o'clock in the morning when all my users or customers are connected. So that's why you start troubleshooting, and you're going to hop from one system to another. And that's, again, what we're now trying to prepare ourselves for. So easy, one single scenario, and gradually going to make it more complex. So you could say it's not just the virtual machine having a problem, or the Kubernetes cluster, or Cosmos DB. Why not having all the above and all at once? And that could be like a full disaster scenario. So that's in short what our chaos engineering is about. By the way, chaos engineering, it's actually becoming more and more important. It's coming up more over the last like 18 months, you could say. So there could be a misconception that you think it's like something pretty new, something cool, something hot. I talk about it almost every week in Azure DevOps classes or overall Microsoft DevOps solution trainings I'm providing for customers. Now, the funny thing is that chaos engineering is nothing new. So it was originally developed as an internal process within Netflix when they were still in their on-prem data center, where they actually wanted to test their own production environments. So that was the start of chaos engineering. And from there, it's been picked up by a lot of different hosting providers, including Azure in this case, including AWS and some other vendors. Now from here, second part of the presentation, it's what can we do about it? So now you know a little bit more about what is chaos engineering. The next step is, okay, Peter, what tool do we have? Surprise, surprise, the tool is called Azure Chaos Studio. So for now, it's in preview. There's no super public announcement when it's going to go live, but I would say just wait until it's live, but don't wait until it's really, really live, because it means that you already can experiment with it today. You can deploy it in any possible subscription. You need to enable the resource provider for chaos. That's like step number one. And from there, you can start experimenting. The other cool thing is that obviously, since it's in public preview, you don't have to pay for it. So that could also help you in like testing, figuring out, is this something that we could use in our production environments in the next coming months or maybe later on. Now, in short, what is the idea with Chaos Studio? So you enable the service, you don't have to deploy anything. There are other Chaos products available, but you typically need to, like a lot of other scenarios, right? You need to deploy your own infrastructure. You're going to deploy servers. You're going to generate all the testing, the fault injections. Where now what Chaos Studio is doing is providing you that capability as a service. So it takes like 5, maybe 10 minutes, you could say, to enable the service in your subscription. And from there, the key part is obviously allocating resources, where later on I'll show you in the demo. It can be agent-based for anything that's like interacting with a virtual machine. Windows or Linux would be the mindset there. Or you can use agentless or service-based, as we call it. And that's where you can target Azure App Services, network security groups, Azure Kubernetes service, although you could also target the underlying Kubernetes infrastructure using an agent. Key Vault is another resource, and the list is obviously growing as part of the preview features stack. Now, the tricky part, I would say, is coming up with experiments. So in short, what is an experiment? That's technically the step-by-step sequence of fault injection that you need to configure. Now, I'll show you in the portal, there's a few pre-built templates available for now. I think one is testing against an Active Directory domain controller. Second one, I don't remember for now. But the idea is once the product goes GA, that instead of you coming up with like your own fault testing, that out of the product team, we're actually going to help you in providing some sort of a library. Because in the end, we know Azure platform pretty well, because obviously it's the Microsoft product. And there might be some generic testing that could work for maybe all customer scenarios, right? If you want to test the reliability of an app service that's interconnecting with Azure SQL, with Cosmos, and that's using Key Vault, you're probably not the first customer building out that fault injection sequence. So that's where we're thinking about providing some pre-built tests. But obviously next to that, there are always like the 10% or maybe 5% that's specific to your environment that you want to test as well. And that's going to be the flexibility you can integrate. Now, looking at the diagram here, and I'll definitely try to show you in the live demo, but you start with an experiment. So before you enable a resource, like a target, as we call it, and the target, again, is agent or agentless. So that would be step number one. Even step 0.5, if you want, would force you to create a managed identity. So Chaos as the service relies on a managed identity, like an identity service principal object that you're going to use to interact with all the other Azure services. So there is role-based access in place based on the managed identity, where you're going to create one for your overall Chaos service. And then later on, each and every experiment you create also comes with its own managed identity, where obviously before running the experiment against a resource, you need to allocate the correct permissions. So it's quite locked down from a security perspective to make sure that no one can really misuse it. Because in the end, remember that the core concept of chaos engineering is targeting your production environment. Every now and then I get feedback like, okay, Peter, but what if it breaks my environment? And I was like, yeah, cool. It should break your environment. That's the whole point of running chaos engineering, where obviously Customers don't like that. Developers don't like it. DevOps teams don't like it. Customers, users obviously don't like that our production environments are down. And that's something where obviously you would need to like watch over. Because again, if you generate like a CPU spike fault injection, where your CPU is going to spike to like 99% during the next 10 minutes, it might actually break your production environment. So that's something where I wouldn't say just jump in blindly and create some really cool faults, because again, remember, it's targeting your production environments. So in short, what's the flexibility you have? So there's like two different levels, you could say. So you're going to create a step. So in this scenario, we have step 1, step 2, where the idea is that a step is running in sequence. So in this case, it's step 1, where we specify CPU load over here, 99% simulation of CPU load for our target resource, like a virtual machine or a scale set, Windows, Linux, or even combining, doesn't really matter. And from there, we're going to run that simulation for 10 minutes. So we have step 1 running for 10 minutes. And after that, it's going to move to step number 2, where we can simulate something else, like read-write operations on a disk, or maybe targeting a different resource. Now, you could also move to branches, where the branch and actions are running in parallel. So think about my 2 previous slides, the CPU, curious case of CPU pressure, starting with a basic test or a basic fault injection and moving to more complex scenarios, where you could come up with branch number 1, we're going to run a CPU pressure. And at the same time, that's quite cool, because it's running in parallel, which means it's running at the same time. Like, what if we have a CPU pressure and at the same time we lose network connectivity? Or we have a CPU load and we lose connectivity to key vault, which means my application cannot even pull up the secrets anymore. So that's where the complexity comes in parallel or in sequence. That's the flexibility. Sorry, that's the flexibility you have. And then from there, the selectors or the targets, as we call it, that will be your actual Azure resources, where, again, it can be single one, can be multiple ones. So that's in short what it's about. So looking at the time, I got about 10 minutes for my demo, which I think is more than good enough. So let me switch to my Azure environment, and I'll briefly walk you through some of the highlights of the configurations. So step number 1, enable Chaos Studio. So again, you need to enable it in your subscription. You go to subscription level resource provider and you register the Microsoft.Chaos Studio resource provider. From there, you open it up and you have 2 different steps or locations you're going to play with. One is targets. The second one is experiments. Out of the targets, that's where you're going to find all your Azure resources, the one that you can manage, the one that you can control. And as you can see, it's picking up different resource types. So I think that at least the internal previews have been around for about 18 months now, where the initial list was quite basic, like mainly targeting virtual machines and Kubernetes clusters. And gradually over the last couple of months, they're adding more and more resources into it. I'm quite limited in what I'm deploying in my subscriptions because I don't need everything, but it should give you some idea that it's not just targeting a virtual machine or a Kubernetes cluster. So you can target app services, what you see over here, targeting Key Vault, targeting a virtual machine, Windows or Linux. As long as it's a supported Azure operating system, you're basically good to go. Targeting the scale set underneath your Kubernetes cluster, some network security group, integration, Cosmos database, and a few other ones that I didn't even deploy in my environment. So from here, you have Chaos up and running, and you're going to define how can Chaos Studio as the service interact with the resource. So I already enabled it for a few of these. So if I want to target my Key Vault, select it, enable, and since it's not an operating system dependent resource, it's a service direct target. If I move to my virtual machine, it's already enabled for the virtual machine agent-based scenario. Takes a couple of minutes. It's going to deploy the agent inside. For your Kubernetes cluster, it's relying on Chaos Mesh. So what is Chaos Mesh? It's an open source product where we're actually reusing the APIs. So Chaos Mesh is a long-standing chaos engineering open source product. And what we're doing specifically for Kubernetes, at least, is reusing some of the Chaos Mesh APIs to target our Azure Kubernetes cluster. So the nice thing is that, for example, if you have a hybrid environment where you're running Azure Kubernetes service, but sorry, you also have your Kubernetes clusters on-prem, or maybe in another scenario, it's where you could actually rely on the same backend concept. So you're going to create your faults out of what Chaos Mesh as the API provides you with. And from there, you can actually reuse them no matter where your platform is running. So that's where it's not just 100% Azure-based anymore, but we're actually embracing that open source model. The next step, once we have our targets identified, it's where you have the option to create your experiments. So I got a few of these, and I already ran some testing this morning to make sure that my demos are actually working right. But I can show you how easy it is to create a new experiment. So you define new experiment from scratch, or like I mentioned, we're working on providing you some templates. So there's one for an Azure AD outage, simulating that Azure AD as the service is not reachable for X amount of time, or there's a problem with an availability zone. One of the more common testing scenarios, I would say, that customers are asking for, because you enable virtual machines availability out of like availability zones, but somehow it's somewhat hard to test. Like, is that actually working? Unless you're gonna like randomly shut down your own VMs across the different zone concepts, where now it's actually a pre-built experiment. And again, assume that over the next coming weeks, more scenarios will be added here. Now, if you don't want to use them or they're too limited for what you want to test, nothing blocks you from obviously creating your own experiment. So what do you need? You're going to create another resource. So I'm using the portal, but technically you can automate this process, creating experiments, installing the agents or the service direct using ARM concept. So ARM templates, Bicep. I never looked into Terraform if there's something available, but knowing that you can trigger an ARM template out of Terraform, I would say if Terraform is your default infrastructure as code, you could still automate the process. So we're going to allocate our experiment as a new resource in the platform. We provide some descriptive name. So this could be the live CPU spike or something similar, where we're going to allocate our permissions. So you can play with that managed identity. I like the system assigned because it means if I'm deleting my experiment, it's also deleting the managed identity. Some organizations or customers, they actually prefer the user assigned ones, which means you're going to create one managed identity security identity object and linking that to multiple experiments. So depending a bit on how far you want to go from a security admin permission, it might be the one or the other. Most important piece is the experiment designer itself. So that's a bit what I showed in the slide. You got that step and branching model. So you start with step one, obviously, and you have a branch where you can add multiple branches. For now, there's no real limitation on how many branches you're going to add, or you can add multiple steps. Again, remember, in parallel or sequence, that's going to decide how it's going to work. So you can provide detailed descriptions. I'm just going to keep step one and branch one, and I'm going to add an action. The action list obviously is where you need to know a little bit more what you're actually doing. So what I mean by that is if I'm targeting, like in this case, I'm going to target a virtual machine. If I'm going to select any of the Kubernetes specific testing, it's not going to do anything. Like sending a fault injection for container pods against the Kubernetes cluster towards a non-Kubernetes cluster, that's obviously going to fail because it's like, wait a minute, what are you trying to do here? Or targeting virtual machine shutdown fault injection towards Key Vault, it's obviously not going to do anything. So you still need to know a little bit, like what are we actually trying to do here? What is the fault we're going to inject? So let me take CPU pressure, where you can specify the duration. So it could be a few minutes, could be like for the next hour, I don't know. And you can specify the pressure level. So the default here, because it's a basic test, is for the next 10 minutes when you start up the experiment, we're going to inject the CPU load simulation. And for the next 10 minutes, it's gradually going to 95%. So it's also not like from 7% moving to 95 and keeping it 95, 10 minutes and stopping. It's gradually moving up. And I'll show you what it looks like. From there, you're going to target your resource. So I only have one virtual machine, but if I have more VMs, you could actually build out, target my web virtual machines for 10 minutes, and at the same time, target my database VMs, target my domain controller VM. That would be the idea. That's pretty much it. So you can add a delay, for example. That's an interesting one. Like wait for 10 minutes, and after 10 minutes, we're going to add a new branch. And again, it goes back to like, what are the disaster testing we want to go through? Do we want to simulate basic faults? And I would recommend you to start with some basic faults to really know, like, what is it actually doing? How does it work? What is the impact on my workload? Where from there, you're going to bring in some additional faults. So in this case, let's say we have CPU pressure, and I'm going to add another branch if it comes through. There we go, where we have all the other options. So like disable auto scaling is a fun one if you have a scale set, for example, where now you're going to disable auto scaling. Disk IO pressure, pretty cool, because CPU load together with disk IO load, together with maybe a network disconnect, that's almost like blowing up your own data center. Yes, Peter actually did that in the past. In physical data centers, depending a bit on the customer, but I remember some of them where we literally unplugged the power of a data center, like literally shutting down everything. And then hoping that on the other side of the campus, the disaster recovery building was actually taking over. Pretty cool fun, and now you can actually simulate about the same in an Azure environment. All the way to, for example, killing a process. So if you have, like, let's say SQL.exe or any other process, not important, you could actually stop that process. And that's interesting because it's not only targeting the operating system, it's not only targeting the system part of it, but it now also allows you to actually target applications. Because in a lot of cases, you're going to run like a health check. Let's say a load balancer health check is going to validate, hey, server, are you there? Hey, server, are you there? But it's not always checking back on the lower level. And that's something you could inject now as well. Or shutting down a cloud service. So app services, I would say, is one of these scenarios where you could like simulate the fault. You go into the Azure portal, you stop Azure App Service, where now you could actually integrate it as well, even in a virtual machine scenario. So that's actually quite cool. We were doing disk IO pressure, right? So we're going to do premium storage, spike some stuff, and I'm going to target my virtual machine as well. There we go. Review and create, and again, you can automate this experiment creation using ARM, using Bicep, where in the end, it's nothing more than any other Azure scenario. It's going to create that experiment, so it takes like a minute, but I'm not going to wait for it. I'll show you what I did with my Kubernetes AKS testing, where this time, obviously, I'm targeting my Kubernetes. And let me move to an edit here, where I'm using the AKS chaos mesh pod. So that's like randomly stopping, starting, restarting, and killing pods, where it's now relying on some JSON language. So remember, it's coming from chaos mesh. So we need to follow the capability of the APIs. And instead of just completing some forms, you need to use some JSON language. But that's what I meant before. If you use chaos mesh on-prem or AWS or anywhere else on the platform, you build your JSON setting script and you're going to hand it over and it's going to recognize it. So reusing the standards we have. Now from here, got a couple of minutes left. So we have our experiments. Obviously, the next thing is actually running one. So you go into an experiment, you click start, and it starts running. So I'll give it like a couple of seconds here. So you can see it starts pre-processing, and eventually it's going to run for X amount of time. You can see that only this morning, like about 90 minutes ago, I ran the same test because obviously I don't want to wait here for 10 minutes and showing you what it's about. So if I switch to my, oh, that one has got deployed. So if I go to my Kubernetes, the thing is obviously like, how do I know that it actually did something, right? So what you can do, and it's a pretty basic validation, but during the time of my testing, I went into workloads. I picked my pod service where I'm running a setting of whatever happens in my AKS cluster. I will always want to have 5 pods up and running. And what you can see here is that during that time, it's now moved up the restart count. So it's been running for 10 minutes. I got a whole bunch of other pods running. So it's somewhat randomly picking out the order. So that's a cool thing because it's like shuffling around the pods testing, you could say. And I can see that for this one, each and every running container got restarted 2 times. A few other ones might be 1, a few other ones might be 2, or some of them might actually have no restart count at all. So let's see, like this one, my monitoring hasn't been touched. And the thing is that I didn't specify anything. So it's literally randomly connecting to the cluster, looking at the pod's behavior, and randomly stopping them, killing them, gracefully shutting down, and then still obviously relying on the Kubernetes. And that's the cool thing again, because again, remember it's production, right? So if you have your Kubernetes running, you're going to kill a pod, but Kubernetes goes like, wait a minute, why do you kill my pod? I'm going to restart it. And that's where you can actually validate the behavior. Or the virtual machine, sorry, virtual machine was the other scenario. Simon, how we're doing on time? Because I lost track of time a bit because we started a little bit later.
A couple of minutes, Peter, it's okay.
12 minutes?
You have a couple of minutes, yeah.
Good, perfect timing. So for the virtual machine, did the same. So what you could do here is going into your metrics, then checking over here for CPU, where if I check back for the last hour, maybe, if it's still on there, nope, a little bit further out, last 4 hours, there we go. So this is my 95% CPU spike, then it's dropping a little bit, and then it's going crazy again. And then over here, like 8:50 something this morning, my local time here in Washington, and that's where my test was done. Now, there's no, I would say, built-in monitoring yet, where you run the testing, you run your experiments, and the only thing it shows is like it's running or it's not running, right? So that's where you still need to have your monitoring tools, your observability, like you would do in a real production environment without chaos testing. So nothing's really changing, it's just automating your testing. Or maybe one last one that I can show you is the network security group testing. By the way, it failed when I deployed it. Why? Because it errors out here on access denied, and that's where that managed identity needs to have the correct permissions to interact with the resource. So you would go into the resource IAM or role-based access and specifying that your chaos experiment actually needs permissions to interact with the platform. Now, if I start this again, and I move over to my NSG, what it's going to do, for example, I'm not sure if it's going to show up as fast as I want to, but what it's going to do here is injecting a fault. So I created an experiment simulating like a DNS outage, where from the virtual machine connecting to the outside world, I'm simulating a TCP DNS port 53 failure. So what it does out of that experiment is injecting a random NSG rule during the X amount of time of the fault. And after the fault is complete, it's nicely cleaning it up again. I got a screenshot actually somewhere. So if you want to see it in action, then I would say let me know. Now, without keeping time in consideration, I'm going to wrap it up here. So in short, we talked about chaos engineering. We talked about Azure Chaos Studio, the product currently in preview, and it should go live at some point in time. I have no idea about the exact timeline. I'm just a trainer. I'm not part of the product team, right? So I can only rely on the public information we have. Talking about public information, if you go like, oh my God, this was cool, but it should have been longer than 35 minutes. You can blame Simon for that. It's not my fault. Well, cool. It's not my fault, but it was my fault injection. How amazing. So there is public documentation available already. Go to learn.microsoft.com/Azure/Chaos Studio. And if you want to go through some of the demos I showed you, there is a detailed description on the agent-based virtual machine CPU load. There is one on AKS, and there's actually already a bunch more that I didn't even have time to show you. With that, I'm going to close out. Thank you for being here. Again, if you want to stay in touch, if you do have any questions, don't hesitate reaching out on Twitter at PDTIT, or follow my blog where actually I'm almost done with writing up a blog post regarding chaos engineering. Should go live over the weekend. And if you want to send an email, petender@microsoft.com. Simon, did you get any questions in any of the streaming platforms?
No, I did not. Perhaps Asians are sleeping and the rest of the other world they're back to work,
Good.
right?
Good.
You get a
No
lot
worries.
of questions in the early hours. But I've got a quick question for you, Peter. Is right.
Sure.
First, I don't see a lot of folks talking about this Chaos Studio. I know you, and perhaps I only know you who covers it. Uh, no one really talks about it. So my question to you is, right, if I go ahead and I tell my solution architect or my manager that, you know what, we should be spending time on this. So he's going to ask me that, Simon, whose role is this? Is this a cloud engineer role? Is this a solution architect role? Is it a manager role? Finance? Who has to work on this part?
Well, I would say I personally see it as I wouldn't say an evolution of DevOps, but I think it fits perfectly in like a cloud engineer, maybe DevOps engineer team responsibility, because it's touching on the technology, right? And then you obviously need the cloud architect to maybe sit together with the solution architects and thinking about what would be the faults, the experiments that we want to run. And then maybe at some point, you might actually reach out to like the data center auditors, maybe, where like as a healthcare organization or finance, I think it's still valid. You need to have like a quarterly, 6-month or yearly data center disaster recovery testing, where they probably gonna ask you certain requirements, like we want to see all these faults as part of your testing. Like, did you validate virtual machine shutdowns? Did you validate backup? Did you validate app services and whatnot? So it could become a pretty broad responsibility within your organization, as it already is today, right? So it's just giving you the tooling.
It makes sense
to now automate, at least automate a big part of the testing. I think that's the main purpose. And why am I the only one talking about it? I don't know. I think the fact that it's still in preview is probably one where a lot of customers don't always are ready enough to experiment with preview features. Sometimes it's a bit annoying, I would say, as well, where things could be cool, and then once it moves to GA, it's like, oh, wait a minute, this is different than preview. So it's like that learning curve goes up and down. But I saw it like 18 months ago, and I was like, oh my God, this is amazing. Partly because I used chaos engineering before, where towards Azure, it was always complex because you don't touch the data center, right? Where now the service is making it a lot easier. So that's what I like about it. But I'm fine if I'm the only one. I like to be Mr. Chaos
So I host a lot of
Why
folks,
not?
right? I've hosted what,
Cool.
900, some 1,000 people, right? And I don't see anyone talking about this Azure Chaos. So you have one final question, Peter, then I'll let you go, right? And that is, you did share some of the Microsoft Learn resources and all that, right? But I understand this is in the preview, but can you recall, or do you know, is there any certification of Azure that covers Chaos Studio? Or since it's in preview, they don't cover it?
No. So there's nothing preview in any possible service will reflect on the exam because it's only touching on GA. If Chaos Studio, I think, moves into any possible training or certification, I think it's going to be the DevOps one. That would be my feeling. But again, no idea. A lot will change, I guess, once it's GA to decide, like, is it important enough to wrap it as part of a training? Do we move it as part of the exam? Obviously, I don't know. I talk about it because I love it, but apart from that,
you're just being very kind, Peter. I understand that. All right, Peter, that was absolutely great. Thank you so much for sharing your time. Right? Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to next session?
What's that?
Any final thing you want to plug in before we move to next session?
No, I would say thanks for the ones who were watching. Even later on, if it's a recording, you know where to find me. And for you, Simon, thanks for inviting me once more. And I'm just going to disconnect, but I'm going to continue watching the live stream because I picked up some pretty cool stuff this morning, and I hope the same for this afternoon as well.
Thank you so much, Peter. Thanks for accepting the invitation, and see you soon. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Likewise. Take care, man. Bye-bye.
All right, that was a very unique and a great session by Peter around chaos. We now move to our next session. I know we're running 6 minutes late, so I'm quickly going to move to the next session. That is by Varun. Varun is going to talk about container security with CI/CD pipelines. And without any further ado, let's bring our gentleman in. Welcome, Varun, to the conference.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
I'm sorry if I'm not sure if all the details in that videos are correct.
No, everything was correct. I appreciate you putting it together.
Yeah, that's good. So, Varun, I won't take much of your time. Please feel free to either upload your slides or screen share. What do you want to do? And then we can get started.
Screen share.
You are, we have your screen. I can see it. It goes to that. You want to click on that pop-up that says height. Yeah, go ahead. Continue. Yeah, exactly. Perfect. All right, Varun. Next 35 minutes is all yours.
All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Simon. I appreciate it. And thank you for the rest of the C# team for putting this together. This presentation will be on container security and CI/CD pipelines. So we'll go into a little bit about what container security is, what CI/CD pipelines is, how can we incorporate CI/CD pipelines within container security, and how this will work with Azure pipelines. And I'll give a small demo that'll explain how we can use Azure pipelines and Azure DevOps to better, enhance our container security. So just before we get into any further technical information or technical knowledge, a little bit about myself. So I'm the CEO of Viral Software Solutions, Inc. This is a consulting agency specialized in DevOps engineering. We have done cloud migrations and data engineering. I myself am a Google Cloud architect. So I have come from a Bloomberg background, and I've come from a Cloudera background. So I've worked in many different verticals. I've touched a little bit of pure software engineering, data engineering, DevOps engineering. And in terms of my hobbies, I learned to play music for several years. If anyone is familiar in the audience with what a tabla is, I have learned to play tabla for 8 years. So that's my hobby. So let's get a little bit into what is container security. So container security, containers are just like any other cloud asset or any asset in your organization, whether that be a virtual machine or an on-prem machine, right? The idea is that you will need to maintain the libraries on that machine and ensure that they are patched and that the libraries are up to date and that there are no security vulnerabilities across any of your assets, right? So this also applies to containers. And your global security office, I'm sure, agrees. And it's important that your containers are also compliant with the policies that your global security office holds. So in order to do so, we need certain tooling that we need to put in place with regards to containers, image scanning tools, the ability to scan live containers, the ability to scan Kubernetes pods in the case that containers are deployed or used within a Kubernetes environment, and so on and so forth, right? So there's a plethora of tools that will need to be used. Today, we will specifically be discussing how we can scan images. So in this particular case, I understand that there's many different ways, OCI compliant images, we call them, that a container can use. In this case, we're talking purely about a Docker image, standard Docker image that can be used and that you are likely using in your environment. So that Docker image can contain many vulnerabilities. For example, a Docker image can contain OS libraries, can contain Python packages, NPM packages, can contain many packages that have vulnerabilities baked in within them. Those packages can also have dependencies, and those dependencies can also have further vulnerabilities. So depending on how your global security office has the underlying written rules established, these vulnerabilities may be an issue. So for example, if your global security office says a low or a medium vulnerability that's specified by the NVD, the National Vulnerabilities Database, if a low or a medium vulnerability they might consider that to be an okay vulnerability if a library were to have that vulnerability type. However, a high or a critical may be vulnerability types that they will not allow into the environment, right? And when it comes to container security, what we should really focus on is the idea of container registries. So we do not want any container images to be stored in a container registry unless the image has been scanned for any vulnerabilities. And the idea is that we need some form of a CI/CD pipeline or an automated pipeline, if you will, which will scan the images and ensure that there's proper security checks before the image then goes into the container registry that you can host on Azure Container Registry. You can host on Google Container Registry. There's many different locations you can host your image. So let's move on to the next slide. So for today's talk, we will be describing Sneak. Sneak is a specific type of container security tool. Many of you may know Sneak as the established integrated security tool that comes directly with Docker Hub. So if you've ever used Docker Hub, you will see Sneak integrated into it by default. However, Sneak does many other things besides just scanning images on Docker Hub. It will also scan your code. So if you were to write Java code, C code, so on and so forth, Sneak also performs scanning of that code as well. And the idea is that we want to be able to establish a pipeline where Sneak does the scanning of our images, and those images are then vetted before we push them to our registry. And just to be fair, if you don't prefer to use Sneak, you can use Sysdig, you can use Aquasec, you can use Veracode. I've used Aquasec in the past as well, and they're all different tools that you can use in order to perform similar procedures. There's differences between one or the other, but that's not what this talk is about. And so let's talk, before we move on to the next slide, let's talk a little bit about how this would be useful for your organization. So for some of our clients, what we have seen is they have large GitHub repositories with many Docker images, and developers are constantly building images. They're pushing images they put out a pull request. Pull request gets approved. The code looks fine, However, the Docker image itself and the libraries are not vetted, right? So now what happens is you have these large repositories of images that are Docker files that you will need, that you haven't vetted, and your global security office will then come and contact you and say, hey, we actually need to start implementing a policy where we need to scan these images. And that's where, of course, your team now has to start incorporating better security practices in place. One common place that we see, or one common theme that we see, is folks like to build out GitHub Actions CI/CD pipelines, or they like to build out a code build, AWS code build CI/CD pipeline, or an Azure DevOps CI/CD pipeline, which is triggered every single time you were to write code and push the code to the GitHub repository. Once that code is pushed to the repository, the pipeline will then kick off. And from there, the scan will then take place, which will then check to see if there's certain critical or high vulnerabilities, which will then either allow you to push the code to the registry, and then from then on, there's we can then create an even more extensive pipeline that integrates into Kubernetes and whatnot. But that's the idea. So going back to Sneak, so really there's two main commands that we have used for our pipeline. The first is with Sneak Container Monitor. So the idea is simple. The idea is just that Sneak is going to scan your image, and in the case that there are any vulnerabilities found, or even if there are no vulnerabilities found, Sneak will allow you to display those vulnerabilities on a dashboard. And that dashboard can then be presented to leadership, presented to other folks within your organization so that they understand, what the current lay of the land is in terms of security. And the same applies for the Sneak Container Test command. The idea with the Sneak Container Test command is you simply have the same functionality of Sneak Container Monitor, except instead of publishing the vulnerabilities to a dashboard, you would instead just generate a report locally on your laptop or wherever the machine is. And the idea is that this Sneak Container Test command will return a non-zero exit code in the case that there are any errors. And you can use this non-zero exit code inside of your CI/CD pipeline to determine whether there are vulnerabilities in your image or not. In the case that there are not vulnerabilities, then the command will return a zero exit code. In the case that there are vulnerabilities, you will return a non-zero exit code. So that's the idea. So let's talk about the actual image pipeline, or I guess the CI/CD pipeline that'll get triggered on commits, and the CI/CD pipeline that'll get triggered on merges. So for example, let's say you were to put out a pull request, and you were to add a commit to that existing pull request, right? So you put out a pull request with one commit. Once you put out that pull request with one commit, the image scan is performed. The Sneak Container Test command is ran. Then from there, there's checks to see if there's any critical vulnerabilities in the image. If there are any critical vulnerabilities in the image, then you essentially, well, these should be switched. But if there are critical vulnerabilities in the image, then there should be a block where the image is the pull request is not merged to the main branch, right? And that's the idea. So this happens on a per commit basis, right? And this will give you a better idea as to whether your pull request will pass or not by checking, the status of your commits, right? On the other hand, in the case that you are actually performing a merge, what will happen is the same CI/CD pipeline will be triggered. However, in the case that there are no vulnerabilities, then the push will be made to the Azure Container Registry. So this is a common pipeline that we see in the industry, and this can be extended out. So from this point onward, once the image is in the registry, then your Kubernetes pods can then reference the images in the registries to start spinning up containers. And then we can start talking about scanning live containers or live pods in an environment where containers are already running. But these two CI/CD pipelines, or the CI/CD pipeline, is something that we see that's very common. So let's move on to the demo, and we can show a little bit about, and sorry, that was someone buzzing my apartment, maybe an Amazon delivery man. Don't think that's for me. Okay, so moving on to our demo. So what we have here is really an Azure pipeline or Azure DevOps environment where we have an agent running locally on my MacBook. So this Azure agent is not running on a Azure VM or hosted by Azure in any way. This is running purely in my MacBook environment, just for pure demo purposes. And then from there, the idea is I can show you the Azure pipeline. Let me see. Show you this pipeline. So I'll go through the YAML file of the Azure pipeline, and then from there we can talk about the results of one of the image scans that were performed. So the idea is that pretty standard. A git diff is performed to figure out all the files that have changed from the current commit to the previous commit, and then from there, once we figure out all the files that have changed, we then iterate over all of the files. And then for every file, we simply just check to see if that the file that has changed has the word Docker file in it. So usually in the industry, we see Docker files with the naming of dockerfile.xyz. So dockerfile.nginx, dockerfile. Your image name, right? So that's the usual typical standard for file name. So we just check to see if the file has the word Docker file in it. In the case that it does have the word Docker file in it, then the idea is we will first need to build the image. So this can be a little bit cumbersome. Docker builds can take a little bit of time. They will get stored in your varlib Docker directory, and all the layers of that image can then be stored in that directory, which can take up some space. So you want to make sure that the Azure DevOps agents that you're running on have enough space, have enough disk space to be able to withstand larger scale images. But the idea is that we simply run a Docker build for demo purposes, even if the image is large, and you don't have to consider the disk space size. Hopefully you have enough. And then from there, you will run a sneak container test command, which will generate a report. So that report is just simply going to be displayed in the console. Once you view the report in the console, then you can determine, well, the idea is that the pull request will fail. The check that's on the pull request will fail, saying that, hey, there's a vulnerability, because this sneak container test command will return a non-zero exit code. And the idea is that the severity threshold simply just says anything from that is high or higher than high, which is a critical. So anything that's a critical or a high vulnerability will cause this command to fail, and the report will be generated. So yeah, in the case that the exit code is not zero, in the case that it has failed, then you simply just write the results out to Sneak UI. So I should have Sneak UI here open. So for example, you will see, there's some issues. Here's some criticals: 47 criticals, 89 highs, 85 mediums, 129 lows. And you can get more information on that. This is the base image that's being used by Docker, that specific Docker image. Here are the number of vulnerabilities, and here are all of the libraries that have the issues in it. And and there's all sorts of tools, just kind of going off a quick tangent, that will provide you information as to whether how to upgrade the library in order to remediate the vulnerability. So for example, if you were to use Wiz, Wiz is a great security tool that I've used in the past, which allows you to, it essentially provides you the exact path to remediate the vulnerability. It'll say, hey, upgrade glibc from this specific version to another version. And you can see even Sneak provides the same thing. It says simply, this is fixed in version 2.24. So this then provides your team a little bit more information. Okay, so now that's the idea with the Azure pipeline, Sneak UI. Then from there, let's see, is there anything else? Oh yeah, so let me try to show you some of the. So here's a sample Docker file that I've put together, very basic. Alpine is the, I believe, the slimmest Docker image that you can use in terms of size. It barely has any packages, libraries, directories on the Docker image, if you were to spawn a Docker container. And this is quite useful in the case that you're trying to find zero vulnerabilities. So this is a good use case for testing to see if there's zero vulnerabilities or critical or high vulnerabilities, rather. And the same applies to, well, the same does not apply to Nginx. Nginx is a very large image, and it contains all sorts of highs and critical vulnerabilities. And then you have Redis, which is which also has the same vulnerabilities. So for demo, as standard demo day goes, I was having issues with my my Azure DevOps agent on my Mac. However, I am glad to show you the CI/CD pipelines that ran about 2 hours ago successfully, but now are no longer running successfully. So you can see here the update for, let me see if I can provide a good one. So let's say dockerfile.nginx. Dockerfile.nginx, if you go to jobs and we check our output of this job, you will see that this is a sample Docker file, and we have built the Docker file. And then from there, it simply gives you the report of how many vulnerabilities there are. So there is no vulnerable paths found in this specific Nginx image, which I believe is at the time of running this, I had set the severity threshold to be critical. So that would make sense. But if I were to show you an example of a pipeline that fails, let me see if I can show you a better one. Oh, no, this won't be good. Let's see which one. Yeah, so this one contained vulnerable paths, and this is a good example. So this is an example of a sneak report that will be generated. So in this case, trying to see what the exact image was that was used here, but the idea is that critical vulnerabilities were found for this specific image, and then from there, the output of this job had failed. So this is a non-zero exit code. Now, if you were to try to set up your CI/CD pipeline to cause the pull request to not be able to be merged in the case that this is a non-zero exit code, you can simply go to your GitHub or Azure pipeline, your Azure repository, Azure DevOps repository settings, and you can set up a check which will see if there's a non-zero exit code. In the case that there's a non-zero exit code, you can set it up so that a protected branch, like a main branch, will not allow merges into it if there is any failed checks on your pull request. So that's an example of a successful and a failed pipeline. Simon, how are we doing on time? I think I might be a little bit 2:25, right? I have 7 more minutes. Simon, you there?
Yeah, you're good.
Okay, cool. So those are the two pipelines that I wanted to demonstrate. I would have liked to have shown you the demo live. However, I did have some issues, as typical demo fashion goes. In terms of more information about our organization, here's our website, https:// I always like to include that, viralsoftwaresolutions.com. You can find us also on LinkedIn, www.linkedin.com/in/VIRAL. Feel free to connect with me. We can talk more about GCP, Azure, anything cloud related. Happy to talk. And yeah, Simon, I think that's all I have for today. So thank you so much, everyone. I appreciate the opportunity, Simon, and have a great Friday.
All right, Varun, that was absolutely great. You wrapped up the. Oops.
Oh, sorry.
Never mind. When you switch off your camera, it just takes you off, right? So I see you're big time into Azure DevOps side. What other tools do you use apart from Azure DevOps? I personally like it. Uh, do you use any other tools or anything?
Yeah, so most of our work is done, to be quite frank, on Google Cloud. So we do a lot of, well, GitHub Actions is great.
Yeah, I was gonna come there.
Yeah, GitHub Actions is really useful. It has native integration into GitHub, so you have a lot of better checks. And then on the Google Cloud side, we do a lot of work with Cloud Run, Google Kubernetes Engine, really, and also with AWS Code Build, Code Pipeline. I've touched Azure DevOps, but more focused on the Google Cloud side. However, I'm looking. We have a few engineers working on the Azure side currently. And one of our engineers helped put together this demo and also helped put together this presentation. So we can definitely try and see if there's, I can ask questions to him if there's anything about what he likes or what tools he likes. But yeah.
No, I think since we are CSharpCorner, right, so we're more inclined to Microsoft technology. So I see people more talking about the Azure DevOps. So I was really excited to see it. But what I see, as you mentioned, that GitHub Actions, right, it's picking up a lot of traction, especially with the open source ecosystem, right? I see people using a lot more than often these days, and it is good. I don't know how powerful it is for enterprise thing, but it does the job for starters and open source. So that is good part. Any final thing, Vernon, you want to plug in? Or I heard you played tabla. 8 years is a really long time.
Yeah.
Right. So did you still play? Do you get time, or do you have tabla at your place?
Yeah, I have a tabla in my room, and I play regularly. So I've been playing for so many years, and yeah.
Wow.
It's
good. You
great.
should have started your session with that. It would have been great. Maybe next time, Baron. Thank you so much. I know you have work to do, so I won't take much of time. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. I'll reach out to you with all the conference stats on next week. And yeah, thank you once again. I'll see you soon then.
Thank you, Simon.
All right. Bye-bye. All right. That's it, gentlemen. So we are almost halfway down. We are about 6 hours of streaming, and this conference is about 8 hours. It's 11:50. It's almost midnight at my place. I'm tuning in from India. So we still have about some 8 minutes for the next session. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take a couple of minutes break. I'll just play a video, then I'll be back, and then we'll invite our next speaker. So guys, take a break, and we will be back.
20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. Through our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at CSharpCorner.com. 20 years ago, a seed was planted.
All right, everyone, welcome back. That was just 3 minutes, not 5 minutes. So we'll now get started with the next session. Joining us now is Damodaran, and he's from eBay. Not every day I get to host folks from eBay, so I'm really excited. I still remember back in the old days, I used to order stuff from eBay even before Amazon. We had Amazon or Flipkart in India, but in this part of the world, I don't know how much eBay works. But I'm really excited to host and meet someone who's from eBay. And no surprise, he's going to talk about header platforms for e-commerce website. So without any further ado, let's bring our next speaker, Damodaran, to the conference. Never mind. Hi, Damodaran. Welcome to the conference.
Thank you so much for hosting me.
All right, I gotta fix your mic. I think we cannot hear you. I'm gonna increase your mic. Yeah, I think now we can hear you clearly. Perfect, Damodaran. So where are you joining us today from?
Am I audible right now?
Yeah, you're audible now. Maybe you'll have to be more loud, or perhaps I'm very loud.
Okay. Right. Thank you for hosting.
Yeah, so where are you joining us today from?
I'm from Salt Lake City, Utah.
Yes. Okay. Perfect. So the way we put up the schedule is like first in the schedule all the Asians go because then they go to sleep. Then we do Europeans, then East Coast, then finally we come the West Coast. That's how we work out. So Damodaran, how's life in States?
It's going good. It's a bit hectic.
Yeah. When did you move to States?
I came here in 2017.
All right, that's good time. It's almost like what, 6 years now. Good time. How did the pandemic go for you?
We were all at home. I mean, like all the others, we were all just at home. But yeah, now it's all opening up, and we're all slowly returning to office bike.
Okay, that's good. That's good. I'm excited. So Damodaran, do your drill. You want to share your screen and get started? Let's do it.
Okay. So is my screen visible now?
I see your screen. I'm gonna add it to the stream now. So Damodaran, on your bottom of your screen, you'll see a pop-up that says StreamYard is sharing your screen. Do you see it?
Yes.
Yeah. Next to it is a blue link that says hide. You want to click on it so that it goes away.
Okay.
Yeah, it goes away. Oh, all right. Oh, wait, it stopped. Oh, that's funny. No, come back. That's okay. Yeah, that's good. All right, you can go to the slideshow mode and get started.
Okay.
Perfect. Next 35 minutes is all yours.
Thank you. Thanks. Hi, my name is Damodaran. I'm an engineer with eBay, and I work mostly on seller and buyer-focused experiences for eBay and all things web. I work predominantly on JavaScript, and yeah, I'd like to also say my thanks for the organizers of this conference for picking my talk when I submitted it. And yeah, let's just get started maybe. So the topic for today was nuances and pitfalls in building scalable header platforms for e-commerce websites. So the first thing that I normally get from people is what header, what is that? Is that so complex, right? So headers are the first widgets that show up on any given page. Like, say for example, if we are now talking about e-commerce websites, say for example like eBay, the snapshot that you see here is an example of the header widget that shows up on MWeb, on apps, and on DWeb, and so on. So like, what is so complex about it, right? Just a text box, like a couple of buttons and so on. But at first glance, that's what it might look like. But when you take a deeper look, like it actually brings in a lot of functionality. The first and foremost thing is that your platform users would not be able to sign in and sign out if this thing is not going to show up. They would not be able to do their searches on the site if it doesn't show up. And all those quick links and the important links that actually have all those core functionalities hidden inside your website. Say, for example, if you're an e-commerce website and you want users to buy and sell, all those quick links that are there would not show up if the header doesn't show up. And again, all your site navigation for the entire site, if they want to be accessing the site through specific categories, that would not be possible again if the header did not show up. And again, things like your profile pages, your account settings pages, your site-wide settings. Say, for example, you want to set a specific shipping provider, or you want to set a specific currency, or you want to set a specific language. Those things would not be available again. You would not be able to view your watch list, see your notifications, access your shopping cart, all of that. So at first glance, it might look very simple, but when you take a closer look, you really understand like how much of core functionality this one small part of the page actually encompasses fully. And when we talk of header platforms, we basically talk of the entire project of the header that is maintained by specific teams that run these projects. And in the talk today, we'll just see like how eBay went about scaling this and just building this. So when we talk of header components, right, there are visual components. I mean, the ones that users can actually click, access, interact with, and so on. The snapshots that you see on the screen right now. But there are also a lot of non-visual components, because the header platform is something that is like cross-functional and is going to be horizontal and present across all pages. So it also serves as a mechanism for you to be able to send stuff across all your pages in the website. Say, for example, you want to send a specific script that has to load across pages, right? Then the header platform is a good candidate for actually serving that. So what exactly happens is these non-visual components are things like service workers, things like HTTP clients, service clients, those scripts that would help you manipulate cookies, and all other partner platform integrations. Like, say, for example, when you're talking of a website of eBay scale, right, there's a lot of things that happen behind the scenes. Like if you just scaffold an app, the first thing you would have to deal with is tracking, experimentation, rate limiter, and all of these things. So you don't really want your app to be integrating with every single of these platforms that are there within eBay. Instead, you give this responsibility to the header platform, and that takes care of one single horizontal function that is present across all pages. And it takes care of doing all these kind of interactions and integrations behind the scenes. And those are the non-visual components that we're talking about. So when we are actually going about formulating an architecture for this kind of a setup, right, we also have to take into account the scale that we are operating. So for example, if you take a look at eBay, for instance, there's over like 600 plus apps on production right now, at least front-end apps, and there's like over 100 teams that are actually maintaining all these apps. They are on multiple stacks and frameworks, and there's like so many different partner platforms that you'll have to integrate with. And since the header is present across all pages, right, at the time of peak traffic, it can clock close to 1 billion impressions in traffic. And the most important part there is that since it's the first widget that shows up on the screen and it's above the fold, you just have a window of 25 to 30 milliseconds to operate. So your header has to show up within that amount of time for actually improving perceived performance. So having all these in mind, right, we have to actually take care of a lot of things when we design this kind of a system. The first thing is that the availability of the system. You don't want the header to go down, because it actually brings in the most crucial functionality, as we saw earlier. And you would absolutely have it to have at least a zero downtime, or the usual scale of 99.999. And obviously you need to have a good amount of fault tolerance. If there are any errors, you don't want the system to just go boom on the screen, and you would want to show some sort of a fallback there. And you also want something like isolation from failures. You don't want any errors from the domain teams to creep into the header, or the other way around. And you want these teams to be operating independently. So you're talking about a scale where there's like over 100 different teams that manage so many different apps in production, and they have their own release cycles, and you don't want your release cycles to be sort of tied with them and so on. So they have to be independent. And in the event there is any error, you would want the recovery time to be very minimal. And as usual, we need to have a fast response time of about 20 to 30 milliseconds. And we obviously know the scale of traffic we're dealing with. And we also need to take care of all the other things like tracking, experimentation, testing, being able to debug if there are issues. And we also need this to be front-end framework agnostic, because when you talk of so many different teams, right, you have so many different, engineers who have their own opinions and they have their own frameworks they like. There are people who work on React. There are people who work on something called Marco, which is like actually open source by eBay. And there are people who are working on Angular and so on. So you would want your app to be framework agnostic and not be tied to all these things, which are, all these choices made by the engineers of the domain pages. And obviously you would also have to account for personalization, which and we'll just get to that in a moment. Even before we start, right, I just wanted to go over the structure of a generic eBay app. So eBay operates in the usual microservice architecture, and it makes use of process manager too, wherein every box in production would have about one master process followed by 3 worker processes. And eBay believes in general about MPAs, which are multi-page apps. They are not heavy into single-page applications because of the various performance implications and SEO implications associated with single-page apps. So the apps are mostly multi-page applications, and this is the usual structure of an app in eBay. And we are like heavily invested into Node.js. There are, of course, some apps that are very old that are still on the Java stack, but all the new apps that are getting built are again on the Node.js stack, and this is how the stack would pretty much look like. So when a request comes into like one of these servers, it would go through a set of pipeline handlers, and these handlers they actually set the eBay context. They do a lot of these calls behind the scenes, like the tracking calls, the authentication calls, authorization calls, fetching app secrets, tokens, all of that. And at the end of it all, right, the request comes to your app code. And at this point, you want to be able to render the header. So what we do is we first send the call for the header render, well ahead of the pipeline, so that the call is actually resolved at the time it comes to the app code. So that is the first thing we do. And we also have, as usual, NPM modules, because we're using a Node.js based architecture. We do have our own, the header NPM adapter module. And we'll see how that factors into the entire architecture quite soon. And the next thing we want to talk about is render speed. As I mentioned earlier, eBay is mostly into MPAs, which are multi-page applications, and the bare minimum criteria for any framework that is there inside eBay is for it to be able to do server-side rendering. It should also be able to stream responses, and it should be able to do something called async rendering, wherein you, in this example, right, you see this this image on the left side, which waits for all the services to complete, and then it loads the page. Whereas the image on the right side is an example where, as the services finish and respond, you are going to just render that fragment of the template and flush it to the browser. So you see an improvement in terms of perceived performance, wherein on the left side, there's nothing on the screen. It just waits for everything to load, whereas the one on the right side, it starts loading stuff immediately. And you want the header to load in such a way so that it is able to show up itself in about 25 to 30 milliseconds immediately. The next thing is that we were talking about scale, and we also need to have the header absolutely available. So the earlier screens, I spoke about the headers having visual and non-visual components, and now the visual components can be further split into static fragments and dynamic fragments. So the thing here is that static fragments are the ones that show up are pretty much common to almost a large segment of users, whereas dynamic fragments are very personalized data. Say, for example, your shopping cart is going to have a different set of items from what I might have in my shopping cart, and so on. So the important thing is that you would be able to access dynamic fragments only when you're able to have the static fragments show up. So only if I have the static header to show up, I would be able to hover over the cart icon to be able to see my all the items in the shopping cart and so on. So this kind of a diff is actually driven by the UI and the UX itself, and this actually factors a lot into the kind of architecture we go for this. So how do we go about scaling the static portions, right? That's one thing. So the thing is that if you're able to generalize the header, but still be able to differentiate it based on some specific aspects, then you would be able to serve the same kind of header for millions of users belonging to that specific segment. So when we talk about aspects here, what we are talking about is, say, for example, eBay has a US site and a UK site. They do have different pages like the search page, home page, the item pages, the product pages, and so on. They do have different variants. They have to serve the header on MWeb. They also have to serve it on DWeb. eBay also has its own design system, which is operated by a framework called Skin. And you would, I mean, since there are so many pages and only a handful amount of teams that are available to operate it, you'd obviously see that some pages are on an older version of design systems and some are on the latest version of the design system. So you would not want to serve the header, I mean, the latest header onto a page that is having a very old design system. They don't blend homogeneously and would just stand out, and it would look very awkward. So the other thing is that we also have different flavors of the header. We have the simple flavor, which is the one that you see on the right side, and the prominent one, which is called the full flavor, which you see on the left side with the prominent search box. The thing is that when you're on the search page, the search functionality is the most prominent thing that has to show up. But if you're on the shopping cart page, right, the goal or the intent is for that transaction to be converted completely. You don't want to distract the user by showing up a prominent search box there and again wanting them to search. So based on these aspects, right, the site, the pages, the variants, the version of the design system, themes, and things like the header flavors and the languages, we would be able to formulate a key from these aspects. And if you're able to compute a response for this specific key, and since this key is going to be pretty much common for a large number of users in a specific segment, say, for example, the eBay US site homepage, which is on the language English and is following a specific version of a design system on MWeb, right? That is a specific static header that is going to be served for millions of users. So if you are able to compute this before and you're able to cache it, you would be able to repurpose the same header for millions of users. That's pretty much the idea. And like we were also talking about design considerations with isolation and independence. So the need for isolation is that you don't want errors from each of the header and the domain pages to affect the other one. And in terms of independence, we don't want the release cycles to be tied up, and we want all the engineers of different teams to be able to operate independently so that we are able to roll out code with good velocity. And the other ones is that we want the header teams and the domain teams to be able to conduct their own A/B tests and experiments. And so the thing is that since we are actually operating in a Node.js based environment, the obvious thing, the first thing is the header npm module. But the catch here is that this npm module is not going to do the render. It's just going to make downstream service calls. As I earlier established, right, the first bare minimum criteria is that we expect all the front-end frameworks to be able to do server-side rendering, and we are operating in a multi-page environment. And the thing is that the only things that these modules do is that they make service calls if they don't already have a response, and the only things they expose to the pages, say for example the home page or the search page and so on, would be tag libraries. And these can be on any different frameworks. You could be on Svelte, you could be on SolidJS, you could be on React, you could be on Marco, and we would just have those tag libraries for those specific frameworks exposed. And these domain pages here, which we call as the various pages within eBay, the home page, search page, and all, they don't have to bother about the render of the HTML, and they don't have to bother about bundling resources, because all of that is now taken care of by the render service, which actually performs the rendering. We'll just get to that in a moment. So as I earlier mentioned, right, we just have a window of about 25 to 30 milliseconds for the header to show up. And the thing is that this can obviously only be accomplished by some form of heavy caching. And we are able to cache this because we already are going to split the visual components, as I earlier mentioned, into static and dynamic fragments. And the static fragments are something that can be served to millions of users belonging to a specific segment. So if we cache that, we are obviously doing good in terms of the render speed. So the first thing here is that, when a request comes into an eBay app and it's going to see the header npm module, the header npm module is going to have these tag libraries exposed, and it's going to attempt to render, which means it's going to make a service call. But even before making the service call, it's going to look up into a system of caches. like we have a cache that is tied to every single process in production, which means you would have 3 different caches in production, which is the L1 cache, and we do have a shared cache behind the scenes. So if it's present in the cache that is tied to a specific process, it would flush that immediately. If not, it would look up into the backup cache and repopulate the main cache and flash it back. And the last thing is, if it's not present in any of these caches, it is going to obviously make a service call to the renderer service, which is going to perform the render and return the rendered HTML back to us. So through this system of caching, right, we are able to serve the header in less than 30 milliseconds. And the reason why we cannot go, we actually maintain this cache within the NPM module here, but we don't have a distributed cache, because again, that introduces a new network call, and there is again a network latency involved, and there is again some form of uncertainty that's actually tied to that call. If the call fails, if the render fails, and so on. So for that purpose, we don't really have this option of going to a distributed cache or a shared caching server and things like that. We would have to have the cache local, that is to every single box within, every single domain page. And yeah, that is pretty much about caching here. And as I mentioned, right, since we have this last option of making the network call here for actually doing the render, what happens is we are introducing some form of network latency, and we have some form of uncertainty there. So a lot of things can go wrong. The render can fail, the service call can fail, and so on. And sometimes even the Node.js worker processes restarts if there are any errors, like if they are out of memory errors and so on. So we do have the last backup cache, which is a disk-based cold cache that is, bootstrapped into memory. So in case the worker restarts, it is going to be able to go back to this cold cache and pull it up and immediately serve the header, so that there is like a near zero downtime for the header. And I was also mentioning earlier that we are able to split these visual components into static and dynamic fragments, and static fragments are entirely static, and then the dynamic fragments have very specific user personalized data, but that is not entirely true. Because even the static fragments have some hints of personalization. Say, for example, you log in and you need to see a greeting message like this on the, I'm just referring to the image on the right side here. So we do have a hint of personalization there. And so what we do is, just before the HTML is going to be flushed out to the browser, we would just do an injection of specific user values like this, into the response, so that it shows up on the screen immediately. And the other one, the last part of this setup is again the renderer service. The renderer service is the one that actually performs the HTML rendering on the server. And again, it also has a two-tier caching system for faster responses. And this cache can obviously be a distributed cache, because it's not accessed pretty often. But we haven't actually found a need for that yet, and we are able to serve this without a cache that is actually distributed. The thing specific about this renderer service is that it is framework agnostic, which means your domain page, which is like the home page, the search page, or the cart page, the checkout page, or anything, right, can be on any sort of a view library, and they don't really have to bother, nor does the header team have to bother what is being used by the domain pages, because the entire render is going to be decoupled away from the domain pages, and they can be on any view library they want, and we can be on any sort of a view library that we want. The only thing here is that the only point of interface here again is just the adapter, and if we are making any changes to the adapter, we ensure that it's actually included as part of the monthly software upgrades, which are automated. And so if a team actually onboards into the software upgrade, they would just get the latest version of the specific adapter that they require. So when we talk of this renderer service, right, there's like two problems that can happen. So if you just think of the case when you're on the homepage and you have about X boxes on the homepage pool that is trying to serve the header and a specific variant of the header. Say, for example, the X boxes are trying to serve Y requests for the header, and it's not present in the cache. And so it tries to make requests to the downstream service, which is the renderer service. And the renderer service can obviously get a lot of calls in that fashion, right? So there is no point if we are trying to process all these requests at the same time, because they are all similar requests that just happen to occur simultaneously. So we don't want to overstress the downstream server by processing all of these these requests. Instead, we just process only one out of the n requests, and we just repurpose the same response for the remaining n-1 requests. They call this as request collapsing. That is it solves a very specific problem in distributed systems in terms of handling cascading failures. That is one thing that we use for this, and that is actually employed using the Hystrix library that was popularized by Netflix, and we use that through a library called Truba, and that helps you build scalable pipelines for large-scale apps of this size. So we are able to hold those requests, and we just process one out of the n requests, and we repurpose the same response for the remaining n-1 requests. Again, these are actually computed based on the aspects. So we know that the n requests are similar because we are able to actually compute the key for the aspects, and we know that all these requests are pretty similar. So we don't have to process them. The next one is we do have circuit breakers in place. I think there was a session about circuit breakers in this conference, and we also pretty much use circuit breakers because when a downstream system is already strained, you don't want to fire more and more calls and don't give that an opportunity to recover from the error, right? So that is like a bad pattern. So it helps to sort of alleviate back pressure on downstream servers and also prevent cascading failures, and it helps to lower the stress on downstream systems. So what basically happens is the app monitor would monitor the downstream service for markdowns. If it sees a markdown, and if it'll just open the circuit and not make the service call, instead it'll just trigger the trap for serving the fallbacks immediately, so that there's no delay in the response. And at the same time, behind the scenes, it keeps monitoring for the status of the service by making pings at regular intervals and seeing if the service comes back up. If it comes back up, then it again closes the circuit and it just continues making the calls. So we talked about static fragments of the header so far, and let's now have a look at how the dynamic portions are. So the dynamic portions pretty much follow the established patterns of building any sort of a distributed system. At least it's held heavily in place by eBay's infrastructure that includes by default the Hystrix patterns and all the request collapses that we earlier discussed before. There's also so what basically happens is the static header loads on the page, and then the users just can say, for example, if I'm going to click on the watch list here, it has to show up a modal or a flyout with all the items there. And for that, it would just make an AJAX call to the downstream service, and that would reach a separate production pool. And that's like also one of the reasons why we split this into static and dynamic fragments, because we now have two different production pools, and we are able to scale these independently. So the static fragments can be scaled independently, and the dynamic fragments can be scaled independently, and the errors that occur in one don't impact the other, and so on. And it also makes the static header extremely resilient because it has to absolutely show up even for the dynamic portions to work. So if you're going to access, say, for example, your notifications, you just hover over the bell icon there on eBay's website, it would show up a list of notifications. For that, we make an AJAX call that reaches the dynamic header platform, which takes care of the HTML rendering on the server. Internally, it makes downstream service calls, which are again, it again follows the backend for front-end approach here. And these things can again involve layers of caching and DB sharding and so on. eBay has its servers in 3 different infrastructures that are held at 3 different places. So in terms of coordinating with them and all that, all the usual established patterns of distributed systems come into play here. And putting it together, we have a separate pool for the static portions and also a separate pool for the dynamic fragments. We are able to scale them independently, and the errors in one don't impact the other, making them more resilient. And for instance, the entire set of 1 billion impressions that were clocked at the time of high-speed traffic for the static fragments were just served using 40 boxes on production, because we rely heavily on caching again, and we are able to cache that in a manner that I earlier discussed before. And so the entire set of 1 billion impressions get served with about 40 boxes in production. And the dynamic portions, they are frequently accessed and have to be recomputed for every single user. So we have about 500 boxes that serve this in production. And this is handled again by eBay's own cloud infrastructure. They don't use, Azure or AWS or anything like that. They have their own cloud platform that can flex up and flex down based on the traffic. The last part of this is like being able to debug and trace. We earlier saw that there was a multi-tier caching system like this in place, and so we obviously need to know which part of this system actually ended up serving the request. So if we are having any issues, we need to be able to debug that specifically, and those sort of a setup is already in place, and we are also able to bypass the cache completely to load and test a fully cacherless experience. In terms of testing, there are end-to-end pipelines that we have, automation pipelines that are written that obviously will do, testing for at random times for the most important pages, at least for eBay, to ensure that the header always shows up. And in terms of tracking also, we do have, impression tracking for every single page that loads up. Did the header load up or not? And things like that. And for observability and monitoring, we do monitor the CPU usage of the production servers, and we also check for out-of-memory errors and error counts. And if there are any, issues that happening, it would immediately start. All the alarm bells would start going on. And the last bit of this is, we are tracking so much on the server, and we obviously need to also know that did the header, after showing up on the page, did the header actually work properly, right? So for this, we log again the client-side errors back into Cal, which is eBay's, they call this as the central application logger. And from that, we are able to pull in data if we had any sort of errors on the client side when the header loaded. And lastly, this cache eviction, right? So we have established that there are independent pools. Every page is on a separate pool within eBay. And so if they do rollouts, it's going to reset the cache because it's an in-memory cache, and that's fine. But what happens if the renderer service does a rollout, right? Then what happens? So this is handled by, eBay's config management team that's actually going to publish a config, which any apps that are interested is going to listen to. And once they subscribe for that specific change, they would do something called staggered cache eviction, so that they don't flood the downstream service again. Just trying to evict all the cache entries and repopulating all of them again. Yeah, that is pretty much it. So the important takeaway here was sometimes it's not about just designing a distributed system, right? You have sometimes the UI and the UX can also drive your design decisions. In this case, we were able to split that into two segments separately, and we were able to sort of isolate them away and scale them in a manner that they don't impact each other. So that was a big takeaway in this. And I've included all the references that I've shared for this session that I spoke about in this talk. And you can always refer to that. I'm hoping there'll be access to the slides sometimes. Yeah, that is pretty much it. Simon, you're there?
Yeah, I'm there. I'm not sleeping. It may be 12:30 at my place. It's a new day for me, but I'm not sleeping. Damodaran, I'll be honest, I've never seen so much engineering going behind just for a header. So tell me, Damodaran, how many team members do you have? Like, how many people work on this?
For the header platform, I think it's about 8 members.
8 members, right? But that's a lot of work, and I see why, because you mentioned, you started your presentation that whenever you visit any website, and a header is a widget that is always on the top, and it breaks the
if it breaks, right? That's the end of story. They would not be able to log in and all of that. So
yeah, so I never realized that it is so important, because usually, when we make projects, right, we look at the landing page, we focus on the hero section, right? This should be the call to action, that should be the image. But now I realize that the navigation bar, the header at the top, is so important, especially when you have a search option over there. So that's great. I'll be honest, most of your session went over my head. I think I'm not mature enough to understand that stuff, but I have to be honest, right? But I hope people who will watch it later on, right, they'll definitely connect to it. I see some of the guys saying that nice conference, but it's very late here in this part of the world, right? So it's not friendly. Indians have gone to sleep, but yeah, we have
Okay.
viewers joining up from other parts of the world too. Damodaran, apart from this, all this technical stuff, what do you do?
Um, I mean, this is like
What are some of your hobbies?
hobbies in the
The other
sense
speaker plays tabla.
no, I pretty much like cooking. So that's like
Wow.
a sort of a de-stressor or a stress reliever. So
That's good.
I, I mean, I cook for my family, so I like that very much, and
So,
I enjoy trying new recipes and doing all of that.
that's good. So did you cook here in India? Or you started cooking by when you moved out, because that's really what happens.
That is what happened when I moved here. That is what. I mean, I had to cook, and so I mean, that's how I learned cooking. And at one point in time, it was just for the taste, and after a point in time, it began for fitness. So there's been a drastic change in the diet and all of that, and now I'm sort of following that as well.
That's good. So where do you live here in India?
So in India, I'm from Chennai.
Oh, okay, that's good. I was there in October. They have Chennai has a good developers community, right? It's flourishing
Yeah,
now.
now it's like it's a lot better right now.
Yeah, that's good. No regrets for moving to States, man.
No, I haven't actually thought much about it or given a thought about it. It's just going with the flow. That's it.
Yeah. All right. So when are you coming back next time?
I would most likely come back like end of this year.
That's good. That's good. Keep coming back. And
yeah,
that was great. Thanks for accepting the invitation. I know you have work to do, and people
Thank
have
you so
work to
much.
do, so I won't take much of time. Great presentation, very deep dive into depth. I am sure when we put it out on LinkedIn, on YouTube, a dedicated session, we'll just trim it out, crop it. I'm sure people and developers would love it. Thank you so much, Damodaran.
Thank you. Thanks.
Get
Thanks
on
for
with the day.
Bye.
Thank you. All right, that was a power pack session. So much to take away that I promise I wasn't sleeping behind the scenes. All right, we have a minute before we get started with the second final session of the day. And our next speaker is actually from Netflix. Wow, eBay, Netflix. It's so exciting. We'll just play a 1 minute video. I'll quickly grab something to eat. It's very late night at my place, and then I'll be back. Let's take a minute break and see you soon. All right, everyone, welcome back. We now move to our next session that is by Rucha Agarwal. She's a senior software engineer at Netflix, and she's going to talk about how does Netflix build software to streamline organizational operations. And there's a secret that she has promised me that she has bribed me, right? She's going to give me a free Netflix subscription, annual subscription. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's bring our next speaker, Ruchi Agarwal from Netflix. Hi, Ruchi. Welcome to the Software Architecture Conference.
Hi, Simon. How are you?
I am doing absolutely great. You're the first one to ask me back, Simon. How are you?
Oh, I totally understand like your situation right now. It's past midnight in India, and you must be sleeping as hell.
Do I look sleepy to you? No.
You actually don't, because I was thinking like you may be local over here, and
Yeah.
I'm
My
surprised
name
you.
confuses folks sometime, right? Hey, this is Simon.
Yeah, and then I
Ruchi,
hear the accent, and
yeah.
pleasant surprises.
So Ruchi, how's life in States now?
Good,
Good.
quite busy. Personally, I
Mhm.
have two small kids, so they keep me off my on my toes. So
Yeah,
yeah.
kids, my, they scare me. I have a nephew. Oh. Uh, so by the way, I remember I did host someone from Netflix like a year and a half back, Tejas. Do you by any chance know him?
Uh, what was the name again?
Tejas.
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 Yes, I know Tejas.
Oh,
Yep,
you know Tejas. All right, that's
he's
good.
a
Yeah,
friend.
yeah, he's a friend. Yeah, we hosted him a couple of times. He was really good.
Yeah,
Like, wow, one more from Netflix.
yep,
All
yep.
right, Ruchi. All right, I won't take much of your time. Please feel free to go ahead and share screen, and then we can get started.
Sure. I am going to share my entire screen just in
Mhm.
case.
Yeah, that helps. I see your
Uh,
screen. I know
are
you're
you able to
inside
see?
StreamYard. Oh, you've got a branded Netflix. Oh, that's tempting. All
Cool.
right, I'm gonna add your screen to the stream. Everybody else can see it now, and next 35 minutes is all yours.
All right. Okay, I hope everyone is able to see the screen. Hello, everyone. As Simon said, I am Ruchi and I'm from Netflix. I do full stack development over here, and I have over 11, 12 years of experience now working as a full stack developer. If you guys don't know, and you watched the previous presentation, Damodaran is an ex colleague of mine. I used to work at eBay prior to Apple, which is before Netflix. So I was at eBay for some time, and I did work with Damodar on some of the projects. And yeah, he's a great software engineer. So I definitely recommend watching any session that Damodar takes in future because he's very technical. But opposite to that, I'm going to talk about software building at Netflix, and this is not going to be a very technical talk. So I'm going to spare people from sleeping and enjoy some comfortable non-tech talk over here. This is more process oriented and how Netflix basically builds software so that they're able to delight their customers with the kind of experience you see today. um, so the topic of my talk today would be how Netflix builds software to streamline organizational operations. It's a long topic, so I'm going to break it down into what I mean by build software to streamline organizational operations, and we'll see like how Netflix is actually able to, delight their customers, like I said in the previous slide. So before we delve into our presentation, I want to lay a little thought out here. When we think about Netflix and Netflix's success, what do we think about? We immediately start thinking about Netflix as the streaming business or the streaming product that everyone in the world uses, right? The brilliant catalog of content, of movies and series that anyone can watch at the comfort of their homes anywhere in the world. But we barely think about Netflix as the corporation or the company, how they function, or, with an employee strength of over 12,000 people, how are they able to perform at such a productive level that, they're able to acquire this kind of monopoly over the world with the kind of services they provide? So, in today's talk, I am going to specifically throw some light on Netflix as a corporation, how our processes and workflows have improved over time, through which we are able to deliver the exceptional services to our customers outside and acquire the monopoly that Netflix has in the world today. So, let's start by breaking down my long topic that I said before, which is how Netflix builds software to streamline organizational operation. Oh my god, that's a mouthful myself. So let's start by talking about productization. Productization basically refers to the process where you take a specific service or the way a company operates and convert that into a viable product or a software and application. And what do I mean by organizational processes? So, organizational processes is nothing but the series of activities that any organization within a company performs to achieve a certain goal. Those goals could be, improving the recruitment or IT operations, employee management. All company has these organizations within them. Specific to Netflix, we have things like aviation support, because we fly our talent, actors, and cast and crew all the time from one place to another. We have studio and production support, press and publicity, and a whole host of other things. So the most common thing over here is that every company has organizations within to operate, to functionally operate in a way that aligns with the goal of the company entirely, right? So we have different organization, recruiting, aviation, blah blah blah. Now, how does productization apply to these organizational processes? Every organization performs certain series of activities, like I said, but after a while, with the manual work that every organization performs, it gets very error prone. So essentially, when we apply productization to those processes, which means we take those organizational processes and convert them into viable products, which are more autonomous, and helps the company achieve that kind of standardization across. So you're taking all of these processes, automating them, and creating products out of those. But why am I talking about productization and organizational processes over here? We're just talking about software development, right? And how a company is able to perform at a level where they're able to delight customers, like I said before. So let's connect the dots in the later slides, but let's see what are the key takeaways of my talk today. So we talked about productization in the previous slide, how you can build software so that custom internal tooling, why it becomes so crucial to any company. How can proper tooling impact a company? How can you leverage this knowledge within your own organization or company, and get inspired by some of the examples that I will share. So, all in all, the major key takeaway from my talk today would be why building internal products within a company is so important to a company's success. That is the tagline. So, we'll keep that in mind and let's dive into it. So, let's talk about lack of internal tooling at a company. What do I mean by lack of internal tooling? Lack of internal tooling can be extremely detrimental to any company, especially a company that is growing. Uh, it can lead to inefficiencies in productivity, so loss in productive hours by employees, because employees are constantly struggling with mundane, manual, repetitive work. Inconsistent workflows, so workflows that are error prone because human interventions lead to errors, and it is unavoidable, which incurs higher cost because now employees are not focused on the main agenda or objective of the company, but constantly struggling to improve those workflows, or dealing with error prone workflows day in and day out. Limited scalability, because there is only so much that you can scale with manual work, right? Dependency on key individuals, because if processes are not automated, you are constantly chasing after key individuals who can unblock you in your day-to-day work, and so that you can go back and do the stuff that you have been doing. And all in all, it leads to employee frustration and burnout, because now employees are constantly dealing with these inefficiencies instead of working on meaningful work or the main objectives and goals of the company fully. They are spending a big chunk of their time just dealing with these inefficiencies and loss in their productivity. And cumulatively, what happens is, because of that, it leads to company losing competitive advantage over other companies, because now your company is just dealing with internal workflows that are not efficient, and not working on things that actually drive your financial numbers and help you gain customers outside. So that is why external tooling is extremely detrimental to a company's success if there are lack in proper automation within your organizations. Now let's talk about Netflix prior to internal productization. So this is the time when Netflix's main goal was to focus on their streaming business, or the streaming product that everyone uses in the world today. At that time, Netflix's employee strength was barely thousands of employees, a few thousand essentially, and internal tooling was not top of our mind because company was able to operate at a good level with just those few thousands employees. But as the company grew in complexity, and the complexity of their workflows also grew with that, because you're adding up employees every year. The scale of Netflix grew from 5,000 to over 12,000 employees in like barely 5 years, and all tools that teams would build for their small use cases could not scale up. Of course, it's not like there were no tools at all, but a company or like teams would build smaller tools to their immediate needs. Those tools cannot scale up because now you have so many employees, and you cannot use those tools to standardize workflows across. So thousands of employee hours were now getting wasted because of manual work, which is repetitive, and it's not just repetitive, but manual work also leads to errors, and then you're now going and fixing errors. So a lot of time for of employees are getting wasted in those. So the need for automation became inevitable, of course, because manual work leads to loss in hours and loss in introduction of errors. So the need for efficiency in workflows grew with that, and that led to the formation of my team, which is the internal tools engineering team. Our main goal was to own the internal tooling space of Netflix and build tools for other employees, tools that would help in removing those manual interventions and errors, but also tools that give back those productive hours to employees that they can use in bringing work excellence and innovation to the company, which is more important. Uh, and Which is more important, like I said. But when you think about internal tools engineering team, uh, the major factor is that we don't impact our financial numbers directly. We cannot show the direct impact of our work on our return on investment. And why is that so? Because internal tooling is not working towards the external customers for a company, right? Internal tools are not serving up external customers like our viewers who use Netflix day to day. But internal tools are mostly catered towards the internal employees or our colleagues and peers who use these tools in their daily work. So, how do you show that direct ROI on our financial numbers? That is not possible. So, how do we show our success on papers? How do we show our impact to the company, that we are helping the company in certain way? So, one key metric that we use to measure the success of our team is through the number of hours we are saving per employee. So the number of hours that each employee is now saving because they are not dealing with those inefficient workflows or not having to waste those hours in doing manual work, but a tool is helping them achieve that, right? So they're becoming more and more productive because of that. And since they are becoming more and more productive because of that, they're using those hours into doing work that is more important and aligned with the company's goals. And that is how we show that these hours that we are saving up per employee account for this much of financial value. And that is the major key metric that any internal tools team use within any company. And some statistics to show that is, some examples that I can show that we have used within Netflix itself is, a project like universal search. Universal search is basically one project that you can think about Google search, but only within the scale of the company. Before the existence of this tool, 18% of employee time per employee, which is roughly around 416 hours per year, was wasted in searching for information within the company. This information could be anything, for example, contacts of other employees, or company policies, or legal compliance related information like code. For example, if you're writing a code, you want to see like how other teams have implemented using the same library or something like that. There could be n number of things, cultural related things, benefits, related stuff that the company offers, or even numbers for managers when the compensation cycle comes every year for employees to bump up their salaries. Just research tools, for example. So things like those, so much of time per employee was wasted in just looking for information, which cumulatively comes down to 4.16 million hours across the entire global workforce at Netflix. With an introduction of universal search tool, we are able to save those many hours per employees, and it accounts for hundreds and millions of dollars in annual savings. And you can think about the range in like 500 to 600 million dollars over here, just because of introduction of this one tool. Travel and aviation, Netflix is very heavy into flying their cast and crew and talent, actresses across different locations. So a lot of time gets wasted into just coordination and management. So automating some of those management and coordination processes can save up to, again, millions of dollars, uh, to the company. Then again, third example I have over here is employee support. 150K support tickets get created every year. What are these support tickets? These are just support tickets that are created by employees and served up by other IT and operations people who are also our colleagues, right? So you can think about support tickets, for example, how do I provision a new laptop? How do I connect to VPN? Things like those. These are, again, like thousands of tickets are very similar to each other, but the IT support employees have to manually take those questions and serve up the other employees. So there was a lot of opportunity over here to also create automation by just understanding what are those similar queries, and then how can we improve the workflows through which a human doesn't have to take up those tickets. So again, 150K support ticket translates to, again, millions and millions of dollars for Netflix. Some of the other internal tools, apart from these financial numbers, are bots to streamline support and help channels. So you can think about those 150K support tickets that I talked about. If we introduce bots to take up some of those questions which are repetitive and similar in nature, we can save up so many thousands and thousands of hours per employee. Universal search solution, the search solution that I just talked about. Again, we did not realize the importance of this, but a lot of time per employee gets wasted into searching for information. Employee feedback tool, again, this is very specific to Netflix because Netflix is a very pro heavy feedback giving culture. We believe that giving feedback to each other improve employee performance and build up strong relationships. So this may not seem like it is directly impacting our workflows, but it is in a way, because it helps improving the performance of each employee. Then we have talent management tools, for example, recruiting. In recruiting, you have job applications, so job application tracking systems. When the hiring process starts, manual management of those processes are very error prone and also very inefficient, essentially. So automating that workflow. Salary data collection and research tools, we call it top of market because Netflix believes that they pay their employees top of market, and this tool helps managers every year reviewing the compensation per employee and bumping up their packages. Travel management and air shuttle tools, like I talked about, flying cast and crew in multiple locations, it just helps with coordination and management costs. Employee help and IT support documentation tools, so essentially me finding out how can I self-serve certain questions without having to go and create a support ticket for other IT support people. So having a proper documentation tool where I can self-serve my question is extremely helpful. Procurement and supply tools, for example, when this work from home culture started, a lot of people requested for office supplies to set up a home office. So procurement and supply tools like those became very essential, and it just cuts down so much of management cost over there. And a ton of other developer tools for engineers, even because we are also employees, right? So tools that could tremendously help with our developer productivity is also very detrimental. So for example, we have tools like Newt, that's just one command line tool that creates end-to-end pipeline, creates a sample project scaffolding locally on your computer, and spins up infrastructure on an AWS cloud automatically for you. So you don't have to go and deal with all of those workflows. It's just one command that does all in all for you. All you have to do is focus on writing code. Spinnaker is our deployment management tool. So it is an open source tool available to other companies as well. Consolidated logging and analytics tools, and a whole host of other tools that helps with developer productivity as well. So now let's talk about internal to development process at Netflix. Uh, and again, this is very true with other companies as well, not just Netflix, because internal tool teams deal with a lot of short timelines and extreme pressure from stakeholders, because you work with stakeholders who are internal to the company, who are your colleagues and peers essentially that you work day to day with, and you're essentially building tools for them. So your SLAs are extremely short. There's a lot of pressure in delivering the project very fast and quick, so that company doesn't have to deal with those inefficiencies, more number of hours and days. uh, our development teams are very lean. You can think about one or two engineers working on one project at a time, and we're working on like 20-30 projects within one team. So our teams are very lean. We have 7 to 10 engineers, but each engineer is working on multiple different projects. It may be just one project that you are actively developing or writing code for, but there are multiple projects that you're supporting and helping out with. Again, direct interaction with stakeholders, because these are internal employees, and your colleagues and peers that you work day to day with. And less process oriented development. Again, this is very pro Netflix. Netflix is very anti heavy processes. We believe in freedom and responsibility and autonomy that is given to employees. Netflix doesn't impose hard processes around things which stand in the way of employees work excellence. So we tell them, we give them the right information and let the employees take the right decision for themselves and their work. Continuous development and iteration, because uh, since we directly interact with our stakeholders and consumers, we know what are their pain points. We quickly take those feedbacks, quickly fix those and apply, and deployment happens. There is no like specific deployment cycle. So our deployments happen any day, anytime. We avoid Fridays, of course, but any day of the week, any time of the day. Data is extremely important. We take thousands of data metrics per project. Again, Netflix is very pro collecting data and analytics. We derive meaning from that data. We understand what other areas we can go and fix, and that in turn becomes our other project. So we collect data very heavily, we derive a lot of meaning from that data, and then we use that data to go work on our projects and address some of the pain points that we find out through these analytics. Again, as I talked about autonomy for employees, there's a lot of developer autonomy as well. We have a slogan called "You build, you run" at Netflix, and what that means is you own your project end to end. As a developer, you focus on like architecting the project, implementing the project, delivering the project, writing tests for it, deploying the project. There are no central QA team or central DevOps team. So you do everything end to end. And there is a lot of decision making authority per developer, which means that when you're working on a new project, you have the whole autonomy to decide which tech stack would be better for this specific project, and based on also your and your team skill set, you have a lot of decision making authority over that. You choose your own code, you test your own code and functionality. So again, like, there is no QA, or there is no specific QA team that takes your project and write the automation code for it. You do that all by yourself. There is no separate DevOps team that would take your project and deploy it somewhere on the cloud that you're not aware of. But as a developer, you would own that entire deployment strategy space as well. You decide how many servers, you decide what load balancers or what kind of deployment strategy you want, which region, which areas you want to deploy in. Everything is all in the hands of developer themselves. So all in all, we don't have stringent processes and approvals that you have to go through. There's no authority that is sitting somewhere where you have to go and get approvals on your tech stack, get approvals on your deployment. No, there's nothing like that. It's all in the hand of developer themselves. And that is why it gives us so much space to just quickly iterate, do experiments, decide what is really good for the company, and deliver so quickly. Lessons learned as an internal tools engineer. Now, having said all of that before, how Netflix builds software and why internal tooling space is important, what are some of the lessons that I would feel every internal engineer learns while in the process is, there's a lot of pressure through which you have to work. So since our timelines are so short, our stakeholders are all internal, so we are interacting with those stakeholders every single day. Our feedbacks are very instantaneous, so you build something, you get the feedback very quickly. So there's a lot of pressure to deliver the work. uh, Again, you need to have exceptional communication skills as an internal tools engineer, more than an engineer who works on external projects, because right now you're dealing with stakeholders who are direct, who you interact directly with. You know your consumers. You communicate within your team, outside of your team. uh, there are certain times where you are communicating with the leadership as well. So there's a lot of communication that goes on, as an internal tools engineer. You're not only just writing code and sitting down, but there's a lot of other hats that you have to wear. Ability to work without stringent processes. Again, a lot of people don't appreciate working under stringent processes, and a lot of people also don't perform quite well without processes, because people are primed in a way where they need to know what are the next steps that they need to take. When there are no strict processes around, it's a lot harder to decide whether I'm taking the right decisions and whether I'm doing the right thing or not. So it's a muscle that you have to build, but it's a great thing to have around, and it's a blessing in disguise where you don't have stringent processes and you're delivering without strictness around. Ability to lead, because you own your own workspace. There's a lot of ownership that you have to take as an internal tools engineer. You are working on multiple different projects, you own your own projects end to end. So a lot of leadership skills goes into that. Efficient context switching and time management. Again, context switching can be perceived as anti-productive, but as an internal tools engineer, since your teams are so slim, you own multiple projects at the same time. So efficient context switching is very important. And it is not anti-productive in the sense, because you're context switching with proper time management. You're not dealing with multiple projects one time, at a single time, right? You're splitting your time within those projects, and that is how you efficiently context switch. So context switching and time management skills are also crucial. Some of the rewards that I can talk about as internal tools engineer is, you see your work directly impact people's lives, right? People's workflows are improved so much that you see that they are able to perform at a level where they are directly impacting and directly making contribution towards companies' goals. Uh, that is a lot of satisfaction in seeing that. You see that employees satisfaction and employee experience is improved so much that it in turn leads to a lot of it in turn leads to improved retention in employees for the company. A lot of employee frustration leads to people leaving the companies, and lack of that experience can be detrimental to the company, because now companies constantly dealing with people leaving and hiring. So again, you can think about improving the experience in a way so that company doesn't have to waste so much of time just going after people and hiring them, right? You're retaining your top talent, opportunity to work on multiple domains, because as internal tools engineer there are so many different problems that you will be solving. You are interacting with different organizations within the company. So for example, you're working on aviation, you're working on recruiting, you're working on IT operation tools, and this gives you a lot of exposure essentially. And I would say, as external engineer who work on one problem at a time or working on one single tool, since you're working on so many different domains, it basically gives you a feeling that you're working at five different companies at the same time, or you have experience of working at five different companies. A lot of exposure to other people because you're talking to stakeholders, consumers, you're talking to your own team, cross functional teams, you're talking to leadership sometimes, so that gives a lot of visibility outside of your team itself. And all in all, it gives you a lot of it helps you develop your leadership skills in a way that you not only own your projects, but you're also talking to so many people, you're wearing so many different hats. uh, you're not only just writing code, but you're doing so many other things as well. So that helps a lot with leadership development, and I think that that is the in entirety working as an internal tools engineer is very, very rewarding. So in the end, I want to lay out an important thought over here, which is internal tools is very crucial to a company's success. It brings harmony in how the company performs. It helps save thousands of productive hours per employee so that employees can focus on working on the main key objectives of a company, and bringing innovation and excellence to their workflows. So they are not wasting those hours in dealing with inefficiencies and frustration that becomes a byproduct of all of that, but it helps improve the overall experience of employees and helps the company achieve a level where they can delight their consumers like Netflix does. So all in all, the secret of our success is internal tools team or an internal applications team. We are the superheroes who work behind the scenes to success of Netflix. And thank you. That's a wrap.
Wow, that was a really unique presentation, Rishi. I wasn't expecting any sessions around that internal tools application, right? That's pretty cool. I could relate to that session, Rishi, because I was in the past an RP engineer. I used to work as a robotic process automation engineer. Then my task was to automate a lot of stuff from security to tickets and to whatnot. So I could definitely relate when someone would just walk down the gallery and say, "Hey, Simon, thanks for automating that task. This
Was,
really
yeah.
had saved a lot of our time." I really loved it, your session, and I learned quite a few terminologies like productization. It's kind of tongue twister for me.
I know. Yeah, I think like a lot of people don't talk about internal tools, and
Hmm.
when you go to a company and you are not working at the forefront product,
Yeah.
a lot of people hesitate that I don't want to work, on this project because it doesn't give
Yeah.
me the thrill. But
Mm.
I would say like internal tools are even more thrilling because you know so many things that I talked about. You're working on different domains, different stakeholders, you're dealing with a lot of other things. Only like it's not just the code that you're writing, but you're doing so many other things. So someone has to talk about internal tools, right?
Wow, this is the very first session I've had around internal tools. That's pretty cool, and I really liked when you touched on that you build, you run, and choose your own deployment strategy. I know this is very tough. I don't know how you guys manage it at your place, but I don't think so. This is very easy to implement everywhere, isn't it?
Yes, that is true. And I think this is very unique to Netflix.
Yeah.
I myself was quite overwhelmed when I found out about that, but people do pretty well, wearing different hats at the same time. It gives you so much visibility, and it gives you that thrill to see your code actually, going into deployment and how you're deploying it. You're choosing your own strategies. So it's a lot of learning that goes behind the scenes, but it is 100% doable.
Yeah. I want to work at Netflix now.
You're welcome to, definitely.
Okay, Ruchi, I'll let you go and I'll ask you one question since we have been talking about some internal tools, right? So we use a lot of every developer uses some tools, right? So on a day-to-day basis, what are some of the tools that you used, which you can tell if you don't want to, it's okay.
No, absolutely. I use the universal search tool. Again,
Mm-hmm.
that's a name that we've given to it, but it's kind of like Google search, but only within the scale of the company itself.
Mm-hmm.
So you're using that to find out ton of other information. For example, somebody's contact, or you search for an
Oh,
employee, you find that, or you're finding out about benefits. So for example, a few days back, I had to change my benefit information, like my um, medical insurance and stuff like that. So just
mm-hmm.
finding out information about that, or a whole host of other things. So I think that one tool is probably something that is heavily used within the company, and everyone uses every day, because every day you're trying to find something and you go there.
Yeah.
Even for your code, you search like this library, how are you using that library?
Mm-hmm.
And you see like so many projects that are built within Netflix, by other
Oh,
engineers,
wow.
and you can see code examples from there, and then even contact that team like, hey, I see that you've used this library, how, what do you think about it, or how did you deploy it, if you have questions. So it helps a lot in that way.
You have your own world running inside Netflix. Who knew that? It's so good. I'm so excited, Ruchi. So, what else, Ruchi, would like to add before we move to the next session?
Nothing much, but I would say that people should be open to also working on internal tools teams, and not just restrict your experience to external products that the
Yeah.
company is popular for. So be flexible. That's what my message is.
Yeah, especially at Netflix because then you'll end up watching just series and movies. You
I
won't
know,
work.
right?
All right, Ruchi, thank you so much for your time. It was lovely hosting you. I really enjoyed it. And I hope everyone watching the stream, even now and later on, will love your sessions. Very unique, I would say. I was surprised on how you led from the beginning till the end. Every slide has something to take away. So thank you so much. Have a
Thank you
great
so
day
much,
ahead and
Simon.
hope to see you soon. So whenever you're back in India, I would love to host you the other in-person events that we do too. That would be great.
Certainly. Thank you so
All
much,
right,
Simon.
Ruchi. Have a nice day. Ta-da. Bye-bye.
Yeah.
All right, that was Netflix for you. Unfortunately, we didn't give away some licenses or some subscriptions, but never mind. There was a lot to take away from the session itself. We now move to our final session of the day. I cannot believe it. We are at what, eighth hour of streaming, and I have some of my team members working behind the scenes. So kudos to them. And we now move to our final session. What time is it? We still have about 4 or 5 minutes. Let's take a minute break and come back, and I'll see you soon.
20 years ago, a seed was planted and cared for. We painstakingly nurtured it and weathered it against adversity until one day it blossomed and the fruits of our labor began to show. Today, millions have learned, shared, and been inspired by what our community has produced. We proudly serve 21 million users from 204 countries in 2019. For our 85,000 technical articles, code samples, and videos, our 450,000 forum questions, and our highly anticipated conferences and events featuring keynote panels, live streams, and industry experts and influencers, we recognize and reward members for their dedication to the community. Through content contributions and mentorships, we ranked number 2,620 in the world with a reach of millions across our social media channels. Thanks to you, our global community of software and data developers grows stronger each day. For more information, visit us at CSharpCorner.com.
All right, and I'm back, and now we move to the final session of the day. That's by Vikrant. He's going to talk about learn DynamoDB data modeling. And the reason we selected is because we don't really get to see people talking about DynamoDB a lot. So I'm really excited and looking forward to a session that is going to wrap up the conference. And so let's bring our final speaker, Vikrant, who is a senior software engineer. Hi, Vikrant, and welcome to the Software Architecture Conference.
Hey, Simon. Thank you. Glad to be here.
Yeah, thanks for accepting the invitation. I'm really excited for you talking about DynamoDB. As I was just saying, we don't get to see a lot of sessions about DynamoDB. So my very first session, even before you get started, Vikrant, is why did you choose this session?
So I think I've been using relational my whole life, at least before joining Amazon. And once I joined Amazon, I started working on S3. I loved what people can do with kind of NoSQL systems and build. And I'm one of the person who built some of those NoSQL systems. So I know what it goes and what it takes to build a system and how customers are delighted using systems like NoSQL, where it can scale automatically and you don't have to think about managing your servers and don't even want to think about things like managing your indexes and all the relational database problems that you have to deal with, and hire experts to solve your problems.
Yeah, that's great. That's great. We all love NoSQL here too. So I won't take much of your time, Vikrant. Would you like to go ahead and share a screen and then we can get started?
Sure.
At the bottom of the screen, you'll find a button that says present and then perhaps an entire screen.
Can you see this?
I see it. Yeah. Oh my goodness, the screen resolution. Yeah, I think that helps now. Everybody else can see your screen, Vikrant, and next 35 minutes is all yours.
Okay. Can I go ahead?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay. So as you know, my name is Vikrant. I'm a senior staff engineer at SoFi, and previously I was at AWS working on S3 for close to 8 years. You all know S3 is a storage system, but S3 also need to deal with storing data in the sense that metadata, so you can index your data better. So that is where I think my experience of building NoSQL systems is coming into play here. That's something about me. And the last 2 years I've been working at SoFi as senior staff engineer. SoFi is a financial institution. It's a bank in the US, and we build a software using the cloud technologies, mostly AWS. All right, just before going to the talk, a lot of my content here is from DynamoDB book, the images, because I really love this book and I think everybody should read this book. The author, Alex Debris, is also a popular speaker as well. So I would like to credit some of the images that I steal from his book. All right, so I mean, this talk is about DynamoDB, but some of the concepts and some of the things that we're talking about here applies to any NoSQL system, whether it's Cassandra or any other NoSQL system. But let's assume that we're going to talk more about DynamoDB and less about Cassandra. But let's get started. So why DynamoDB, right? The first thing is it's serverless. That means you don't have to maintain any servers. DynamoDB provides you an API that you can talk to put your objects or rows attributes, and you don't have to manage any of your servers. So that would be one of the advantage of using DynamoDB. It's serverless and it can scale elastically up and down. And the second one is no connection limits. I'm sure you have dealt with things like connection pools, JDBCs, and then you have multiple hosts hitting a single database, and you had to deal with connection problems. So the fun part with DynamoDB is there's no connection limits because of the way it runs on scale, runs on multiple partitions. You can spin up any number of hosts, whether it's on cloud, whether it's Lambda, on AWS or in Azure or Google Cloud, and then keep hitting without any connection limits from multiple hosts. And the scale, one of the biggest advantages is scale. So you don't have to worry about scaling your servers up, scaling your servers down. Everything is taken care by you automatically within the cloud by DynamoDB. And performance. So one of the things that DynamoDB provides you is consistent performance. So think about the image that you have here, right? So if you have your MySQL or Postgres database, you start with some database with very small amount of data when you build your application, let's say 1 GB, and it's super fast. It works really well in your pre-prod environments, production environments. But as you grow, you can see the performance keeps going down, and the curve keeps going into fast, sluggish, and painful. So at that point, all you need to do is probably hire experts and manage your indexes, and maybe have to do some re-architectures and stuff like that to come back to a normal state. But that's a lot of effort, right? And you need to have expertise in something like you see a lot of database administrators doing that kind of work. So with DynamoDB, you get this consistent performance. It's always fast. You do it once on 1 GB, and you can scale it until 1 TB or even 10 TB, 20 TB, even petabytes. You can just keep having the same performance, a consistent performance. And consistency in the sense of performance as well, but consistency in the sense of NoSQL database as well. So you see a lot of databases or a lot of NoSQL databases, because they have to manage replication. You also want you don't get consistent responses back, in the sense that most of them are eventually consistent. Like once you write your data, you read it, you might not get the latest data. You might get a stale data, right? So DynamoDB gives you read after write consistency. That means once you write, you can get it immediately if you can call your master replica. It also supports both eventual consistency and strong consistency, but let's talk about that later. But consistency is something DynamoDB provides. And predictable billing. So because of the way things are in the cloud, you just can do a capacity planning or request planning and decide, this is my monthly billing going to look like based on my growth. So it's very predictable in that sense. And zero downtime. Yes, DynamoDB had few outages here and there, but most of the time it's zero downtime. So remember how many times you had to deal with your database admins to say, you know what, we're doing some upgrade, and you'll have a downtime, and you'll have to have a downtime with your customers. You send an email to customers, or have some banners in your home pages saying we are down for maintenance. With DynamoDB, you don't have to do that because it's always up. Okay, let's go to the next slide. So before we go in detail, so one of the guiding principle of DynamoDB is it won't let you do things that won't scale. So with your data modeling, you won't do things that you cannot scale. Well, and unlike a relational, there are no joins, no filters. You can't do sums, no aggregations. So how do you do data modeling then? So let's get to that. Okay, before going in deep, let's go into some NoSQL concepts. You have your primary key, just like relational. You have a primary key, but the primary key consists of a partition key and a sort key, which is a composite primary key. You can either have just a partition key without a sort key, or you need both. You can do with a sort key, with a partition key and a sort key. So in this case, look at the image. You can see Tom Hanks as partition key, and some of his movies like Castaway, Toy Stories, or for example, or your sort keys. But you can get away with not having a sort key altogether as well. Or you can have a composite primary key, just like the image. And the attributes, we have something called attributes here. So you have roles, years, and genres. So those are the attribute fields. And unlike relational, these are called items. So you call them rows, but these are items in DynamoDB. And one caveat is you cannot query with attributes. So you cannot have you can query DynamoDB with partition key and a sort key, or a partition key, or a partial sort key and partition key, but not an attribute. There are indexes, just like relational DynamoDB supports. They're called global second indexes. We're going to talk about them later. But without setting up a GSI or a global second index, you cannot query with attributes. All right. So how does DynamoDB work? I'm sure you know a relational database is, let's say, is running on a single host, but unlike that, DynamoDB works on partitions, and partitions are working on are running on different hosts. So let's say one partition is associated with one host. So let's say there are 9 hosts in this case, where each partition lives on. And let's say there is we spoke about partition keys and sort keys. So let's say the partition key is a customer ID and the sort key is order ID. So when DynamoDB web server receives this request to its request router, so the request router looks at the customer ID and figures and does a hash and figures, I need to go to partition 1 where this item belongs to and do a put or a get. So that's how DynamoDB internally works, where there's a hash, and then the hash, based on the hash, you go to a single partition and do a fetch or a put. But partition 1 is also replicated into multiple other hosts, so that way you don't you get that durability and also eventual consistency, and you can hit any partition to get your data. So let's look at some first order things for your data modeling. Generally, what you do is you go draw an entity relationship diagram, correct? In any data modeling scenario, you have to do the same. You build your relationship diagram, and then write up your access patterns. So some of the access patterns can be, hey, look up your employee details by employee ID, or query employee details by employee name. So write them down in Excel or Google Sheets or whatever. And then think about what should be your partition key. That partition key would be able to help you to shard your data, and think about what can be your sort key. The sort key can be used for sorting your data in order, so you can preserve the orders, for example. And also, what can be your indexes? In this case, let's say you want to have in the previous in your previous image, let's say you want to have year as one of your index. So decide on your global second indexes as well. So some of the things that you have to think about when you're thinking about data modeling, these are the first order things. And these are very similar to what we do in relational as well, except you have a primary key, but you have a partition key and a sort key here. But the second order is the most important part, because these are some things that post or enforced by DynamoDB. So some of the things I need to know is there are conditional expressions that you can write in DynamoDB. Put if, so you can do things like, hey, put this object only if this condition is true. So you can write conditional queries. And DynamoDB also supports transactions. So like just like relational, you can also think about transactions in the sense, if you have three queries to execute, so you can wrap it up in a transaction, and DynamoDB make sure these are atomic, so that way all the transactions execute or none of them execute. And you can also think about complex attributes. So I know we have things like binary data, etc. in your databases. Along with that, DynamoDB also have complex attributes. That means there's something like maps and also lists that you can support. If you look at the image, the mailing address, for example, I think is a map, and this is one of the complex attributes that you can write. But you cannot write GSIs and complex attributes because it's hard. But your GSIs can be on your first name and last name in this image, for example. And DynamoDB also has some limits. So any query or scan operation that you're doing against DynamoDB is maximum 1 MB of size. So if you write something, you cannot get back more than 1 MB. You need to think about pagination and stuff like that to keep your previous marker, and then query again so you can read or scan your full database or query your full database if you have to. And DynamoDB has something called partitions, as we talked about, and there are limits on partitions as well. The current limits are around 1,000 write capacity units and 3,000 read capacity units. These should be pretty much should be very high number for most of the applications. But again, if you are thinking you need more, then probably you can need to go towards on-demand mode, or think about what mistakes you made in your data modeling, because generally they should be pretty sufficient, because 1,000 TPS and 3,000 TPS per second should be sufficient in most of the use cases. And the row size is 400 KB. So whether you use complex attributes, whether you use normal attributes, you cannot have more than 400 KB. So that is something that you have to think about when you're modeling your data. And the maximum partition size is 10 terabytes. So imagine as I said, we have a partition key, and the partition key would be going to one host. So you cannot have, if you model your data such a way that all your data is in a single partition key, then you're doing something wrong, because the maximum partition size is 10 terabyte. So you need to find some high cardinality attributes for your partition so you can divide it better and you don't hit this limit of 10 terabytes as you grow. Okay, so we already spoke about some primary key, but let's go into more detail. So primary key is a unique key that combines both partition key and a sort key. So it's always unique. For example, if you have like Amazon and the date here, which is 1824, if you write again, you're going to overwrite it, and it's not going to be a new entry, but you're going to overwrite. So it's always unique in the sense that partition key and sort key is always unique. And you cannot update a primary key in the sense that you can only overwrite it, and every new every new write of partition key sort key is a new row or item in DynamoDB. And partition keys for grouping, as I said, partition key is used in hash, so you can hit the right host or partition in DynamoDB. So it's used for grouping your data together. And sort keys for ordering. So if you see on the side, you see the sort keys are ordered lexicographically. And partition key should be selected with high cardinality, so that way it's always unique and you always hit multiple partitions and not a single partition. As I said, if you hit multiple partitions, you get more throughput out of your partition than being restricted to 1000, 3000 TPS that DynamoDB imposes. And you can also, some strategies while developing a partition key is high cardinality. You also need to make sure, think about composite attributes. So if you look at the image there, the invoice number, let's say, is 121212, these are composite attributes in the sense there's something called hashes that we are using in this case to create more high cardinality partition keys. So you can employ that strategy in your use case. And also you can add some predictable randomness. So let's say you have that invoice number, but you want to also create more partition keys. Then you can add some kind of randomness between, let's say, 0 to n, hash your data, let's say hash your one of your attribute, and decide where you want to go into your partition key. So it's not easy for search, but if you want, you can employ that strategy based on the use case. Again, I wouldn't recommend it, but if your use case permits it and you don't have an option, then you can do something like predictable randomness as well. So you can go and hit multiple partitions and not just single partition. And some of the best practices of sort key is you can also, just like partition key, you can also have composite sort keys where you can do on hashes, just like how you have your client 1 TXID hash 1, client 1 TXID hash 2. So you can do composite sort keys as well. And the nice part about sort keys, you can do, if you want to query, you can get your partition key and then say starts with something in your query, so that way you can list everything from your partition. And sort keys can be used for versioning. So let's say you have some use case where you want to update the data. You have a lot of updates coming into one of the use cases, but at the same time you want to preserve the history. Then you can use sort key as your versioning strategy. That means every time you get a new version, you update it by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Such a way you can have that history on using a sort key. And you can also employ things like sorting with timestamps. Like, hey, every time update comes in or data comes in, you can create a UUID. Sorry, you can create a timestamp, epoch timestamp, or ISO 8601 date, and then add your data. So you can use that for sorting. And you can also use UUIDs. But with UUIDs, what happens is you lose the order. So for that, and the previous one where you can have timestamps that are colliding, if you're dealing with high scale, then you would have some collisions. So there's something called ULIT that you can also try out, so that you get best of both, which is best of UUIDs and also sorting with your timestamps. So the advantage of ULIT is it preserves your order. The way ULIT works is the first 48 bits is milliseconds, so that way that the 48 bits make sure they're ordered, and the next 80 bits is make sure they are random. So that way you still get randomness and not have collisions with your timestamps if you're using timestamps. And the URL safe and also lexicographically sortable, as I said. Okay, let's get to queries. So you can write queries on your database, and on DynamoDB database. And for that, you need a partition key. Let's say in this case, a partition key is device 123. And if you query by device 123, you're going to get all the readings, as I said, reading from the beginning. And maximum you can get is 1 MB. And you'll have your last token. And based on the token, you can query again and fetch that full data for device 123 partition key. And I also said you can have a sort key in your query, or you cannot have it. So you can also do something like partial sort keys. For example, you can query, hey, my partition key is device 123, and my sort key starts with reading 2020-03-1410, let's say. So it's going to give you all the readings that starts with reading 2020-03-1410, for example. So you can do a full partition key, or you can do a partial sort key, so you can get a list of all your readings in this case. And you can also add some filters. Filters are like very small things like, hey, I want to have temperature greater than 32.1, for example. So you could add those filters in your queries, and DynamoDB does that filtering, but still you get back 1 MB of your data. And I really like this feature, which is scan index forward. So a lot of times when you design, you think, oh, maybe I have to always go from top to down. But DynamoDB also supports something called scan index forward. You can set that field to false, and DynamoDB can return you from top down as well. In this case, you can get, if you see the image, you can get the readings in reverse as well. So that is something that DynamoDB offers, which is pretty nice. And pagination, as I said, because DynamoDB has these limits of 1 megabyte per query, you need to DynamoDB supports, or DynamoDB SDK supports pagination by out of box. So you can get your last token and then query again, and then fetch those readings in this case of device 123. And you can also do consistent reads. DynamoDB, as I said, can support read after write. By default, it's eventually consistent. So you have to set, when you're writing the query, you have to say, I want consistent reads. When you say consistent reads, it's going to hit the master node and get you the data, not the slave nodes. So that way you always have that read after write guarantee. And favor query over scan. So queries will need partition keys. So having post partition keys is easy to fetch your data. Scanning is bad because you'll have to go through a lot of data, and if you have terabytes of data, then it's going to take forever. So always think to query your data over scanning. Okay, so let's get to an example of one-to-many relationships. So a lot of times you have to data model on one-to-many relationships, like customer has orders, for example. That is one example. Or actor works in movies, so that is, or has a bunch of movies under his bucket. So that is one-to-many relationships. So how do I fetch the information about customer if I have an order, right? So some of the strategies that you can employ are denormalization, which is exactly opposite of normalization that we do in relational. And you can also employ strategies like pre-joining your data, so that way they are co-located together in DynamoDB. So let's get through some examples and see how that works out. So if you see, so sorry, I think the image has got the title, but what I'm trying to say here is, so let's say you have an access pattern where you want to do one-to-many relationships, and let's say a company has few payment methods, and the payment methods in this case are a credit card and a bank account. So what you can do is you can create a complex attribute in DynamoDB, and so if you see here, Berkshire is a partition key, and Berkshire has two payment methods, which is credit card and a bank account. Same thing with Facebook. Facebook has a credit card and a bank account as well. So one organization has multiple payment types. So you can employ something like a complex attributes, like a map that we described, and denormalize your data like this. There are a few caveats with this, that you cannot have indexes. As I said, you don't need an access pattern like, hey, get me all credit card numbers. I don't think you'll have it. or get me all bank accounts will probably go by employer in this case. So if you have a reasonable use case, you could employ this denormalization plus complex attribute as one of your idea. But at the same time, we also have constraints like 400 kilobytes on Aroh and DynamoDB, correct? So this strategy cannot be applied to, let's say, things like customer has orders. If the customer is ordering hundreds of orders every day, so this won't work because you're gonna exhaust your row size or item size. So let's look at other strategy for that. So another strategy is to denormalize your data, but also duplicate your data. For example, in this case, you have Stephen King as one of your author, and you have few attributes. Let's say author birth rate is something that you want to get every time, and or you have a book name and you want to fetch the author birth date based on it. Author birth rate is generally doesn't change. Once you have it, and you don't really change it. So what you can do is you can duplicate the data, and you don't deal with any data integrity issues because the data doesn't change. So this is something that can be applied, data duplication and denormalization, if you have no data integrity issues. And other strategy is pre-joining your data. When you pre-join your data, you have a complex composite primary key plus queries. So as I said, remember, we can co-locate the data. For example, you can data model in the sense you have a Berkshire Hathaway as a partition key, and you have a Berkshire organization item followed by user items in the same partition key. So what you can do here is you can co-locate the data. When you co-locate the data, when you fetch your when you write a query for give me item user items, for example, of Berkshire, you can do a query on Berkshire, and you're going to get the organization item and also user items. And based on organization items, you can get information about your organization. So user items are, in this case, organization to user items is one to many. So whenever you fetch a user items, you can also get the organization items directly. So you can employ that strategy for one of the strategy for one-to-many relationships. And next concept is filtering, and a lot of times you'll have to filter your data, right? So you can filter first of all by partition key. That's a very basic thing, but you can also apply some advanced filtering strategies. Again, filtering by partition key and sort key is basic because we know those are the primary filtering mechanisms. But you can also do something like sparse index. Sparse index is an interesting concept. So, for example, if you look at the diagram here, let's say you want to create a GSI, which is a global secondary index on one of your item. So what really happens? Maybe this is a better example. So for example, in this case, you create a GSI PK and SK on the book name, and or maybe this is not a better example. Let me see how to bit. Yeah, I think this is a better example maybe. So let's say Berkshire has users, and one of them is admin. Like every organization has an admin user, and you want to fetch all the admins, for example. So what you can do is you can create a GSI primary partition key 1 and GSI sort key 1 on your item. So that way, when you want to fetch all your admins from one place, or all your admins, you can fetch them with this. So this is a sparse index, because if you have thousands of people or thousands of employees in Berkshire, let's say there is only one admin, and every company has their own admin in this case. So by writing a GSI PK and SK, you're creating a sparse index. So that way, so maybe I have to take a step back. So when you do when you create a GSI, DynamoDB is actually creating a new table for you. So in this case, there's another table that is created with the partition key as the company name and the sort key as admin. So you can query by, hey, give me the admin for this company, for example. So you can get the sparse index, which is admin directly. And so you can filter by type, as I said, on admin type, or you can also query by single attribute into the index. And another filtering strategy that can employ is always you don't have to rely on server-side filtering. You can also employ client-side filtering. That means you can fetch 1 MB of your data from DynamoDB and maybe filter it and keeps your data for maybe for other things. Maybe you're doing things like storing your data and then using it your next page. So you can also employ client-side filtering. I think one strategy that we did not go in deep is global secondary index. I was hinting about it all over the slides, but let's go into this as well. So in DynamoDB, so you have two kinds of indexes that DynamoDB supports. One is local index, another is global secondary index. I wouldn't pay too much attention to local index because local index is only for partition, whereas global secondary index is for all your partitions. So I would focus on global secondary index here. And the way global secondary index works is when you create your table, you can set up, I want a secondary index or a global secondary index. Let's say you define your organizations, in this case organization, and sort key is Berkshire Hathaway. So DynamoDB underneath creates a new table for it. So every time you make an update to your table, DynamoDB also makes an update to your index table. But one caveat with index, GSI or global secondary index, is you cannot get consistent reads on your index table. So make sure you work around that because you won't get what you get is eventual consistency indexes and not a strong consistency. So that is something that you have to work around. There's a limit on GSIs today that I believe it's 20, so you can have 20 GSIs. So make sure you are thinking about that problem as well and not create an index for every attribute. And one more thing is every time, because DynamoDB creates these tables, so the cost also increases because every time you create index, you're writing to a new table. So what you can do is you don't have to pick the full row information. You can say, I only want organizations and for example, the company name as my primary key and sort key. And I only want, let's say, subscription level. I really don't care about organization name or organization address, for example. So you could also pick your data into your GSI so you can save some cost in that. Yeah, and we spoke about sparse indexes. Sparse indexes are data or tables or indexes that have smaller amount of data, so you can pick your filters or write your filters with it. I think we also went through this, which is a sparse index where you have an admin. So if you, maybe this is a good example. So how does other table looks like how does a GSI table look like? So when you write to your primary table, GSI creates another table. So this is how it will look like. You have your partition key, sort key, and the full attributes in this case. But again, you can pick your data when you're defining your data, when you're defining your models. All right. I think we covered most of it. Thanks for joining. Let's go through any questions you have.
Well, we don't have any questions. Perhaps it is because of the time, and we're also with the final stage.
Yeah.
But that was quite a an overview of it with the NoSQL, and then kind of with reference to the DynamoDB. Do you work with other flavors of NoSQL like Cosmos DB or maybe MongoDB by any chance?
I did work with Cassandra a bit. Again, most of the NoSQLs are same. They have partitions, and you'll have to maybe do a local setup in Cassandra if you do. Or I think maybe there are some enterprise versions as well, working on AWS and Azure. So you could pick something like that as well.
So which cloud do you prefer? I know you have a background of AWS, right? But which cloud do you prefer? I know all are same now. It's multi-cloud, right, and all that. But what is more your preference?
I think we're past that. To be honest, we are in an age where every company is thinking about going multi-cloud, and every cloud has every feature. Like if you see AWS or Azure or Google Cloud, everybody's competing for the market share, and every company has their set of features. And if you think about like basics like compute and storage, I think it's you don't find much difference. So I think we're past that really. If it was 2015 and 16, maybe AWS, but now I believe all the cloud providers are catching up and everybody have some amazing features there.
Yeah, and you know when you slightly mentioned the storage, I can relate this with the NoSQL world, because you know we work very closely with the SQL team at Microsoft and also with the Postgres SQL team. And when we host guys from Postgres team, they tell us that Simon, gone are the age when we should worry about the storage, right? Storage is not a problem at all. Just creating so many relations and all with the SQL tables, we don't really need to worry now. And we could see it from your session itself, right? You could focus. You can always go ahead and have your new schemas and all whenever it's needed. You don't have to start everything from very perfect as you need to do with the SQL. So I think we have moved on, and SQL is good. Some people love it. It still works. But I think if you talk to more of these, open source projects or the new gen projects, they all like to use NoSQL rather than SQL.
Yeah.
I think.
I think the way I like to think about it is when you're designing application, when you have to decide in SQL, NoSQL, I would start with why not NoSQL. I think if you start with why not NoSQL, then you will know why you need to use NoSQL. If not, I think the answer, to be honest, it depends on where you are and which company you're working on and what kind of systems you're working on. For example, if you're working on very secure systems, you really don't want to put your data in cloud and you want to host it yourself. So maybe relational may be better if you're dealing with that kind of sensitive data and smaller amount of data. So the answer really is it depends. But again, as I said, start with why not NoSQL. If you really feel strong that you don't need it, then you should think about some relational database.
That's good. That's what I'll do next time. The solution architects goes ahead and comes with a very good diagram. The very first question I'll ask him, why not NoSQL?
Right.
I'm sure no one has this approach, because coming from our CSharpCorner background, the very first choice is SQL Server. Right? That is they both go very good along. So I'll ask why not NoSQL. So thank you so much, Vikrant. That was absolutely great. Any final thing you want to plug in before we wrap up the conference?
Nothing. Thanks for inviting me. Would love to contribute in the way. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Vikrant. That was absolutely great. Thanks for accepting the invitation. Love to have you back whenever you are available. Thank you so much.
All right. Yeah. Bye.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that is it. That's how we conclude our 8 hours of Software Architecture Conference 2023. We still have about 8 minutes before we reach that 8 hours time. It has been a really great conference, and I still remember the very first version of conference of Software Architecture Conference that we did was in 2020, and I don't know why we did not do this. It is one of the most like conferences. Perhaps we did not do it because not every year there's a new content around software architecture, and the best practices and design principle remain the same. Perhaps that could be the reason. But I'm really excited that we were able to pull out this conference. Put up this conference, and thanks to all the speakers, right? This conference is they are the real heroes who actually come up and take up their time and present. So thanks to all speakers. Actually, I always write it down, right? Even today, this time I did not write it down, so I'll write thanks to all the speakers, attendees, and everyone involved. Yeah, I think that's it. That works fine now. And also to the attendees, right? Thanks to all the attendees who showed up. It was very late to some folks. Some people, it was night. For some folks very early. So I saw all the people who asked the question. I really want to appreciate for tuning in and asking the questions. And you can find all these recordings on C Sharp on the YouTube channel and on C Sharp TV. And also to my team members, right? I would like to say thanks to Rohit, right? He is the one who does all the social media for you, all the videos that you saw for the speakers, all the social media promotion that you see, and even throughout the conference, it's done by Rohit. He's not in the camera. Usually I bring him in, but It's very late, and so he's the one real hero behind the scenes. And to everyone else involved, thank you so much once again. That was the wrap of this year's of Software Architecture Conference. We will see you in some other conferences and events. Until then, take good care of yourself and see you soon. That's my Twitter handle if you want to catch me up. See ya. Bye bye. Good night, or maybe good evening.